Once I unmute us, everyone can see us, everyone can hear us. So just letting you know, I have hit the go live button. I think the stream together thing is working. I'm pretty sure. Um, we are waiting on one more individual, so take a little bit of time with your tech while I introduce the subject, introduce the topic, introduce everyone and everything. So welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV. It's a cross ideological space where people can come together from all ends of the spectrum to talk about topics, both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Today, we have a show for you. We're going to be talking about women's rights. Should they have them? What rights should they have in comparison to men? Do men deserve more rights than women? Why or why not? All these things are going to be discussed. Let me see if I can get Fatty in here. We got one more for team men here. Okay. But while I do that, why don't you guys just take a minute and tell people just who you are, what you do? We'll start with Mate. Is that how you say your name? Martae.
You know what? I'm gonna let the ladies go first because I'm a gentleman.
By
I'm
all
gonna plead
means,
to
by
history and
all
do this.
means.
Let's
Then Tolly,
let's do this.
Tolly, I will let you start with this.
Okay, I am Tollybots at Tollybots, TALIBOTZ on Twitter. I am a nobody, really, who Wick has graciously allowed to come on and talk about various cultural and political issues. And I'm here to argue that women do, in fact, deserve rights.
Okay, we'll get into it, I'm sure, when we get there. We will see what rights exactly and precisely they deserve. Thank you for being here. Charlie, no stranger to my stream. Welcome back.
Hello, thank you for having me, Wick. I am Enemy Charlie everywhere. I typically stream on Twitch, that is where I am most active. Um, I stream about politics, academia, etc. I talk a lot about Tolkien, if you are interested in Tolkien. And I am also here to argue that women should have rights. And I will be arguing with Tolly.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you for being here. I'm basically stalling for time till Fatty gets here. He was here earlier. I saw him. Oh, give me a second. He needs an invite back. But while I do that, Martae, can you tell people who you are and stuff like that? Give me a second.
My name is Martae Ruelas. I'm on X and I'm all over social media. You can find me on Instagram. My YouTube channel is still being built at the time. I'm developing a debate platform for discourse and just competent discussion on social issues that may lead to moral decay. I'm also a professional athlete in two world-class sports, the IPB, Federation of Bodybuilding, and Super League, which was associated with Nike as well too. The reason why I let the women go first is because men have a tendency to have to go after women and clean up the mess. So that is why I'm here today to go ahead and debate my topic. And I know this is a very charged topic for both women here, but I'm going to go ahead and take their worldview and inspect it. We have to go ahead and go through this rhetoric and through their whole worldview and inspect it. I understand this whole thing, but just diving into my whole worldview and me as a person, I'm here and I'm representing the men, and Fatty just showed up. Go ahead,
Yep.
Fatty.
Beautiful, wonderful. We got a full house now. Fatty, welcome to the show. We are live. Can you hear us, sir? Oh, we can't hear you. If you are talking, if we don't have an audible connection, gang. Give it a second. We'll get it done. But yes, thank you for being here. All
One,
of
two,
you.
three, testing. Can you hear me
Oh,
now?
excellent, wonderful. You're coming through. Can you hear us?
Thank you very much. Uh, I don't have opening statements. I'm just
It's
here because
okay.
I
It's
don't.
okay. We're just here. We're just gonna pop into it. I'm just making sure everyone's here. Everyone can be heard. Wonderful. Okay, so let's just get into it. Everyone's kind of given their points. Martae, you mentioned cleaning up the mess and interrogating their worldview. Um, I guess I'll just ask the men's side real quick. What rights do you think that men should have that you don't think women should have? Go ahead.
Well, the rights that men should have are, I'm not going to go ahead and spout off words like inherent or anything like that. I'm just going to bluntly go back to, one of my friends' theories here. It's force doctrine. If we think about it, we do not have any reproductive rights. I think that's a right that needs to go ahead and be equal across the board. That's not equal. I do understand it's your body, but I need an explanation as to why you can go ahead and off my babies when that's half of my genetic information.
I,
That's it.
okay.
Is that an open question?
Are we
so.
just jumping in?
Yeah,
With?
we're just jumping in. It's an open discussion. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Tali, do you want to answer?
One of you to go ahead and at least address the statement/question.
Absolutely. So Charlie and I think, are probably going to come from slightly different perspectives here. I know we didn't do opening statements, so maybe I'll just squeeze a little one in here. So I'm probably with the men on this panel that we're in a time of a lot of social disarray when it comes to the relationship between the sexes, when it comes to feminism at large in the modern day. I think that the best prescription is a cultural prescription. I think we need cultural change rather than legal change. I don't think it would be easy or necessary to start rolling back legal protections or privileges that women have in this country. With regards to the force doctrine, really quickly, I know you didn't actually explain it here, but I do think it's a very compelling argument, and there's something to be said for that. We use it to sort of prove that women can't really have anything without the
Can you explain what it is for the audience, just so my
permission.
audience knows? What is the force doctrine, if you guys are going to use this?
So, sure. So, my understanding, and the gentleman can chime in if they'd like to, but it's essentially that in order to actually enforce any type of rule or law, or to give allowances for any types of rights or privileges, you need to be able to actually enforce that. And historically and in modern times, and in a sort of obvious way, it's men who can actually enforce these things, whether it's men enforcing it against other men or men enforcing it against women. And so it's essentially saying the strongest guy in the room is the one who actually has the power and the rights and the control. And again, I think that's relatively compelling. It's intuitive and it makes sense. I don't think the fact that men are stronger and do have essentially the power to take away these rights means that they should. I don't think that's a natural conclusion of the reality of the discrepancy in strength and force and power between the sexes. With regards to abortion, it's funny, I was just talking to Wick about this the other day, saying that I have some thoughts on abortion that I would like to talk about. I'm not always and inherently opposed to abortion. However, I think that a lot of the conversation about abortion is hypocritical, and people are kind of lying. So what I've realized on the feminist side or the pro-choice side of the aisle is that a lot of people seem to think that it's a life if the woman loses the baby during miscarriage, right? So if a woman is pregnant and loses their baby at 10 weeks, the women around her mourn for that baby. They see it and recognize it as obviously a human and a baby. However, we've made this decision that if the woman doesn't want the baby, then it's not actually a human, it's not actually a baby, it's a clump of cells, it's all of these things. And so I think you have a totally fair point that a man who wants to be a father to this child should have some say in whether we are killing that child, because I do believe that we are killing a human life, even if I do believe there should be exceptions where we might have to allow that.
Damn, I was hoping you were going to go ahead and fight me on this, but I guess not.
I know.
Maybe Enemy Charlie has some discourse for me at least. I mean, because so I'm just going to dive into this real quick and kind of layer on another point that nobody has ever yet reconciled this for me. So if it is indeed a right that women have to go ahead and off babies, let's say that a state permits this, right? People have gathered together at voting booths to decide what women can do with their bodies, right? Even though I have an argument against why bodily autonomy doesn't truly exist, we're going to go ahead and dive into this, right? We can both say that even when I'm just going to back into my past where I've debated lawyers and attorneys on this, where they can't get around the voting block. Now, granted, let's say you can get past the voting block. This is the problem and major point of contention I have with this. Because it sounds like double talk. When women tell me they're going to go ahead and just off a baby, even when they could, and they still call it a right, this I have not yet had reconciled for me. Do you have a right to other people's services, labor, time, and equipment and resources from somebody else. Because here's the thing though, if you have a right to do it and you have to do it no matter what, you're also removing rights from somebody else if they choose not to do this. Now, granted, I understand we have employees in these positions at clinics and things like that, but you're still using other people's resources and things that you do not have a right to. If somebody can explain to me how you have a right to somebody else's time, resources, product, or anything else, this could be mapped onto anything else. How would this still be a right if you're removing time and sacred resources from somebody else and still calling it a right? Because to my knowledge, this still supports force doctrine. If you take away from somebody else, we could say we're disenfranchising people to even do this, right? I understand that if you take away clinics, there's a whole argument for this, where if you take away clinics, it's going to promote unregulated industry where there could be increased harm, right? I totally understand that. My whole thing is the total abolishment, absent like a medical emergency that's going to save the mom. That's it. So just to go ahead and nip this in the bud and tail it back in, do you have a right to other people's resources, time, labor, or money? And are you able to still, if you can do that?
So I think the difference between are you comparing this to the right of the fetus to take the mother's resources, time, energy, life to like human rights
No,
that
this
are
is what I'm
provided by
doing.
the state or for a fee?
What I'm doing is I'm not comparing this to anything. I'm just saying what is. I'm making an is claim. In society right now, you can go down to a clinic, and if you want to go ahead and delete a baby,
Yeah.
you want to go ahead and take this baby out, this existence out, right? Somebody's time, effort, and resources has to be available for you to give you this right to do it, because you can't do it by yourself, because there's an increased risk of loss of life if you do this with coat hangers or anything like that. You're requesting somebody else's time, resources, and labor. I'm just saying what is, and this is very surface level point I'm making.
Yeah,
If you
I'll
can
let
go
you
ahead and
answer,
Well,
follow.
Charlie. I'll
they
let you
get
answer, Charlie. But just real quick, I want to
uh
make sure that we're not here for an abortion debate specifically, and I do want to make sure we get more things in here. But I understand. I'll let you answer, Charlie, and go ahead.
right. Well, when you go to get an abortion, you either pay for one or the state pays for one. So the people providing the service are compensated monetarily. Money is useful in society because it can be exchanged for goods and services.
Right. So okay, so we can say that money is a good, you know, thing that we can go ahead and exchange, right? And money can represent time, resources, and everything else. But would you still say it's a right that they have to do this? Because a right, would you say a right is
No,
something that
no.
you have
So
to get, right?
no, and I think it's interesting, and I don't want to devolve too much in a semantic debate, really. But
Well,
you know,
semantics are extremely important, but yeah,
I,
go ahead and
I
proceed.
agree. This is not me trying to shy away from it. I just don't want to derail the conversation too much. But I think it brings up an interesting point. Like, does anybody really have rights? Right? It's like even when we talk about like human rights, people might believe that people are endowed certain rights from their creator, and the state might enforce certain protections. But I agree with you ultimately that you can't, if you're right, if what you are declaring as a right requires the time, energy, and resources from other people, then no, it's not actually a right. And unless you could force them to do it, right, you wouldn't actually have any power and control in that situation. I don't think anyone should be forced to uh, do abortion procedures if they don't want to. But like Charlie's saying, there are plenty of people who are okay with it and are compensated for their time.
Okay, I want to
Right.
move
And
off a
I
little bit,
totally agree with that.
just real
Go ahead.
quick, right? I want to move off. I want to get Fatty in here a little bit, right? Because you've kind of given your point, Martae, and I want to get Fatty a chance to answer the question that I asked both of you, and he never did. And I'm just very curious, what rights do you think that men deserve that women do not? It's a very simple question.
So you, can you
Yes,
hear
to
me?
you, buddy. Go
Is
ahead.
that okay? Um, I think women should forfeit the right to vote if they don't get drafted, for example. If they don't have no obligation to the country, they shouldn't have a say in who gets elected, because those elected people can send you to war, and they are not going to be in any way, shape, or form affected. For example, what happened in Ukraine, right? All those women had the right to vote, and when Russia invaded, the president said every male on that is on this age has to stay, while all the women can leave and go to other countries and search refuge. So if you don't have responsibilities, you shouldn't have the privileges that come with said situation. And I know it's going to be, but there's a certain type of man that gave us these powers, and you should go ahead and talk with them. But the reality is, women are not complaining about it. Women complain about everything, right? Why not complain about the privilege that society gives them to? It sounds like it's um, a buffet where you pick the rights that you want and you leave the other ones on the table. And when it came to the conversation that we were having about abortion, anybody's pro-life here or pro-choice? Anybody's pro-choice here? Anyone?
I have
Okay.
complicated feelings.
Okay. So for example, and that will be another one. If if you choose the right to have, you have the right to have the kid. You have the right to interrupt the abortion. You have the right to leave the kid into a fire station. I should have the right to abort financially too. If you can opt out of motherhood, I can opt out of fatherhood. And if you don't agree with that, it's actually proving our point that we, like, women and men shouldn't have the same rights, because if you have the right to opt out of motherhood and like at any single time, I should have the right to do so, because I can control your body, you control your body, but I control my wallet and I control the fact that I don't want to be a father, just like you don't want to be a mother. So let's make it equal, since we are fighting for the same rights. And once again, I don't see women in mass complaining about this because it's convenient to them. So
All right.
we'll
So
see.
to the first point, about the draft, I'm actually against the draft in general, and I want you both to know that if the U.S. ever has a draft, I will be out there protesting and fighting for the rights of men to not have their rights violated and sent to die for the state. I don't agree with the draft. I think it's bad. I don't think
So
we
do
should be forced to
you,
die.
do you have a
Shh,
difference
I'm
of
not done
home?
talking. Um, I don't think that, again, I'm against the draft. Also, Ukraine did actually have a large portion of its women stay to fight. So that is a thing. And there are armies around the world, the IDF is one of them, that require women to participate. And I think that women should have the right to vote because they pay taxes. And I think we can all agree that taxation without representation is bad, right?
This makes sense.
What was it? Did they stay by choice, or they were actually made to stay? Because the man had to stay. There was no choice. Did they stay by choice, or they were actually made to stay?
I'm not sure. I'd have to check. But a
No,
lot of
I
women
think
you
did
this.
kind of
stay.
are
I
sure. You
think.
kind of understand.
I
You
think
kind
you.
of they
I
had the
think
opportunity to
Ukraine.
leave. They had the
Yeah,
opportunity to
I
leave
think
because they didn't
We
want to.
literally had
so.
women leaving the country
I'm
to go clubbing while men stayed. Even men that identified as women had to stay. They were forced to stay and couldn't even leave. So this didn't even apply to modernity as far as like our identity politics. Even that was overridden by Zelensky. He was like, no, you're staying no matter what. I don't care what you identify in as or anything like that. And to your point about the whole draft and everything else doesn't make sense, we can go ahead and look at a home. Would you rather have a home undefended and just have people ransack it or not? You literally have no choice for this. You either have a nation or no nation through defense.
Again, I don't think that we should be forced to die for the state. I think people who want to fight should willingly fight. But otherwise,
Yeah,
I do not
we're
think
gonna
we
run
should
into
be
a
forced
problem
to
of
die for the state.
we're going to
Yes.
run into a problem. We already have a military problem of numbers not coming in to meet the requirements of what we have. The enlistment has dropped so much. So if we're in a crisis, you would just rather our nation fall to numbers? This is crazy.
Our
If your
military is the
home's being
strongest in
ransacked,
the world.
get ransacked?
I would actually say that when women care about something, they will protest about it. They will take their shirt and show their titties, and they will paint themselves blue in the face. They will care. You make preparations for war in times of peace. If these women actually cared about it, then I actually take offense to what you said, because I'm a very sensitive person. Oh, if there's a war or there's a draft, I will be right on the streets with y'all. Right? You have, for example, the family court that is extremely biased towards men, towards women. Why are women in mass that are the biggest activists on the planet are not in mass saying, yes, these men need to see their kids. We need more rights for them. All of it. No, y'all don't care. Y'all will pick and choose everything that is favor to y'all, like for example, access to universities. And once the numbers get lopsided in your favor, you stop fighting for men's rights because now you should actually say, this is very unfair. We are 67% of people in college. Why can the men have 50%? No, you will get the advantage, and as soon as you
Sir,
get
are
the
you
advantage, you are going to move for the other thing that you want to get in your favor too. So once again, I
are
believe that
you
y'all don't
calling
think
for
that.
affirmative action in the universities on behalf of men? Is that
No,
something a
no,
policy that you
no.
would like to see implemented?
I'm calling for consistency. If you were for affirmative action, if you are for STEM jobs to try to get more women on the field and open
I'm
doors and
not.
all that, you
I'm
should
not.
be.
Definitely not.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about a massive population
You're
of
talking
women.
about women. Yeah. So I
I
got
think we've
I
one.
had
thought that, so
Let
just
him
one
finish,
second,
and then
right?
we'll let them respond, and
Because
then we'll go.
as you know, my name is Fatty, right? I am obese. Just because I have a full fridge with food, that doesn't mean there's not people starving over there, right? So I don't know if you are going to say not me and my friends. I don't care about you and your friends. I care about the biggest a sample of the population. These women are not going to actively fight to get men to the same level that they are now that they got all these advantages. So y'all are on our side. Y'all don't believe in equality. Y'all don't believe in the
So
same rights. Y'all
if
believe
we
in
believe if
advantages
we
as soon
believe
as
in
it's
the
convenient.
force doctrine, if we believe in the force doctrine and that ultimately men have the power and that essentially it's men allowing women to sort of like play house and kind of pretend they have the power, men are allowing
Yeah,
women to go out there and protest about these things, then what would it matter if women were to go out and protest that men are not equitably getting
because
into universities or men are not being
is
allowed
that
to
a
see their
question?
children? I think these are
Let her
serious
let her finish
Is
issues.
that a
real quick.
question?
Serious
Just let
these
her
are
finish real
serious,
quick.
yes it is, but hold on. I think these are
So,
serious issues that should be addressed. I would, if we have the time, I could circle back to, men not having to pay child support. I think that's a good conversation to have. If women are able to opt out of their parental role, should men be allowed to? Also, I think yes. I think that yes, there are women, maybe not enough in your perspective, and that's fine, but there are many women who are horrified by sort of the family court system and the way that men are alienated from their children. However, if ultimately men have the power, then what are you doing asking the women to protest about it? Just fix it.
so I will answer that for you, right? There's power in weakness. The LGBT is a very small number. They cry and say boo hoo ha ha, and they get what they want. Black Lives
Why are people
Matter.
giving
No,
them
no,
what they
no,
want?
I thought you considered the microphone. We
Sorry?
have we have women that technically have no physical power, and they boo hoo ha ha with families, and they get what they want. We got
But why
the
are
Jewish.
men why
Let
are
well,
men
our
why are men
my
giving
mouth
them
is
what
still
they want?
moving. Blah blah blah, blah
I
is
know.
moving
I
still.
see it.
Give
I
give him
know
give him a
it's
second.
dark and at night, but I think my teeth can you can see my teeth, right? So
You're not that dark.
you have all these groups that are minorities and technically don't have the power to actually physically do something. But one thing that you have to acknowledge is that power in weakness, and women, because they have the power of influence other men, are controlling social media, are controlling YouTube right now. I can say things about women and get demonetized. You can say all the things about men that you want, and nothing happens to you. So if men gave you a voice, if there's power in weakness, meaning I would cry and complain and I'll get shit done even though I'm a minority, you as a woman that thinks that has no power, you should get your friends, go to the street, take your shirt, show your titties, say to all the men, we need A, B, C, D, E, like you guys usually do, and try to get this little bit of rights so we can actually help our kids. Will that be fair?
Hold on. Okay, so maybe. So I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. So women need to take to the street and go topless to convince some men that the other men need more rights of visitation and stuff
That's
like
what
that
you
to their
do.
children.
Yes, that's what you all do. You take your shirt, you show your
Okay.
titties, free the nipple, please do
Um,
something for us. And y'all and the
It's an
men in power
option.
say, you know what? My wife and my sister are telling me to do something. Let me go ahead and sign a bill. That's what y'all do. So if you did that shit for men, for women, time and time again, in every single issue that you were, for whatever reason, not up to par with men, it's time for you to use the power of the nipple to help men get to your status, bro.
right. So I
That's what
don't
they
think
say.
that the majority of I would say nearly almost all of them feminist protests don't include showing boobs, so that seems to be the type that you're
Most of
most
them
familiar
are
with. but women advocated for their rights, and I think that, frankly, men could also do that. There's certainly women that would support you in doing so. Tolly seems to have the same opinions, so you could advocate for yourself. I mean, isn't that a
No,
what
because
you can't?
no, that's not the case, right? Let me actually tell you this and see if you agree with me. When the WNBA wants more money, they don't talk with the other woman. Says, ladies, we are 50% of the population and we control 80% of the consumer spending. Let's go to WNBA games. You know what they do? These NBA players should share more money. When ladies want to go and they say, we need to support movies where women are, Captain Marvel and the Woman King and all these very woke productions that come in, they don't tell other women to go there and support. They say men are hate women because Captain Marvel is not doing the same numbers as Iron Man. Every time woman wants something, they don't look at other women, they look at the help of men. So please, once again, if every time women have a problem, they go and they say, please man, help us, you need to do the same thing with us. Or aren't you guys for equal rights? It's very selective, right?
Well, again, it's women advocating for themselves, and typically groups advocate for themselves. So, again, I'm saying I think that you, as a man, you can also advocate for yourself. I think that you are just as capable as women. Um,
So,
you
so
Maybe
have the
more,
why
maybe
power.
more capable, in fact.
So why
Yeah,
every
right?
time you so why every
Doesn't make
time
sense.
you want equal pay, you go to the men and you don't go to your 50% of woman population? Why every time we say we need to pay more these women because they are the world champions of soccer, instead of going to other women so they can put money on their pocket, they go to the men and says, give us our cut. Why? Why can't you do the same thing? If you have all these, you push society and you push men on the other side to jump the fence so they can help you put money on your pockets and all that. Why can't you do the same? You control 80% of the consumer spending. Why not take a little bit of that money and then go ahead and lobby these people for men to have rights on family court and all that? Because you don't care. You like the advantage. You don't want equal rights. You are in our side. That's the reality. You just don't want to admit it. Go ahead. Damn, silence. That's
Well,
crazy.
give him a
So
chance. Give him a chance. Go ahead,
I
Tally.
was knocked out of the conversation for a second. My Wi-Fi glitched or something. I'm a little confused.
I thought you
I
lost
feel
your
like
rights for a
there's
second. I think the hill booted
yeah,
you for a second. Damn. Okay, go
exactly.
ahead. Proceed.
I feel like there's an inconsistency in what you're saying.
Go ahead.
We're talking about the forced doctrine, and that men, basically, whether women or men like it or not, they
Did
ultimately
I say
hold
I
the
believe in it?
power. Do you not believe in the forced doctrine?
Oh, so you didn't ask me if I believe in it. That's crazy.
Sir, your debate partner
My
opened with the
debate
forced
partner is
doctrine.
not my girlfriend. He's my debate partner. Okay, he has his own beliefs.
You're
I have
totally
my
right.
own beliefs.
Okay,
If you want to debate him, it's fine. But I believe that the biggest power is strength in weakness. He's not the biggest guy that is going to put you on your place.
sure.
That's a very primitive way of looking at power. Is the donzel in distress that is going to cry, and then seven men is going to show up and do the dirty job for her. The LGBT community does it. Women do it. Black Lives
Mhm,
Matter do it. The Jewish community do it. So once again, if you
mhm.
look at reality, you will understand that y'all crying will solve a lot of our problems. Y'all just don't want to do it because now you have the upper end. Go ahead.
Well, the reason why I believe in force doctrine and the reason why I have a different stance is because, as you noticed, and it's not me debating my own partner here, but I just want to make a distinction between the two because if you noticed, he said there's strength and weakness, and you still have to plead to men in the end, and that's what it boils down to. It inevitably reveals itself to be force doctrine, and that's the conclusion, anyways. I think when we talk to uh, Charlie, right? Charlie in the upper
Mhm.
corner, she's actually arguing against her own interest because I think that when she beckons to things like voting and all these other things, you want all that. But when it comes to responsibility, you tend to shirk it when it's not convenient for you, i.e., things like dropping a baby off at a fire station, not being able to go to war, all these other things. It's great. You can have all the privileges, but no responsibility, thus making men into a pseudo slave class. How can you tell me that you want something to be equal while taking all the responsibility and sharking it in the end when it comes to the conclusion of things that you want?
Okay, Charlie, can you
Um,
tell us why you want men to be a pseudo slave class? I'm really curious. Go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to
uh,
find out why slaves again.
why you're slaves?
How are we not becoming a slave class if you're going to make us do all the responsibility, but you want all the privileges of everything that's great? But when it comes down
Well,
to it,
women
thing,
work.
thing bad, I don't want it. Thing good, yes, I'll have it.
Well, so
They,
the
they,
thing
they,
about that, like where we are in society right now, is that women are able to work and get jobs. So women do have responsibilities
What you
to
mean the desk
society,
jobs that
which
men are
is, I mean, teaching, nursing, caretaking, raising children, very vital jobs
that they've always
to
had?
yes,
Yes.
that they always had, but they're being compensated for them now, which is good. Um, I would say women have a great responsibility to society. I don't understand your point about men being a pseudo slave class. It
Yeah,
I
I
can go ahead
maybe
and
this will help the
read.
conversation. Martae, can you give us some examples of where you think that men today are a pseudo slave class? Some clear examples, then we can dig into them. Cool? Cool. Go ahead.
Cool. So can a woman evade the results of pregnancy as far as like bad outcomes? Like, oh, I have to take care of this. You know, they're relying on the state. You know, they have custody for the most part of their kids. Everything else, they could drop it off at a safe haven. What options do men have? Oh shit, we don't have any of those options. We can't drop it off at a baby safe haven, although you can say that we can do that. Does that usually happen? No. Most of the population would say no, it doesn't happen. Can to Fatty's point, can we financially abort, ourselves from the situation? We don't have that option. So whenever you take any scenario like this, for example, and you give one the same opportunities and the other the same opportunities, all the benefits, but you shirk all the responsibility of negative outcomes to one side, that's literally like somebody being on a plantation, eating in a house, everything else. I need you to go work the field. I don't have to do that. Like I'm really making an extreme example, but how is that
yeah.
not creating slavery to some
Well,
degree?
I would
I'm being
say that
extreme, but you do it.
I would say that I do, for the record, I do actually think it sucks that if you you know if you have sex with a woman and she keeps the baby, I think it sucks that it's hard. I mean, you can evade your responsibilities. You could. There are ways to do it. Um, but it can
Teaching.
be tricky. However,
Why
yeah,
should it be tricky?
are women forcing men to ejaculate inside of them? Are women
Yes,
sexually assaulting men?
yes, teaching their
Sir,
wives.
Are
excuse
men
me.
being sexually
Are you
assaulted
opening your
en
legs?
masse and forced to ejaculate inside of them?
It
Is
happens all the
this
time.
Who's the gatekeeper of sex
women are raping
anyways?
men?
It happens all the time, especially these young
All the
kids,
time.
all the time by
Women are
their
raping
cousins, by
men
their aunties.
There's a rule.
Absolutely.
There's a rule
en
in the
masse.
NBA. NBA players
Absolutely.
have to
No,
throw their condoms in the trash because
nothing is
women are
in mass.
inseminating themselves with
Men are
men's
not,
babies.
men and women are not raping each other en mass, but in society, you can clearly find big samples of female cousins, the same way you have the uncle and all these people that are around the kid and doing diddling things to them. Women do this shit all the time. All the time. So what are you talking about?
Well, yes, child molestation is an awful thing, and there are female predators. However, what I'm saying is that the majority of children come from consensual relations
Yeah.
between adults.
Hmm.
Um, eh, I guess baby trapping and children outside of wedlock is not really something that I've had to think about often in my life. However, again, when you ejaculate inside of a woman, when you have sex with a woman, you are responsible for the risk that you are taking when you do that.
And you too, we both are, right?
Yeah,
Right.
both
Yeah,
people
So
are
why can
the
you
men.
responsible.
talk
So
about
No,
you
no, no.
more
Yeah,
risk
yeah, yeah.
than
you're taking a risk. You're taking a risk there. So
Yeah,
I
and
would
right
if
now,
I go ahead, Tully.
our
No,
society. No, yeah. Our
okay, go ahead.
society allows women to get out of that responsibility.
opt out? Yes.
It's just true. And listen, there are, whether it's in terms of like birth control and things like this, which there are things that men could do if they wanted to make sure that they could have sex without the risk of impregnating a woman. I'm not recommending that you do that, but yes, I mean the fact that a woman can abort her pregnancy means and can take Plan B and things like this means that women potentially never in their life have to face the consequences of having consensual sex, which is having a baby. So that is off balance. I think that's a fair thing to talk about and to try to remedy in society. I do think it's
And
just like on its face unfair that women can have an abortion, but men can't walk away from the child if they
and
want
we
to.
and we can go even further. If I take my condom without authorization, I can be prosecuted. If you stop taking the pill and you're still telling me you're taking the pill, nothing happens to you. This happens all
Are
the
you sure
time.
about
Women,
that?
if I
Are you
that's
sure?
I think it's called stealth or something like that. When you are
No, no,
having sex with a condom and you take it off,
I
right? So
sure. So I agree that both of these things are happening. I don't think, like Charlie said, I think most of the time the sex that is yielding, or what we're getting children from consensual sex between adults. But yes, there are
yes.
men who stealth take off their condoms, and there are
Mm.
women who poke holes in condoms. There are women who say that they're taking birth control when they're not. But are you sure that that is not a prosecutable offense? Because that's what I heard
No,
you
because
say.
you had the Drake situation where he put hot sauce on a condom and then she rubbed it in. Men complaining mess of women stop taking birth control on a
Did
whim
Drake
just
try to
because they
sue
want
her though? But so
because they
you said that
no,
women
no,
cannot
one
be
second.
prosecuted for this, and
You
I'm
can
not
sue
sure
Well,
that
the
that's
opinion
true.
of
one
birth
second please.
control
You
in
can
this
sue
case, in
anyone
a lot
for
of cases,
everything. You can sue
yes.
somebody because I sneezed too hard and you got an
You can
epilepsy attack.
sue, but that
Right?
doesn't mean that you
But
will
but
win. I'm
but the
asking if
thing
it's
is
actually a prosecutable offense.
yeah, but there's the point. It's not a prosecutable offense for you saying your husband that you are taking the pill and you are actually not, so you can have a kid. It's not. And the reality, once again, and this is y'all that push this shit, right? Women push the fact that women can consent if they are drunk, for example. My friend next to me, men are being raped all the time. How many times you had some couple of drinks and a woman decided to actually have sex
That
with you? We were kind of conservative about it and says, you know what? I think it actually depends. If you are blackout drunk, I believe that's kind of understandable. But we just
I
take
have
a
a
few
question for
cups and
both of the
we
women right
right,
now.
and you push for that.
Just
So
to yeah,
even in her definition, and I got you. Just let even in her definition, women in mass actually are raping men because most of men in their life had some drinks and they have sex with a woman. So during the definition, they actually were raped. They are
Well,
victims.
I
I
just checked
agree.
just real quick,
I have
Charlie.
a
Just a
question for both of
fact,
you women
just
right
real
now.
quick, please. I did a fact check on the birth control thing. So apparently,
Mhm.
lying about being on birth control is generally not a prosecutable offense in most jurisdictions. So you
Uh oh.
cannot be held
Oh,
legally
so
accountable or liable, at least according to the AI. The AI might be
Thank you
wrong,
very much,
right?
folks.
But
I have
this
a
is
question for
what I
Charlie
checked, and
and
this is what it
Callie.
told
So
me. I do.
quick,
Hold on,
Where
hold on.
I'm
All,
in.
both of you, all of you, stop, please. I want to keep
Good
some
job.
order in this court. I'm gonna give the mic first to Charlie, then we're gonna give it to Martae, and then we're gonna move on from there. Cool. That's the order we're gonna go to. Charlie, go ahead.
For the record, I take, sexual assault very seriously, and I think that there needs to be a lot more advocacy for male victims of sexual assault. Uh, and I do think that there needs to be more, I don't know, better ways, because rape kits obviously don't work with men when the perpetrators are women. Um, the better ways to ensure that men who are sexually assaulted are receiving the justice that they deserve. Um, that's all I wanted to add in there.
And you think there's
it's very
any?
brave of you, Charlie.
And you think there's
Yes,
any
thank you.
woman
Rape
movement
is
pushing?
wrong. Very brave,
It's
Sam.
You think
wrong. Yeah, thank you.
Well, I have a question. I've been holding this question for a while. I want to ask both the women. Let's say there's a boyfriend and he goes to a frat party, right? And he drinks punch, right? We've all had experiences where we drank something and we didn't know the strength or content of this. And you know how things can be sneaky sometimes. It'll sneak up on you, right? He takes five of them because they taste really great. He can't even taste alcohol and it hits him like a Mack truck. He is drunk, right? And a sober woman moves on to him and sleeps with him. Did he cheat or was he sexually assaulted?
How drunk is he? Like, is he? Is
Oh, hold on real quick. So now you're gonna go ahead and talk about how drunk? Are you making
yeah.
excuses for like because I mean if you're drunk, you're impaired. If you get pulled over by the
I
law,
think.
no
I
person's
think.
gonna be like, oh, if we think about it, he's had five drinks. He's apparently incoherent, right? Everybody at the party could say, it caught him. He was unaware of this. Unbeknownst to him, back to my question, was he sexually assaulted or was he cheating on his girl?
Oh, if he's incoherent, that's why I'm trying to. I do think it matters how drunk you are. Same thing for
He's
women. I don't
incoherent.
think. I
Every
don't think.
party's like,
Hold on,
oh
really
damn,
quickly. Yeah,
that was a
Well,
totally.
let her answer the
Totally.
question. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Tolly.
If the guy is tripping over himself, oh, absolutely. Yeah, that is completely inappropriate at the very least, potentially a prosecutable offense. And no, I wouldn't say that he's cheating on his girlfriend if he literally can't even see ahead of him and some woman advantage of him in that state. However, I do think just how drunk you are matters, and I think the same goes for women. I don't think this idea
I
that
don't
a
think
woman's
so.
had one drink. I'm not saying that
This
that's
is
how
my
all
point.
people
Let
treat it.
If we go
let
to,
Tolly finish. Hold on. Let Tolly finish your point, then
okay,
I'll let you guys respond. I promise. But Tolly's got to get it out. Go ahead, Tolly.
Yeah. So like especially you're putting us on a college campus. I think what happened in the sort of witch hunt against men on college campuses was just that. It was a witch hunt. It was suddenly decided that if a woman had one beer, right, and she has sex that she later comes to regret, then we can call that rape, even if the man had 5 beers. I think that's totally wrong. I think that's totally and completely wrong.
that's the point I was getting at. Because here's the thing, though, is that if you flip the roles in reverse, enemy Charlie, can I just call you Charlie?
Yeah.
If we flip the roles in reverse and a woman had a beer, to her point, she could then say she regretted this and said, "Oh shit, I don't know what happened, this and that." Everybody would come to her beck and call and say, "Oh, you should have known. You were under the influence of one beer." Even if you were cognizant and aware the whole time, and somebody saw her drink a beer, it wouldn't matter because the court of public opinion enforces and also sways court as well too. Oftentimes more powerful than courts, anyways. So if we think about this, if we're talking about rights, we also need to talk about social rights in public opinion as well too. Societal rights are also a thing if you want to make it a thing, even though I don't believe rights exist. But that's something that we need to talk about too, because if we're going to talk about all across the board, then we need to think about men who are at parties that got brushed on, who are touched by women. This happens all the time. Of course, it's underreported. How many men are being SA'd? Can you say that this guy got SA'd because he got groped in the chest by a girl because he happens to work out? He's a bodybuilder. This happens all the time, but it's like if it happens on the other side, and it'll never, my point is, it'll never be equal because society will always look at women as the victim class no matter what. And what they've used is they've taken advantage of this and magnified it to where it's now become female supremacy on college campuses, in courtrooms, and everywhere else. And that's
I
what
just
I've
want to.
noticed.
So
I
I'm
just want to make
actually
sure.
fairly sympathetic to this point. I am queer, so historically I've spent a lot of time in gay spaces, and I have been groped by women, and I've seen other women be groped by other women. Um, there was an issue on my college campus where there was a female serial date rapist whose victims were all female. And I will say, no one really does anything. You're right. You're completely right. And this is a huge issue that I run into in the sense that people don't think women are capable of sexual assault, and it is actually something that I'm very passionate about. I did actually testify against a as a witness against a female rapist, and the victim was male. So I am again extremely passionate about these things. I care a lot about it. It's serious and it's unfortunately close to my heart.
So,
So
so
I,
just to
I
make.
back to
think
my question. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll let you answer.
I just want to jump in really quickly. Yeah. So I think, I mean, I agree with what Charlie said. There's not really much there to disagree with, but I think we need to, and this is kind of a meta point that I would like to make, but I'll specify it here. We need to make sure that we are not just overcompensating in the opposite direction, right? So like, yes, we have been saying that if a man hits on a woman, that is sexual harassment, right? If a man, is interested in a woman, right? Or like if you're saying if a man puts his arm around a woman and they're drinking, then suddenly that might be sexual abuse of some sort. But we shouldn't then be trying to make, the same go in the opposite direction, right? So I don't want it to now suddenly be that, oh, well, if the woman touches the man's
Yes,
chest, that
we
this is
should.
sexual assault too.
Yes, we
We
should.
need to. Okay, so I'm gonna just finish my sentence really quickly. I think that would be terrible for the
Why?
relations between men and women. because I don't want people becoming more and more asexual and more afraid of the opposite sex. I
Scared
want
of
us
each
to
other.
all
Yeah.
loosen up. I want us to loosen
Yeah.
up. I want us to be able to have good, flirty, consensual, whatever
No.
interactions. I want people to be able to say no if they're not interested and to be able to hit on pretty much whoever they want to hit on. So I don't think the answer to this is to make, I think we should be trying to pull back from what you guys are talking about on the sort of female side of this. We should be trying to say, actually, no, just because you're drunk doesn't make it assault. Actually, no, just because, you know, X, Y, or Z doesn't make it assault. But I don't think the answer should be to say that, yes, every time someone of the opposite sex touches you non-consensually, that is sexual abuse and harassment and assault. I don't see how that will improve the relations between the sexes.
Okay, I'm going to give it to
There's
Fatty.
no
Fatty, respond. Go
there's
ahead.
no pulling back because this is what women do. They will play the game and they will be winning. And as soon as they start losing, I don't want to play chess anymore. Let's play cards. Nah, y'all choose this game. We're playing this game. Because you know what happens? We don't want to play this game anymore. And then you change your mind and you revoke consent. And now we are on the same place. Like we thought the Me Too movement was done. Look at what is happening on the last 2 years. That shit was dead. Everybody was like, damn, these people are crazy. Like some victims came in and we support them. And then as soon as we started supporting them, all of them came out of the woodwork to say, me too, me too, me too, me too, me too. Believe all women. No, we are going to play our game. If you believe, for example, as a feminist, that your nipple is not a sexual part of your body so you could show it, if you can touch my titty, I can touch yours. That's all that
You've
is. We're
been
going
a bit
to
focused on
we
the
are going.
boobs
We no, but that's the thing. But
and
this
the
is the point.
nipples.
This is the point about women don't understanding what they are asking for. If you are going to say that you should show your nipple just like a man because a titty is not a sexual organ, you touch my chest all the time and I can sue you. So why can't I touch yours if it's
Fatty,
not a sexual?
can I ask the last time a woman has touched your chest?
The last time a woman touched my
Yeah,
chest,
just curious.
it was on a Diddy party, but there was
I
no
understand.
semen involved.
I
It was
understand.
just
Gotcha.
some baby oil. Okay,
I was
it was
just
the
curious.
last time.
Martae, can I ask you, Martae, do
Yeah.
you honestly want a Me Too movement for men? Like, I can't imagine that's actually the desired
Yeah, let's
outcome
do it.
but I'm
What I
asking
want,
Martae.
what I want is a non, can you, okay, I don't want to ask a question for your question. That's not what I want. What I want, to be concise, is for you to act, you both actually, Tally and Charlie, to answer this question. Are there, like, because we have this whole argument of what rights do you have that I don't have? That's an ongoing thing. It's never going to end, right? But I need you to answer this for me right now. How is fighting for women's rights in 2025 not beckoning to an overcorrection to women's supremacy?
Oh,
Because
it
it's
is.
all I've heard from what Charlie was saying in her responses was shirking responsibility to a certain degree when it came down to the end, which nobody was able to reconcile because that never got addressed. When I
What
talked about
responsibility am I shirking? Could
play
you
class,
explain
that's
that
what
to
I'm
me?
talking about. Go ahead.
You can.
Can you answer her question, Joke? She asked, what responsibility is Charlie specifically shirking?
I'm talking about, I mean, not you specifically. I'm talking about women as far as like responsibilities in the end of things that you don't want. To Fatty's point, I don't like chess anymore. It's bad. Let me go ahead and turn. Men do not have this option, when it comes down to outcomes, negative outcomes that you don't want that don't favor women that aren't bad. Even though you put yourself in the position of doing this where force is going to be the outcome. I mean, I'll real quick. I'm going to be real quick about this. I'll give you a hypothetical. I've debated many lawyers and attorneys about this whole abortion debate thing, and they said, "Well, we don't have a choice, right?" And this is my whole point. If you go ahead and stab a guy and you say, "Well, why am I being forced to prison?" Well, you have different outcomes. You could have chose to not be in that position. You could have chose to get a paper knife. You could have got a styrofoam knife. You could have stabbed somebody else. But no, at the end of it, people could say, "Oh, I'm forced to do this." No, that's a choice too. But women do not like that choice. When the game starts getting bad, they flip the table over and say, "Let me do something else." This turns men into a pseudo victim class where they have to go ahead and pick up the whole mess and all the pieces. And sometimes with women not even present, like us paying child support, things like this, going to war, fighting for things like you, even though you can protest all you want to, you don't have to do this because you have the luxury to protest because you're not being conscripted or anything. So how are we
Um,
not fighting for women's supremacy?
well, I would like to point out that women can and do have to pay child support. It's just that women typically are the ones taking care of the children. So again, I guess it would be a dual responsibility of typically a woman taking care of the child while the absent father pays for it. But again, this can be reversed. That was my situation growing up. My dad took care of me, my mother paid child support. It's very
So that
possible.
doesn't answer my question though. Can men shirk that responsibility like women can? Because even though, like, let's say your whole point is correct, right? I'm just gonna go ahead and grant you that. You're correct. The woman's holding the kid and all. She one day decides, you know what? Screw this kid. I'm dropping it off at a baby safe haven. I'm dropping it off for adoption, this and that. Can a man usually do, is this normative in society that men have this opportunity to do any of this stuff? Is that
Um,
normative? Is
No.
that mostly
I don't really, I you can shirk your responsibility to pay child support, and you can also refuse to be signed on the birth certificate.
yeah,
This
you
is
can also
something
be sensitive too.
you can insist on genetic and testing. Um, there does seem to be ways to wiggle out of it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have, so many children growing up without fathers and without, especially fathers that pay child support.
Can I maybe
Well, this
maybe
happened before.
just
Go ahead.
Let
just
me
real
just
quick,
do a caveat real quick.
uh,
It's just like 1 second.
1 second,
and
and then
and,
I
and,
want to
and yeah,
move
it's
the
actually one
conversation
second,
forward.
like
Yeah.
three, like five. So it's kind of funny that I live in Portugal, right? I live in Europe. I don't live on the United States. There's three countries in Europe, like France, for example, that literally prohibits the man from doing a DNA test without the woman consent. And this is ridiculous. And this is again the place of where liberties and independence and all this comes from. We once again, nobody's fighting for this. Man, women were once second class citizens. Now they are not. And when men are asking for the same favors, nobody's fighting for it because it's not convenient. Go ahead. I'm sorry,
No, it's fine.
guys.
I guess maybe to kind of help the conversation a little bit and help us kind of ground things a little bit, and I'll ask this to Tolly and Charlie here. And this is a question for both of you. In the year 2025, what rights, privileges, or abilities do you think that women lack that men have, if any? Do you think that we have reached equality, or do you think that women are still behind? And if you think that women are still behind, how are they behind? And I want Charlie to go first, and then I'm going to give it to Tolly.
I mean, I think Tolly would probably disagree, and that's okay. I think it's a personal, feeling. I feel that Roe v. Wade being overturned was a significant infringe severely on women's rights. The right to bodily autonomy. Um, I don't think that women should have to endanger themselves and lose their lives. You know, disrupt their ability to participate in the economy um, through forced child pregnancy and childbirth. Other than that, I would say I feel that at this time, men and women are fairly equal. Uh, I think other than that, it's chillin'. It's chillin'. There's certainly issues that disproportionately, affect women, which I would say, unfortunately, sexual harassment and sexual assault. Women tend to be the victims, men tend to be the perpetrators. That doesn't change the fact that there are male victims and female perpetrators, but again. So other than that, yeah, I'd say we were doing pretty good till 2022.
You noticed that you just lost the debate, right?
You did.
You
And
literally
I can
lost the
tell you how
debate
I
right
feel.
now.
Yeah.
Uh,
All right. I'm going to
Can you
answer now
identify? She lost the
are you
debate because the
because she
revoking of
says
Roe
that
v. Because the revoking of Roe v. Wade actually makes you more equal to men. I don't have the right to opt out of fatherhood, and you shouldn't have it to. The fact that you said that it was all good and dandy when you had the advantage, and now that Roe v. Wade actually brings you closer to men is something that is bad, proves the point that
Okay,
you don't want to be equal.
okay,
There's
Tolly,
another
go
point that
just
destroyed your
before
no,
we
debate.
go
I got a
before we
premise.
go
can
in
I can
again.
I
I gotta give
clarify?
Yeah, clarify, and then Tali gets the mic because I did ask them both a question, and then you
That
both
was
can
a
respond. I
privilege. It's
promise.
not a right equal to men. Men don't have that right.
So having to, while, frankly, if I was a man, I would be very anxious about a woman, keeping a child that I didn't want. But there is also an understanding there that women do take on the physical burden of carrying the child and giving birth to the child, which can be very dangerous, changes one's life, and again, severely disrupts their ability to participate in the economy, and can be, for both the mother and the father, will be a drain on their resources. Even when the father is paying child support, if the mother has custody, that is also a drain on her resources, time, energy, etc. So, again, I don't think it is ethical to force women to go through that. I also don't think it's ethical to, when we get rid of Roe v. Wade, now more men who don't want children are being forced to have children, which is bad, right? We don't want that. We don't want men who don't want to be fathers to be forced to be fathers. Correct?
Quick, after
Patty,
Tally
you're-
goes, I
you're
gotta
muted.
address that.
Yeah, I
But
understand. Well, I don't know why Fatty is muted, but he's muted now. It wasn't on my end. I don't know if you're. Yeah, no one can hear what you're saying. While
we
he's
can't hear
guys
Fatty.
dealing
I'm
with that,
gonna.
we'll give it to Tali. Go ahead.
right now because I have a.
Well,
I'm
we
gonna go
we
ahead
gotta let
and
Tali answer the question. Just write it down, right? But
major
I did ask
contradiction.
Tali a
Go
question.
ahead.
I do gotta let her address it. Go ahead, Tali.
Yeah. Okay, so in 2025, no, there are no rights that men have that women don't have. I think the gentleman here made a decent point that if we're talking about essentially equality, that women's ability to have an abortion where men do not, so women can walk away from parenting where men are not given that option legally, they are required to at least financially parent, for lack of better terms, the child. So I hear what the gentlemen are saying, that abortion is not a good example to use for women's rights being rolled back. I personally, I think the framing, this is why I said from the beginning, I think this is really a cultural issue and not a legal issue. I am dismayed by the framing that is very common in feminist circles or in the sort of like modern, especially progressive discourse today. I don't like that we're framing pregnancy and childbirth as a burden, as a suck of resources. These things might be objectively true, right? That your body undergoes stresses and stuff when you are pregnant, and that yes, having a baby costs money. But I don't think that is the I don't think that's the right way to be looking at the proliferation of our species, right?
And even
So,
if he
and I'm not
was,
saying
and
Mhm.
even
right?
if he was, it's not man's fault. That's God's fault. It's not our
Could
fault.
I
Right.
could I
think
Yeah,
answer
totally.
Tolly real quick?
Yeah.
Tolly, my concern with that is that, I feel like unwanted pregnancy, when someone is not ready to have a child, I feel like it puts a significant economic strain on both mother and father, which, can disrupt someone's ability to, I mean, well, oh my God, there's a specific term that I'm looking for. It is when your class changes and you become richer.
so.
The
Social
Social
advance,
Holy
mobility,
shit.
mobility.
Huh?
upward mobility.
social
Social
mobility,
mobility.
or
Yes, God, thank you.
upward
It
mobility.
Call me
disrupts
Wick, but
someone's
go ahead. Yeah.
access to upward mobility, which is, I think, my God, isn't that the American dream? Is that one day
Yes,
we
but
will
the
have more
American
money than
dream,
our families or
yes,
our
but the American
ancestors.
dream is for your family to be in a good position,
Right.
right? For you and your
Charlie, there's
husband
a
and your
massive
children.
hole.
Hold on, let me go back and forth with Charlie if you guys don't mind
Mhm.
for a second.
Go ahead.
Too late. Yes,
Okay.
please.
Thank you, gentlemen. So while I hear you, and again, some of
Mhm.
these things are sort of objectively true, like having a baby is going to cost money. And if you then can't work and you have less money coming in for your income, you're going to have fewer resources. These things are true. But I think, again, where I think that this all should go is that there are differences between men and women. I think a lot of what's happening in the modern age is that women have been encouraged to put off child rearing, to get a job first, to make sure that you can financially support yourself, just in case, oh, what if your husband leaves you? And these are things that I think for good reason a lot of young women were taught. I mean, my parents have been married my entire life. They're still together. But when I was young, my mom basically told me I need to have a job and have a career that I can take care of myself, just in case something goes wrong in my marriage. And this was coming from a woman who was not scorned by her husband. And this is sort of in the feminist culture right now. And I think that that is actually detrimental to men and women. So what we're seeing now a lot is women, my age in their 30s, who are trying to have children and they're not able to have children because they did wait and they got the sort of corporate job and things. So I think that we need to have a bit of a reshuffling of priorities here. And just like I wish that we had a more positive view on the miracle that is.
Okay, I'm gonna let Charlie respond to that. And once she does, I'm gonna give it to Martae because Martae's been waiting and Martae needs to go. So Charlie, you can respond if you like, and then we're gonna go to Martae.
I can agree on that. But we talked about this a little bit. I think that for that to happen, because I do think that children are a blessing. I would love to have a child someday. We talked about this earlier on the call. The economy right now makes it so hard for many parents who are essentially not upper middle class to have like a single income like household, which means that kids are not going to be getting the attention that they deserve, and it's going to be much more difficult for like I don't like you want to give your children like the best childhood possible. So I agree. I think that we do need to have a more positive view about raising children, childhood. I'm the biggest advocate. I hate when people talk about how much they hate kids because I think that we were all little people once and we should protect them and take care of them and love them. But again, we would have to our economy would have to improve drastically for that to be the case.
Okay, I want to give it to Martae. I've appreciated the back and forth, but I do want to kind of get us back onto the actual topic of the day, which is, again, do women deserve rights, and which rights do they deserve, which rights don't they deserve, etc. Martae, mic is yours. Go ahead.
So right now the prompt automatically destroys itself. So I'm going to bring up 2 points and I have a hypothetical I'm going to give you, Charlie. Me and Charlie, I just want to have a back and forth directly with you with no interruption. So the prompt says, do women deserve? I don't believe that men or women do not deserve anything. I think that things should be earned. I think life is better. You have a better quality of life when people have to earn things. I don't think anybody should just be handed anything. I think that people should earn things, right? You would agree with me on this, right? Who knows? But so this is my point, right? So the prompt automatically kind of destroys itself to some degree. We're going to go into this. So you had mentioned that women are being forced to go, to not abort and whatever this is. You kept using the word force. I need you to go ahead and reconcile this and tell me how women are being forced when they know that when they enter into a sexual verbal agreement with somebody, they know the outcome would be a baby. And this is my hypothetical. I'm going to make this really quick. Let's say that a man is with somebody, they're going to have intercourse, but he loves choking women, right? We all know that the possibility of choking a woman can end up in death because maybe she sees stars, feeling lightheaded, she gets off like this, right? Things like this exist, and I know one person that went to prison for this. They hunted him down in Mexico, got him right. Back to my point. So if we know that we could choke somebody with a cloth, toilet paper, and just imagine it, use invisible hands, something like this, we know that the outcome would be this. Now, if she happens to pass away during this whole period, would he be forced into prison? It's the same thing. You need to go ahead and let me know how you can reconcile women are being forced to go through with this when they make the decision to do this. How's the end force?
I might need just to.
So
rephrase,
I don't understand what
Charlie
the
did.
choking had to do with all that.
When we make a decision to engage in an activity, there's always an outcome that we want to run from and shirk responsibility from, right? Because we know that the possibility could be a baby, right? So you can go ahead and use 20 forms of contraceptions. Even abstinence is a form of contraception. I could choose not to choke somebody while having intercourse with somebody, right? Now, granted, if the outcome ends up bad, right? Am I forced into prison? Yes, they're going to go ahead and cuff me.
Well, that would be like a manslaughter charge, I think. Also, I would say with BDSM, safe, sane, and consensual always, especially breath play is particularly dangerous. And I think people need to be very careful about engaging those practices. And I think it would be tragic if someone were to accidentally kill their partner. However, I would like to say that it's hard to kill someone
How is the outcome worse?
when choking them, because you would notice if they stopped moving, if they passed out, you'd kind of notice. It's not very easy to, like, you would really have to be exerting so much pressure to kill them so fast you wouldn't notice
How do you
that
know so
something
much
was.
about this?
We're having a good time. It's
How
in
do
the
you know so much
moment.
about this?
I just happen to be putting right amount of
My
pressure. I'm a
father's a
bodybuilder.
doctor.
Your
We're
father is
going
a
through
doctor. I
this.
see
I'm
what
not a
you did
doctor.
there.
I don't know anything. We're just having fun, and that's what she likes. We're getting through this, and I don't know my own strength. I'm just going through with this whole process because all my exes love this, and I'm doing this. And next thing you know, she just happens to not be moving because I'm so focused in on the moment that I'm just like, hey, honey, you wait. Oh
Well,
shit.
I would say that probably you need to be very careful about that if you are a
You mean like sex?
bodybuilder, but I
Well,
think
listen,
that
shit could
if
happen.
women
Shit
want
could
you to
happen.
choke
Let's
you,
say, let's say you've done this a million times before, and it only
Mhm,
ended in orgasm, never death, right? But for some
mhm.
reason, this woman in this case, who's consenting to it, wants it, does it all the time with you, with other partners. She has some type of heart condition, whatever, something completely unknown to both of you that moderates this situation, and she ends up dying. I think it would be pretty horrific if you
Can
had to
we
go to
tie this
jail when this
into?
woman was consenting to all
The
of
Yeah,
court,
can
this.
we
the
Yeah, I
tie
court
don't
this
know
into
finds
the
what
that
point
this
though,
would.
please?
Yeah, what
because I
is
used
the?
the amount of force that went ahead and showed that asphyxiation during an autopsy led to it. So that's the end of my hypothetical to where we can go ahead and reconcile that. They show handprints. I used the amount of force to go ahead and cause asphyxiation, and that's what they determined during the autopsy what led to her passing away. How can you say that what she's basically saying is tantamount to me going to prison not being forced? That's basically what this boils down to. She needs to explain to me how it's not forced, women being forced into
You're saying
having
Well,
it's the knowing potential consequences of your actions, even if you think it's unlikely. So like even engaging in consensual sex using birth control and a condom, you could still get pregnant. And so every time you're engaging in consensual sex, so the idea that we're calling it women being forced to carry a pregnancy, in theory, women are only ever forced to go through pregnancy if they were raped, if the baby was conceived in a completely non-consensual way. If this woman was celibate, completely celibate, choosing never to have sex, and then she gets abused and she's impregnated, that would be probably the one scenario where a woman is being truly forced into a pregnancy.
right.
I
Well,
think
my.
but
Okay,
that's not what
sorry.
she's
Go.
saying. She's saying overall, women are being forced, when it comes to what she
So
wants.
we have uh the medicine and the technology to abort a fetus. So if the treatment is available and you are legally denied it, a safe path to abortion is denied you. I think that is force, you know.
The
Um
treatment is
Hey,
not
hold
an
on. The
illness.
same
You are
argument you
talking.
made the
You are
other day
talking like
where,
he's a. You are
bro,
talking like
killer
it's
gets
an illness,
pardoned.
like you were sick and then somebody. No, if you being pregnant is not an illness. It's a part of your biology. So it's not just medicine. You are actually doing something
does
that
it
your
okay,
body.
is pregnancy not a condition that can be changed?
Do you think killers should be pardoned? Do you think that should be a regular prescription from starting outcomes? Do you think the governor should just pardon people because things were accidents? Do you think that should happen? Because that's a
Well, if
functional
you
human.
if there's I mean, it depends. I know that there are manslaughter charges. I'm not a lawyer, uh, but I do know that sometimes if you know, if people die on accident, typically people aren't
No
charged. They
court's gonna
could
be,
be.
oh, it depends on how you had sex. Nobody's gonna do that. I mean, the same thing we could talk about a court trial is like, oh, it depends on how they died and if it was on purpose or not. Nobody cares about that when a infant is gonna be passed away due to tech or anything like that. That's the equivalent of pardoning you. You know, this still doesn't
I
answer the
don't know
question.
if this is a good comparison. Because
They're all outcomes that we're going ahead and trying to avoid by calling in.
Just
So
okay,
let me go ahead and clarify this.
just for my
How are you calling it
edification
forced?
and for my audience's edification, and this is to you, Martae, and you to Fatty. Since I guess we are talking about abortion, as much as I tried to get us off that topic, that's fine.
I'll get you out of it. Don't worry.
Don't worry. But I
Don't
have
worry.
a
Yeah,
question. Do you
we'll
believe
tie it
that
away from it.
abortion should be illegal in cases of rape?
Absolutely. Because your choice was taken. It's all about choice. If you laid with that man consensually,
But you are
then
okay with abortion in the case of rape. In the case of rape,
because you don't have
and
no
something
choice.
like
Yes,
that. Yeah,
absolutely.
okay. What about you,
So
Out of
Martae?
curiosity, oh,
I'm not
sorry.
going to agree with that. I can explain why, but
Okay,
the
so
reason why is
one
that
yes,
baby
one
doesn't have a
no.
choice.
Charlie, ask your question as well. Go ahead. I was just curious for
Um,
my own edification.
does it need to be for abortion to be illegal in cases of rape? Does the rape need to be proven beyond shadow of a doubt? Because that could take months. The baby could be born before then.
No, no, but so no. What should happen is this: you allege that you are raped. People are going to push the right tools for you to get rid of that baby. And if it's proven that you lied to get rid of the baby, you should face the consequences and go to jail, just like everybody else. Because you are actually using a tool that wasn't supposed to be for you, and you are abusing it, putting other women future that are going to be raped in risk because you are using that tool that was not for you. So absolutely, there should be access to that, and there should be consequences if it's proven that you are lying. But again, in this planet, in the West, woman can lie all the time, put false allegations, do a bunch of things, and the only thing that happens is boo-hoo, don't do it again. So
Well, it's
yes,
also hard to prove a rape in many
It's hard
scenarios.
to
Like
prove. It's hard to prove in either direction. Absolutely, Charlie.
yeah.
yes,
That's actually a really interesting point that I hadn't really thought about, and it's a good one. A lot
Well,
of people
Mhm.
talk sort of casually about a rape and incest exception and things like this. But right, if we're trying to get to a standard of like beyond a reasonable doubt or something, that could lead the pregnancy pretty far along where abortion would no longer be an option. And I hear what you're saying, Fatty, and I'm not inherently against what you're saying, that
mhm.
if we decide that the only legal exceptions for abortion are rape and incest, and someone is lying about being raped, I think that yes, it again, if we are saying that it is illegal to have an abortion, then you go and lie about the reason so you can have an abortion, you would be breaking the law. And so I think consequences to
Sally,
follow.
it's just the same
Sally,
as
this is my
it's illegal to kill somebody, but if it's self-defense, it's justifiable. Like it's the same thing. Like there's
so.
some
So here's the
And
exceptions.
those
problem.
things and those things are
Yes,
always hard
doesn't matter.
or can be hard to prove.
Can take years
I'm
to
going to
prove.
give you a real
But
Years.
there
scenario
is
of how
actually Marty.
problems.
Give me
This
just
is
one
what
second. Let
happened.
you
I
guys,
woke
right?
up.
Okay, hold on. You're
But this
both
is what I'm
talking
talking
over each
about.
other. We're both talking
Yeah,
over each
yeah, yeah.
other.
I'll
Yeah.
pass it in my phone. Is literally the same thing. Is if I go ahead and I do something bad to a person, and then I go ahead and for whatever reason it's justified that I did something bad to a person, I'm not going to be punished. But if I did something bad to a person and there's actually no motive behind it, or I'm lying about it, I will face the consequences. Abortion should be exactly the same. If you do it in a righteous way or in a justifiable way, you get the protection from the law and from the community. If you abuse that protection of the law of the community, you should be punished to the highest degree of whatever law is going on. But we don't have laws for that. Go ahead, Marty. I'm sorry.
So here's my scenario I'm going to bring up. I guess Fatty's rights were taken away from him right now. Oh, yeah, he's still there. Okay, so this is what happened. I woke up. I went to a frat party. Of course, you're going to see red cups everywhere. Got drunk because I don't usually drink. I ran track. In college. So this is what happened. I woke up and I wasn't awake, but I was on a couch sleeping, and I had a dream that I was rocking on a raft in the ocean. And then I remember, you ever have a dream where you think things and outside sounds become a part of your dream? I felt like I was gonna be rocked off of this raft. It came to my side. It caught myself from catching myself off of the couch, right, from falling out of the raft. Woke up and there was a woman straddling me, and I had like basketball shorts on. And men wake up with morning wood. It happens, right? This actually happened. And the reason why this is pertinent to this whole conversation is I never consented to any of this. I was waking up hungover, and this happened. So what if this woman had had a baby and got pregnant, right? So this is the end of what happened. I woke up. I said, "Get the fuck off of me." I pushed her off of me, and I woke up. I'm like this. Of course, in my basketball short, the guy wakes up in a beanbag. Another guy wakes up, rubbing his eyes, says, "What the hell are you doing?" How does it look? I'm standing there like this. I can't prove that I didn't take advantage of her. She's now claiming the victim role, screaming, crying, looking at me, and I'm like, "No, it was her." Now I'm running out of a townhouse at a frat party because these guys are going to beat the shit out of me. And I run. What if I found out months later that this woman had a baby? I would be paying child support for a kid I never had. Now, granted, it goes against my Christian ethic worldview of killing a baby, and this is why. I don't think that baby had a choice being born in this world, just like I didn't have a choice. You're literally raping a life away from a baby when it comes to this, you know? So I don't think that a baby should suffer because I did. I think that we should all take an approach to pro-life and not offing babies just because we could push a delete button because some circumstance happened. Things are going to always happen in life against another person. That doesn't mean you should take two lives and an innocent life for one. And that's my whole problem because it's still a human life.
Any response to
Um,
that? Go ahead.
I
I
guess we
just
just see it differently because I guess I take the view that humans had for a good chunk of humanity. Um, fetus is not a baby. I think it's a baby when it can survive outside the womb. I think
I say
before
human
that
life.
it is a fetus. Um, which again, by the way, is how most of humanity viewed uh,
But a
fetuses
fetus is
for
just a small human, right? It's just a fetus
Yeah, it's
is the
human life.
human state before they exit the
sure,
womb.
I hate
sure.
that this has become an
I don't
abortion
know
debate.
about that,
Honestly, I
but
hate it.
but
I also hate that it's become an abortion debate, Wick, because I think it
We,
I
is.
just
we
want to
can
say
we
this.
can back
Hey,
off of it.
Let's
Well,
build
hold
up to
on.
rights.
Perhaps
Rights are being stripped. So go ahead.
so. I do think it would be helpful if we brought this conversation. Wick has asked this a couple of times, and I feel like we only got one answer, which is again, what rights that women currently have. And I'm with you, Martae. I think rights is probably the wrong word, but what type of legal protections that women or legal privileges that women currently have should they not have? One answer was the right to vote, and maybe we can like circle back and talk about that. I think I'm very interested in the abortion debate, but I think the way that we're having it right now is not it's not really in line with the topic of the
Not
We can
I
move
have
away
productive,
from
I
that
yeah.
voting if
I
you
have
want.
more than I'll save y'all. Don't worry, friends. I'm here for that, right? But and by the way, Charlie, it's kind of funny that you said that having a kid will impair a woman from upwards mobility financially when there's literally almost women got their money from the first place. It's by sleeping with the man of means and they become richer afterwards, divorce, getting but like this is literally being a woman using sex to get power and wealth and men using power and wealth to get money.
Well,
There's no
I grew
actually
up around like educated women with jobs, so I guess we just come from different environments.
Absolutely, absolutely. But even the
Yeah.
most educated, it doesn't deny history. Okay, there's a bleep in history. But let's go back to the rights, right? Um, rights that women shouldn't have. Female-only places, for example, sports. There's literally sports is the perfect example of woman being okay with we not being equal. If sports were about competence, there wouldn't be no WNBA, no soccer female team. It will be the survival of the fittest. Everybody gets on the same soccer field and everybody scores a goal. The reality is, women can join the NBA. If women are good enough, women can actually go and join the NBA. But because men are benevolent and men understand that you are physically weaker, we go out of our way to create all these structures so you can go ahead and miss a layup and miss a wide open goal because we actually understand that your rights are not the same as ours. Women would never get away and never get rid of the right to have their female soccer teams and their female whatever because they know if we actually consider ourselves the same as y'all, you would literally never touch any sport ever again other than playing on the streets with other people. So once again, y'all agree with us. Y'all just don't want to understand, like you just don't want to acknowledge. Y'all agree that we should have the same rights, and this is a privilege that you have because I can join the WNBA and I will be dunking on those bitches. Ladies, sorry, my bad. In 20,
There's
I
also
don't
no rules
know
covering
if
women in the NBA
that's
too.
a right. I don't know if that's a right. I'm not sure that
there's
that
not a
like
right.
fits in no. We're talking about like privileges or responsibilities or things
So,
like this
so
that the government
perfect.
enforces,
So, for example, female
like voting.
spaces inside of gyms,
Right.
isn't that like, do you think there's a privilege, there's a right? What do you think that is? When I go into the gym and there's an area where women can be and men can be, and then there's little room where the only people that can be there is women with vaginas. Is that like a
So
right? Is that a
so
privilege?
I would
What do you
say
think that
that
is?
you're misunderstanding the purpose of sports, which is to entertain and make money. it's not really like we don't need sports. You know, it's not like a vital institution to our
Female sports
country.
lose
Not
money and
everyone
don't
is,
produce
no one is,
anybody.
you know,
Let
equal
her finish.
access
Go
to
ahead, Charlie.
sports is not
That's what
something
she
that
said.
our country guarantees. If there were to be no women's leagues of sports, I wouldn't care. I don't do sports. I don't really care about sports. I think that that would be interesting actually, because I would love to see which sports women actually could excel at. I think that there are a couple. I do believe it's
Give me
God,
one.
I think it's rifles, things that require aim. Women are actually typically equal with men at.
No,
I could send you
No,
links
they're
about
not.
this. Long distance swimming. Men and
What?
women typically are very even at due to the fat content in a woman's body. And I think some gymnasium things, just things that because you know, like most sports are designed with the male anatomy in mind and emphasize male strengths. Some other sports, very few, emphasize you know, the female anatomy and women's strengths. So, but again, also sports aren't, you know, like Tali said, they're
Charlie,
not a
the,
right.
the only sport that actually is financial viable and entertaining is tennis. Is the only sport that we kind of respect womancraft, and even the best woman couldn't even compete with the top 300 men. They will lose with kids in high school
No,
and college.
that's fine,
So,
but it's
one
entertainment.
second.
It's
Yeah, but that's the
entertainment.
point. But there's the point. It's not
I think
entertainment.
there's more. I think there's more to sports than entertainment.
One second, please, lady. Appreciate it.
sports are
Just
extremely political, and I'll give you a reason. We've had
one
trans
second,
rights
one
before
second,
we can.
please, 1 second, please, something.
But
If if it was entertaining, you would watch it. Even
Yeah,
I would
so
watch
I
it.
agree.
And
I agree.
Marty would watch it. It doesn't make money to
Okay.
nobody. Actually, it's a burden
Well, let's
to
not talk
society,
about.
to be
We
Hold
honest.
on,
Because
because I think
yeah.
there is a topic here. There is something to talk about here. So let's take it away from professional sports and let's take it to high school
hmm,
sports. Do you not think there should be different divisions in high school or college, for example, sports
it's
between men and
called
women?
age.
Would you
It's called weight classes. It's
you so
called age. It's
you would
called
advocate for allowing men to compete in women's college sports?
no, no, no. I think it's a free for all. If you are equal to us and you don't want to have
We're not. Hold
politics,
on, hold on. Yeah, so I'm gonna jump in. So we're obviously not equal to men, as you guys just
yes,
laid
you
out.
are. You
I'm
say that
not
you
even.
are.
So she didn't
I'm
just
all your,
say
I'm
that.
all your bro.
She didn't say that at all.
No,
I
no,
didn't say that at all,
no.
and I actually don't think I said it at any point in this conversation, frankly. But women, especially when it comes to physicality, are
Mhm.
not equal to men at all. And this is sort of an undercurrent that we haven't really addressed. That I think comes up even in the conversation about sexual assault and abuse and all of these things. Like I think the reason that we are more sensitive, more tuned in, and maybe biased in the favor of women is because of the nugget of truth, which is women are smaller and vulnerable to the power and size of men. Even if most men, and I do believe the overwhelming majority of men would not infringe on women's rights in that way, are not looking to abuse women in any way like that. But with sports, I don't really understand. Like, so I'm completely with you. I don't think that we should be artificially boosting female leagues, right? I don't think that we should the push to have like the USA women's soccer team to get paid more because they are like winning more than men. Okay, they're winning more than the men's team, but only a tiny fraction of people are watching. They're not making money. If you don't make if your sport is not generating income, if you're not bringing people in to come and see you and sit in the stands, you shouldn't just be there should be no government subsidies for women's sports at the professional level. Like Wick is saying, I think there is value to sports beyond entertainment, although I think obviously entertainment is a big part of it. Skills, team building, all of these things are important. Physical activity, something that we're severely lacking in
That's,
America in our
that's
modern
fair.
society.
Yeah.
So I think there's lots of good reasons to have sports, and I think they absolutely should be sex segregated. That's the only way
So,
for women to be
so,
able to compete in sports is to have
so,
their own sports leagues.
but the point is, this is benevolent sexism. This is just like being
But
chivalrous,
why
right?
though?
No, no. Let me like because think about this, right? We actually
Yeah.
think as y'all as inferior, not as I will step on you. We think that you are more vulnerable, so we go out of our way to give you space and protect you, like the female gym room that nobody uses for whatever reason, but still there for the shy girl to come in and to do her exercise. We kind of look at you that way. Like this is a clear example, right? For example, homeless shelters. Most of homeless are men. So why there's 1,000 homeless shelters for women and there's 2 for men? You see what I'm saying? If we look at the resources we have and we look at what happened in real life, right? If we were having a conversation about catcalling, I would say we need to do something because 90% of catcalling is about man to woman. So we need to protect women so these guys are not walking on the street. Woo woo, hey, we don't say, what about the 10%? But as soon as you get the issue, for example, like homelessness, where men are disproportionately affected, in my opinion, is like, how can I don't know how many men be homeless and people I can't actually know that homeless men stay on the streets longer, they get on drug, all of these, and the homeless shelters are for women. And you have to walk and walk and walk to find one that actually accepts men. Why is society built like that? Because we're not equal, because we don't have the same rights, and because people, for whatever reason, once again, think even the woman, the most powerful, most free, most educated, most this is the best woman that we had in the history of mankind, and we still treat her like she was a damsel in distress that doesn't have a chat GPT to kind of guide her through life like the man does. It's
I think
in my opinion, once again, we are not the same. And y'all agree with this.
the more you fight for women's rights, the more we're fighting for literally women's supremacy and an overcorrection on the women's movement. So that's to Fatty's point. Like, if all things supposedly are agreeable and equal to some people in society, the more you fight back to Wick's thing as far as like who has more, who has less. And we could say, well, it's kind of fair to Charlie's point. If you're still fighting, how are you not fighting for female supremacy at this point?
I mean, I don't want women to be supreme. I don't want women to have power over men. I am, in fact, I don't like hierarchies in society. I'm against those.
You can't avoid it.
But I think that women should maintain the rights that we have. I don't want to lose the rights that I have. To Fatty's point, the reason there's so many homeless shelters specifically for women is because homeless women get raped a lot. So that's, those shelters exist to protect women, homeless women from that. That being said, I think it would be a lovely thing if men were to, start homeless shelters for men. I think that that's something that you could potentially pitch to, I don't know, your city council.
Let me jump in on the
Why
homeless.
building
Hold
them?
on.
Why
Well,
not just repurposing them, right? Because for when a woman wants something, we don't build another stadium for a woman. We say this is the LA Lakers. We're going to change the floor, and now it's the LA Sparks.
do you
We
not think
don't
that
build
there's
things.
a
We just
do you not think that
right?
there's a space for women's only shelters though?
No. There's a space for woman-only shelters, but the reality, once again, is the number. Like, is when we have an abundance of food, but only a small section of people get it, and the other ones starve. This is what happens with homeless shelters. The numbers are clearly skewed to benefit women in not in favor of men, but the opposite in disfavor of men. Like, you don't have to build them. You just have to say there's 100 homeless shelters from 100 people that are homeless. 75 are men, so we're going to allocate 75% to the men and 25% to the woman. You don't have to build more. You just have to actually use your resources and relocate them so these men can have access to it. Why should we have to build shelters when y'all didn't build none of them?
I think, Fatty,
What is the woman that
I
what is the
think,
woman that built one shelter? Not
all
even
right,
a
calm down for
window.
a
The
sec.
man went there.
Okay.
Okay, let's give it
Yeah,
let's give it to
reel it in
Tali.
for 1
Tali,
sec.
go ahead. Tali, please.
Thank you very much
Yeah,
for
so
calling. Thank you.
So, yeah, sure. If we have like, especially if there are women's shelters that are like not being filled to capacity, and we have all of these men on the street, then it makes complete sense to change the existing infrastructure and turn this from a women's shelter to a men's shelter. I spent several years working as a case manager for severely mentally ill homeless people. Yes, we separate by sex, but another important reason there is because the women's shelters are family shelters. So they have children also there. So the women's shelters are for children and women. And so it requires different levels of security and things like that. And perhaps there's a societal judgment and value placed on the fact that maybe society is actually making the choice that we would rather use our resources to protect the homeless children than the homeless adult males. I'm not saying that's inherently good or bad. And again, especially if we have women's shelters that are being underutilized, it makes all the sense in the world to convert those into men's shelters. And again, where I worked, there's a men's shelter and there's a women's shelter, and the women's shelter is a family shelter.
And the number one question is, why are women that are homeless still getting their kids? This is what we have to talk about, right? If this is a family shelter and the system, the family system, the family court is skewed, even these women that are on precarious positions still get those kids, right? And in my opinion,
What
once
if
again,
so?
there's a lot of
What if
those
the
women
man is
that
homeless?
needs to survive. Like is they are on precarious positions when they have Section 8, food stamps. This is not women that go from I have a steady position and now I'm homeless. This usually is I'm already using these kids to get benefits and I still going to keep my kids because having my kid is going to give me immediate access to shelter. So once again, it needs to be at least
Are you under the impression? Yeah. So are you under the impression that the women in these shelters, in these homeless shelters with their children, that the fathers of these children are like gainfully employed, have a house, and are just being denied access to their children? If that's what's happening, then I'm totally against that, and we should immediately intervene.
I couldn't speculate on that, but I think it's highly improbable that both parents are homeless. You see what I'm saying? It's highly improbable that the mother and the
I
man
could
are
actually,
both
I
homeless.
could actually speak to this.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Because of my own family circumstances. There was a period of time in which my mother did not have a, stable place of living, and I lived with my dad, who was gainfully employed for that reason. If there is a parent or family member, oftentimes, social workers will do what they can to place the children with the families, which Tolly could probably speak far more to, actually.
Well, women have taken over the structure as far as like the what's been allowed to them and had an overcorrection and I think frankly an abuse of this. I'll give you a case in point. Since Charlie wants to bring up her history, I'll bring up mine. I grew up in Section 8 housing to a deaf black mom, right? My dad tried to come home and said, I'm gonna come in. My mom was like, nah, because Uncle Sam's giving me enough of a paycheck. I'll take care of this. So a lot of men were blocked from coming in the home and taking their, sole custody or even quality time with their kids because of this. Women have weaponized the system against men to some degree or ran men off because they've chosen one father and eliminated the other. This happens a lot. So with Fatty's point of, the women still getting their kids, it's the same concept. Women are taking this small little opportunity and making men a pseudo slave class, like we're talking about, to a system that women have weaponized against men.
Would you want your daughter? Would you want like your very young children to be around severely mentally ill, homeless adult men who could be on drugs? Because I would take, if I had children, I would prefer my children be around other homeless children and other homeless women versus, if I was a father, I would assume he would be like, I want, mom to have them in the women's shelter so that they're not around adult men who might touch them.
So can those women protect those kids as well as those guys?
Marty, she just pushed for discrimination based on gender. I just want to point that out. Go ahead, you got this.
So
Is that discrimination? I'm not sure if that's discrimination based on gender. She's talking about the well-being of the children, and we know.
What about my
gentlemen?
son?
Hold
on. You're talking over each other. No one can hear when you're talking each other. Tally, make your point, and then Martae can respond. Go ahead.
We know that the biggest risk to the well-being of a child is an unrelated adult male, not the biological father. I'm with you. We should be encouraging and our society should be set up so that it does not incentivize women to kick out their husbands and the father of their children so that they can get money from Uncle Sam. I completely agree that incentive structure is totally skewed, but having a bunch of vulnerable children in a shelter with a bunch of men who are unrelated to them seems like a more dangerous situation. If we're talking about, if the two options are homeless shelter and homeless shelter, of course, if there's an option to have the kid safely in a home and with a family, that is the preferred option. But if the two options are being with a bunch of mothers and other children or being with a bunch of unrelated adult males, I think the children are much more likely to be safe in the former.
Go ahead, Marty.
So one thing you're taking away from this whole picture is the reason why we're getting numbers of kids being assaulted is because the real dad isn't present. In this scenario, the real dad
Yes.
is present. You're taking
Yes.
away the security of this kid from that person. Now, in this case, if a man is taking his child in a homeless shelter, his form of protection is with him. So if
Yes.
the burden is on the man,
Well,
it
hold
can't be
on.
on
What
him
form of
because
protection?
he's going to
What
be
form of
Is a
assaulted.
protection?
is
His
a deterrent because most people
just
that
like
are
just his physical
sexually
presence.
no, no. For
Is his
example,
Yeah.
physical
Well,
presence the
no, no.
deterrent?
the biggest indicator for somebody like a grown man trying to molest a kid is the father in the house. They usually target single mothers. They usually target people that don't have an uncle or don't
Well,
have a
this is a
brother.
homeless
They-
shelter. We're talking
Right.
about a
Attorneys.
homeless
but that's
shelter.
the thing. But think about it. If the argument is what about the kids? Wouldn't you want to put the kid with the most aggressive man that actually is going to be a deterrent? I'm not going to fuck with Marty if he has his kid, but if I see Charlie
So
with their kid, I might try it. So
Which
it's even
situation
about the
because it
kid.
goes down
Shouldn't the
to
man
gender.
actually get the shouldn't the man actually get the kid?
right, right,
Because
right. So
Yes.
again, I hear you guys, and this would perhaps be a good argument for where is the child safer in some type of custody dispute. If we're talking
Mhm.
about two people who have homes, this is something that is worthwhile to bring up. Worthwhile to bring up that perhaps the child would be better off living with their father if we're considering that both of them are gainfully employed and have
Stats are
homes.
better with
However,
men.
I'm with you. I'm saying that would be a much more fair argument in that circumstance, but not in the circumstance where you are cloistered together with a bunch of other adult men. So I hear you. Yes, you want to be the one to protect your child, but what if there's just a bunch of bigger men there too? In the
Wait,
women's
wait.
shelter, there's security that's preventing any of
Which of
these
the
men
men
from
can
coming
open
in.
jars? Is my question. Which of the men are able to
Women are
open
more.
terrible
the olive
provocation, sir. You're
jars?
going to
I'm
be
just
punched
really
in the face.
curious. Okay, I'm just saying, right?
I'm just going to say this. I saw Pursuit of Happiness, and Willow Smith did nothing happen to him when he was with his dad. So I'm right, and
Well,
you're
that's a
wrong.
film.
No, it's not. It's real life. You won an Oscar.
All right.
That really
All
happened.
right.
That was basically true
There's
events.
that's actually a true story. It's
Okay.
based on a true story, I think.
Yeah.
I guess let me try to drive the conversation a little bit. Do we think? So let's go back to the voting thing. Can you give us? And I'm just really curious, Charlie. I'll ask you first. Why should a woman be able to vote when they aren't subject to some of the same responsibilities that men are? So, for example, men have to serve or have to sign up for the draft, but women don't. Why should women be giving the same privilege when they don't have to do the same responsibility? Go ahead.
Well, one, again, I'm against the vote. Two, women pay taxes. And women also provide the people. There are no people without women. And for that reason, I think women should be able to vote. If you're, again, no taxation without representation.
So if you don't have kids, you shouldn't vote, right?
No, I pay taxes. I have no children, and I'm a tax-paying
If you
citizen. And if I had no right to vote, that wouldn't be fair.
So if you are a person that is on Section 8 or you are one of these people that is carnival every time it's January because you get tax returns and you get more money than you actually put in the system, you should lose your right to vote, right?
Well, they pay sales taxes whenever they buy something.
No, you're pushing it, right? Like we're pushing it a little bit, right? If I am a single baby mama of 7, actually, I am a single woman. I have no kids, meaning I didn't contribute to the growth of the population and society. And every tax season for the last 3 years, I get more money from the system that I put in it. Should I vote?
I mean, does she have no job? Does she do nothing? She doesn't contribute to society. She sits in
She
her
just
room.
a shitty job. She just gets, like you said, taxes, meaning you're contributing to society, and you said birth, right? So you put children on this planet. If I don't have children and I have a shitty job to the point where I get more money from the system that I take it, meaning I'm a burden to society, I should lose my right to vote, right?
No, I don't think that at all.
Oh, you kind of defeated the point.
Well, I
Hold
mean,
on.
it's
How are
not like
babies
you
not
don't
able to
contribute to society if you are on Section 8 housing. You're still contributing to society.
How?
Because if you put people in positions where they are not going to end up on the streets, they can work. They can do job. They can make money. They can provide services. Create
Hmm.
goods.
Hmm. Do people that don't have a net positive don't have a net
Contribution.
positive, yes, on society, should they vote?
Um, that would be tricky to determine because I mean, some of the wealthiest people in the country don't even come out, net positive. So I think that, well, frankly, I thought you guys were going to talk about, well, women don't do this. They don't build houses or something. So I brought it to taxation. But it is my opinion that if you are 18 plus in this country, you should be able to vote. If you live
So
here,
no
you should
matter what,
vote.
as long as you are not something that is very nefarious to the society, you think by default women should vote, right?
No, I think even felons should vote. I think it's bad for felons to not be
But
able to
but
vote.
but, but,
I'm
but you
I'm
know what?
fully against that.
But do you see what's going on? If a felon should vote, but somebody that doesn't is like turns 18 and goes, I think it's conscription or something like that. The name in English, I don't know how the name is. You just to enlist yourself. At least put the name there. That person gets their rights removed. Like you can literally lose your passport if you don't pay child support. You can lose rights for actually not doing your job for society, like not being a net positive. If men are being punished in every single way, every time they go to jail, every time they don't pay child support, every time they don't declare to the draft, what is the equivalent for women? Like what will be the equivalent for
Women do go to jail and they do pay child support.
They do, but there's is there a significant number compared with the man, or because you can find anything everywhere. On welding, you can find 99% man and 1% woman. In building roads, you can find
Well,
97% man
this
and
is an
3%.
equal
Right?
opportunity society. I guess I would say maybe men need to commit less crimes, and maybe fathers need to be more interested in. Men need to be more interested in taking care of children and having children. Then I guess that wouldn't be much of an issue, right? Maybe it's like it's an attitude problem amongst men.
Well, your whole point about felons not being able to vote, I want to go ahead and talk about that. So, if you had felons and inmates able to vote, and you had the majority, let's say you have a small town and the prison population was more than the town, and they all voted that inmates could have knives. Do you think that could end up in a very bad outcome?
Okay, who would propose a bill that inmates should have knives?
You got to engage with the
Who is
hypothetical.
proposing who is and what town is there in which there are more
Let's
prisoners?
just say there's a small town and there's a prison, and they've outsourced to some prison industrial complex in some podunk town, and it just so happens to be that there's space on this grid because the city's overwrought with buildings and other infrastructure. And in one town, you just have a prison, and it just so happens to be that it's manned by less officers, everything else, and they voted in that one jurisdiction for inmates to have knives.
Do you
Do you
think
think this?
inmates do you okay, first of all, for this hypothetical, one, I can't imagine any congressperson proposing let's make a law so that inmates
Their
can have
votes.
knives. I think that would be silly.
So
I also
People
maybe
think
vote.
that most inmates would not vote for inmates to have knives due to the increased danger to them.
So what? They voted for knives. They
I
want to
don't.
have knives.
So can we
They
Okay.
have
can we
equal vote.
clarify here? Can we clarify here, Charlie? Are you saying that you think that everybody in prison should be able to vote, or rather that once you are released
Felons.
from prison, if you still have a
Yes.
felony record, that you should be
Hey,
allowed to
hold
vote?
on.
So are you saying
They're
in
felons in
prison?
prison.
I'm trying to
I'm not
clarify here. Are
sure.
you
I'm
talking
not
about people
sure.
in prison or people who are formerly incarcerated?
I think formally incarcerated 100%. In prison, I'm on the fence about. I do think that we have a system in America that incentivizes people to, uh, because of the prison industrial complex, there are various companies in America that make a bunch off of prison labor. We're incentivized to put people in prison, so I think that there's a lot of people there that probably don't deserve to be there. But again, so I'm very big on yes, once you are released. Absolutely 100%. In prison, I don't know.
So hold on. Well, if they're a felon in prison and they're a felon outside of prison, are you saying that your right to vote should be granted just because of a place you're in? That's it? That doesn't quite make sense.
She's
So
saying that
fine.
she's saying potentially that people who are incarcerated should temporarily lose their right to vote. But when you
Right, but
once
they're
you've
still
served
a
your
felon.
time,
You're stripping rights away from a felon. And you're just saying just during a
Well,
time you should have your rights revoked.
What she's
Well, it is
well,
a, it
hold
is
on,
a
but
let
hold on.
me
punishment.
try.
Sorry. When you are in prison, your rights are revoked. That is what
Right,
incarceration means.
exactly.
Right,
So
Yeah.
felons
right.
outside, how's the like we're saying the only difference is because you're inside.
and
Okay,
that
I
makes
Yes,
mean
you
that's
because
like
once
when
you
you
get
killing.
out of,
Punishment is
hold on,
over.
hold on. I really
that
gotta,
is literally how it
I
works.
really
Providing for a
gotta
deterrent
give you
to
the
take away
difference here,
from.
Martae, buddy. So when someone is released from prison, right? They are no longer an inmate. They may still
I
have been a
agree.
prior convicted felon, right? But they are no longer an inmate. What Charlie is arguing is that once you've done your time and been released from prison, you should have your right to vote restored to you.
Which creates another can of worms because we're taking a deterrent away from society to do said thing. I think that deterrent should be put in place. And when you take away deterrents, you have allowance that happens in society. Do you think that if there was more kissing allowed in society, which let's say that there was a village where I said nobody can kiss or you're going to get put in prison and you can't vote, all this other stuff, right? Do you think there would be more kissing or less kissing in this town?
I'm
Less
sorry.
kissing, but hold
What are
on,
you
but
talking about?
that is because of the incarceration. So here's a potential problem that I see with what you're saying, Marta. And I'm very sympathetic to incentive structures and things like that and deterrence. So I understand where you're coming from, but this is not even something that's applied across the board. So different states have different rules and policies on whether
I
someone
can
who is
agree.
formerly incarcerated can vote. So it's not even a deterrent that we enforce across the board. And I think in your example of would people kiss less, I think they would be kissing less because they don't want to go to jail, not because they're worried that then when they get out of jail, they still won't be able to vote. I still think that being incarcerated is the main
Let's say,
deterrent here.
okay, let's say that if you kissed and you got caught in public, you can't vote. Do you think there would be more kissing or less?
Less, of
less kissing.
course.
Thank
No,
you.
but Marte, the
But
thing
hold on,
is,
what does that prove? Can you I don't think I
So,
followed the
so what I'm
connection
saying
there.
though is if it's a deterrent and it stops the promotion of kissing in public, all you're doing is going ahead and taking away deterrent. That's all I'm saying is that we don't want to remove
What if the
deterrence from
deterrent
society.
Sure, but what if the okay, so
If kissing caused the
I'm partially with you, but I think again the deterrence, the proportion of the deterrence that is the your ability to vote once you are released from incarceration. I think that's a very small percentage of the overall deterrence that incarceration is playing in that case, or imprisonment is playing in that case. But I think also, and maybe you don't agree, but I think there are people who are able to be rehabilitated to a certain extent. There are people who serve their time and come out and do a lot of good for the world, for their community. So aren't we?
you
I
do
don't know.
you
I
so
guess
see
I'll
you
just leave. I'll just
you
leave
you
that
right
out
because
there.
we granted rights
you
to if we granted rights to people who violated them and then we said you can do this, like if a kid got pushed off a swing and then went and told his mom, hey, Timmy pushed me off of this swing and I got really hurt in the process and it happened 20 minutes ago. The mom said, oh, that's fine, that was just 20 minutes ago, that's okay. Do you think that child's trust would be the same or less in the
But
mom?
but we're missing something, right? Okay, yeah. So if the mom just said, "Oh, don't worry, that was 20 minutes ago," but if the mom punished the other kid for 20 minutes, and that was the known response,
Well, that's baked
consequence,
in.
whatever of the behavior, why is that?
so
How's that
so
baked in?
That's baked in because if the mom actually did something about it, we could say, well, that's a deterrent, that's good, whatever. And their rights of playing at the
But it's gonna
playground would
be,
be
but it's gonna
revoked
be
for a
a
long period of time.
temporary deterrent. It's gonna be a temporary deterrent, right? So these things, like you're gonna put the kid in timeout
Still a
or something, or
deterrent.
you're gonna remove
Okay,
him from recess. The kid is gonna be
We are
allowed
we
to
are
come
we
back
are
and
let
getting
vote.
me
to the point of time where we're just gonna be
We're
done.
taking
let me
rights
So
bring
away.
this
We're
down to
taking
your
rights
level,
Charlie,
away from
Charlie,
Marte.
go
society.
Let
ahead,
me
Charlie.
let me bring this down to your level, Marte. So, if your mommy grounds you because you did something naughty, and she puts you in timeout, and you are not allowed to play on the Nintendo for a whole day, um, that would suck. But do you think you would change your behavior if you never got Nintendo again? I think
I'm glad you brought that up.
you would probably spaz out. Is
Well,
it not
because
normal for the parent to restore the rights to the Nintendo after the child has served their sentence? This is typically how
guess what's going to
punishments
happen?
work. This is usually how punishments work.
This is how law enforcement works and punishment works. If I get grounded from using the Nintendo and all the other, let's say I have 7 siblings in the house, they see me get grounded, right? Are they less likely to go ahead and do what I did to get grounded for life from the Nintendo, or more likely to do it? Because at that point, it's not about me, it's about societal change. Do you think that they would be, it's about them now at this point. It's not even about me because I
Okay,
lost my
well,
privilege.
felons can't vote, and people still like murder and stuff. So this isn't like a great
Oh,
like
so
felons
you're
cannot
arguing
vote.
away for deterrence to be removed from society. That's literally what
No,
you're arguing.
what I'm saying is I think prison serving your sentence is we already do that. People already do that, and it sucks. But I think
Okay,
after
Going to
people
prison
serve their
is a huge
sentence,
deterrent.
it's
so let
really
me so
bad.
let me
Okay, we're gonna
hey
give it
Wick,
to Fatty.
let me
We're
say
gonna
let
hold
me
on.
yeah, let
Just
me
before
say
you go,
this
Fatty.
again.
Before you go, Fatty, because I'm gonna give everyone a little housekeeping here. What we're gonna do is we're gonna give it to Fatty, okay? And Fatty's gonna go, and then we're going to start to close this down, right? We're gonna get to closing
Yes.
statements, wrap it down. If you guys want me to do an open panel after this where people can come on, we can, but you have to pay me money to do it. I'll need $100
Yes, a lot
in
of
super
money.
chats. $100 in super chats or gift subs. Otherwise, I'll just stop. Incentivize me, okay? With that said, Fatty, go ahead.
I will save this and go back to the rights again, right? So the ladies agree that if you pay for your punishment and you do the time, you should get your rights back. That's what you're kind of saying, right? You get punished, like you do something wrong, you go to jail, you get punished, you serve your time, you regain your rights. Is that fair?
Yeah.
That's fair.
More or
Okay,
less.
it still benefits women because women are disproportionately they get lesser sentence for the same crimes. So you are literally putting more women on the field that can vote and can sway elections because me, I kill somebody, you kill somebody, I get life and you get 70 years and you go back to the street and gain your rights. So even if we go back to the original conversation, this is something that will benefit women because for whatever reason, we have sympathy for y'all and we don't have for men.
I would say that this is actually more of a class and race issue if we want to talk about disproportionate discrimination.
No. Don't do
It
that.
is
Don't
it
put
is
your
it
back.
is
No.
it is poor men. It is poor men who are far it is the poor who are far more likely to go to
Poor
prison
women
or
don't get
jail.
poor women don't get the same outcomes
No,
as poor men.
they
That's the
do.
point. If you put poor man with poor woman, rich man with rich woman, poor men get more penalized than poor woman, rich men get more penalized than rich woman, black men get more penalized than black woman, white men get more penalized. So this is a gender
So
thing
you
too.
think that rich men go to prison more than poor women?
No. What I'm saying is that if a rich
Uh-huh.
man commits a crime and a rich woman commits a crime, the man will be more punished than the woman because both of them are rich, but their gender is going to make her get away with stuff. It happens all the
So
time.
I don't really understand, like, okay,
Uh-oh.
so shouldn't we fix that? Shouldn't we make sure that
We're trying.
sentencing
You guys just help
is
us.
equitable?
Please help.
What I will go out tomorrow with my titties out to
Please.
fight for equal sentencing
Free
between
the
men and women.
nipple.
This still seems to come down to I guess this is where I get confused. I feel like again there's sort of like a double
Thank you for
speak
the gift
happening.
subs,
Like,
Alexander Rin. That's $100. Okay, we're doing
It's
an open
100. Thank
after.
you
You
very
guys
much,
don't
Alex.
have to
Alright.
stay.
like men it's like men are so powerful and are stronger and therefore have all these responsibilities and that's why they should have more rights, etc. But also we need women to stand up and fight for this. I mean, presumably this is something that men themselves could alleviate, could
As woman,
eradicate this discrepancy. In fact, I'm assuming, and I don't know this, someone could look it up. I'm assuming that there are more male judges than female judges. We should look.
yeah.
Oh,
I'm
let
sure
me
there's
look this
also
up actually.
bias. I'm sure there's also bias. I'm sure men are more biased against other men than they are against other women. So this is not entirely a women problem. And you could say, well, yeah, but that still works out in favor of women.
Everyone
Okay, but
is.
then is that not men's fault?
No, that's the point that everyone
Mhm.
is. So this is what is going to happen if men start to push for these things, right? They will have
Mhm.
50% of women that don't support them. Not 50%. They will have half of the population that is women that don't support them, and they will have other 20% of men that don't support them either. So if Marty says we are going to take women rights, 99% of the woman population is going to say nope, and 25% of men are going to say nope. So you have 25% of the population against
Right, but
75%.
the women
One
can't do
second, one
anything
second,
because of
please.
the
One
force
second, please.
doctrine. So
One second,
ultimately,
please.
it's the men allowing them
No,
to.
no, but
So
And if
the
it's
actually
point.
there
all
are far
men,
more
Let me
female
let me
all
finish.
judges or far more
Let me
male
finish, please.
judges.
Let me finish, please. The point is this: If you have male allies, and the only way you got to where you was by getting a significant male population to actually be your allies, by passing things, by having power and delegating to them, by making most of the economic gain, but still allow you to control 80% of the consumer spending, it's time for righteous women to now do their job and to ally to these 25% of men. So when you actually go to fight, you have an equal size population that is going to make these men think, oh, I won't get elected if all these women are fighting for the same rights that these men are. But because we don't have numbers, nobody's going to pass nothing. So yes, it's your job to actually cross this line the same way we crossed the line before to help us get somewhere, since we did this for you. I think it's only fair.
So men won't do things in service of other men unless there's a strong enough contingent of women who fight
Unless
for
you
it.
got your titties out, apparently.
Yes.
That's the only way to make
sounds
babies.
You know what?
Sounds
You know how I
like it
think
sounds
of it?
like you've given women far
No,
too
no, no.
much power. If that's the
You
case,
know how I think
No,
of it?
Yeah.
women.
we probably
It's this
should
climate.
rein it back in.
No,
if
but
that's
you
the
know,
case.
you know what I think of
Yeah.
it?
If only
The-
women
the-
can make change, I don't know.
That's not the point. The point is this: the civil rights movement had a bunch of white people supporting it, right? It was not just black people. On the Black Lives Matter protest, most people were white. You need the consensus of the majority to help you out, right? For example, the LGBT movement, they needed a bunch of heterosexual people to go out of their way to push gay marriage and to push gay adoption. The Jewish population is a very small population. They still need the consensus of the majority to help them. Why do you think men will be different? Why would you think that if every single of these groups got their rights and got their agenda pushed because the majority actually helped them push it, why do you think men don't need women now? Like, what will be different?
Well, men are not a statistical minority in the way that LGBT
The same
people
way women are not
in
the
the
statistical
way that
minority.
Jews are. Yeah, I
Are
didn't say
women
that
the
women are a
statistical minority? Are
No,
women the
absolutely
statistical
not.
minority?
That's
Okay, so no,
my
stop there.
that's my point though.
No,
So
stop, no,
I don't
please
know
stop.
how
Just
that's an
stop there for a
argument
second.
against my point.
No,
Okay.
stop there. Could women get their rights if half of the men didn't support them?
Would women get their rights if men didn't
You
support
are
them?
saying, like, we're talking about statistical minority, right? Women
No.
are 50% of the population right now. And while you guys were getting the votes, you actually were closer to 55, 60, which made you the majority, right? Now that we're kind of even. Would you get rights if the other side wouldn't come in and actually make you push? Like, could you do it without men?
Yeah,
If I'm
so when people
understanding
are
you,
being Go ahead,
Yes,
Go ahead,
could
Charlie.
you do
Charlie,
it without
please.
men? Just a quick, and thank you very much, Alex, for supporting the show. Could you make it without the help of men?
men gave women rights.
Okay, so if you couldn't do it without the help of men, can we get some reciprocity here and then some empathy? Because you are the empathetic sex, right?
Well,
You
Well,
are the sex that care
you
about
guys
these people.
were
Why not? Why not?
women
Enemy
women
Charlie.
were being oppressed.
No, they weren't being
Enemy
oppressed. They were
Charlie.
being
Well,
No,
suppressed.
that was that they
Oppressing
didn't have the same rights as men. It was not good.
No, that's not what happened.
women are
It was
women are
not.
first oppression. They are
The
finding
weather
very
was
covert
oppressing you.
ways. My enemy
Okay,
Charlie
so
is a
why did women have to petition for rights?
No, the weather
Why
was
did
oppressing
they
you.
have to petition for rights? Because they didn't have rights.
Woman could only
they
have
actually
worked in men
petitioned
when
against their rights because so whenever we talked about all these talking points of women not having their own bank accounts or anything, women couldn't incur debt. Only men could incur debt. There's all these other talking points. But the thing I really want to get to, Charlie, this is something that you even did by your own account, is you vote against your own interest by public appeal and just talking points. You posted that the Manipure Red Pill is talking points, insisting that women expiring at the age of 25 is because of a woman's looks is bad, right? So you're vying for women to stop dating and marrying men. Isn't this going against your own population because we're already in birth decline? And it
You're
shows that there's a
misunderstanding
very
my point with that tweet. So I wasn't saying that women shouldn't
hold
date
on real
men,
quick.
but I'm saying no, please. Can you let me explain what I was saying?
Right now, that's going against it right
Yes.
now.
Oh my
So
God. Yes, I
Okay,
understand.
okay,
Can I
hold
explain?
on.
Can I
Let
explain?
her clarify, then you can
Let me
continue.
clarify.
Clarify your point. Yes.
I'm not, well, I like women also, but I'm not giving up on men. And I don't think women should give up on
wait, hold on.
men. I don't,
That's
no,
giving up.
please, can you
Not getting
please, I need you to like try really hard to just sit there and listen and try really hard to use your brain.
why are
I
you
am saying that if women were to believe manosphere talking points, if women were to en masse believe that men in general thought that women became ugly after 25 and were essentially worthless and would just get worse with age, I am saying women would likely not bother with men. There would be no point to bother with men. If
So
you
hold on. This
believed
is
that entering a marriage, your husband would eventually not be attracted to you and always want a younger wife, there would be no incentive for women to be with men. Again, that's what I'm saying, is that these red pill talking points do not encourage men and women dating and marrying. It in fact encourages female separatism and incelhood in men. I don't think it's
I do
healthy.
need
I
to
don't think it's
we're
healthy
going
or
to need
good.
to let Martae
by your
respond to
account,
that.
you're
Martae, you can
conceding to
respond to
men.
that. Go ahead, and then we're going to go to closings and wrap this up. But go ahead. Martae, mic's yours. Go ahead.
Okay, so by your account, you're conceding to men by saying, you know what, if because of this, you're speculating, you know what, maybe as a hypothetical, we cannot play, right? This is basically what Fatty was talking about. If I don't like the games, we shouldn't play anymore. We should just toss away the table. And that's the thing, though. We keep going back to these
She's
points.
not saying should. So she actually was not making an
No,
ought
not even a
statement.
should,
She
but
she
just
wasn't
throwing the
making an ought
idea
statement.
out.
She was saying that would be the natural consequence. She's saying if women en masse adopted this set of beliefs, the natural consequence would be women choosing not to couple up with men. She's not saying that they ought to do
Even if we
this.
say this and she claims to have a voice, what is this leading towards? We could say, well, that's an idea that we're planting. It's a seed that we're planting in society, and I don't think that that's beneficial. In fact, it's conceding to men when we say, okay, I'm going to go ahead and not do something because of men, but yet you're fighting against something because we need more surplus and rights and things like that. This is actually the opposite of what she's saying as far as like we want rights, but when men do bad thing, we should just opt out. Well, that's kind of a concession of men. So how can we reconcile conceding to men, but then fighting for something at the same
So
time, which is
again,
against?
she's not saying we should opt out. She's saying that
I
women
hear what
would.
you're saying.
Yeah,
Well, you keep
Right,
saying
right.
should, so you are kind of
Okay,
But
we
it's
are
debating
circling the
that.
drain. We're circling the drain, gang, and I do got to get to super chats. I do got to get to closing statements, and there's people who want in and they paid good money to get in, and we're gonna give them what their money's worth. So let me just kind of wrap this up here. It's been a panel, gang. It's been a panel. I do appreciate you all for coming. I'm gonna give each of these lovely individuals a chance to have closing statements, shout themselves out, where you can find them, all that. But before we do that, right? Before we do that, I want to go through some of these super chats, right? Because they paid me money to say some things, so we're gonna do that. And just to let you all know, I have been challenged. Andrew Wilson, Big Papa Fascist, has offered me 20,000 US dollars to go 3 rounds with him in boxing. And gang, I'm accepting that challenge. I will absolutely take $20,000 to punch Andrew Wilson in the face. I would do that any day of the week. So if he's still up for it, and I suggested at first June 28th, but if he wants to push it back some so he can train and we can both train and do it official, we can do that. That's fine. I can't do it sooner than that, unfortunately, because of other things, right? But we set it up, right? Get me a contract. Put that 20,000 in escrow so I know you don't bitch out, right? But once you do that, I'll definitely go and I'll flow down. It'll be fun. It'll be great. And we can monetize that shit and make some money, baby. Right?
He's got the best trainer on the planet, so good luck though.
Okay,
On
good
that,
luck.
so.
I will look $20,000. I'll make it either way.
20,000
I
for
don't care if I
escrow
win or lose,
income
as long as I
sounds
get
fair
that
to me.
$20,000. But we will have some trainers too. Counterpoints has agreed to train me and a few others, and that should be
Yeah,
fun.
good luck. I'm one of the best in the industry.
Okay,
but
well, we'll
go
see.
ahead.
Hopefully your training's better than your analogies, but we'll get into it. Let me read these super chats and we'll get through it.
That's why.
No, I still love you,
Crazy.
buddy. No, I really do. Thank you for being here. $10. We'll go in the order I got them. $5 from Trib1. Thank you for the $5. Women deserve the same rights as 99% of the rest of the country, which is little to none in a MAGA society, the most and almost all in a liberal society. Thank you for the $5. $5 from Zephyr Hash. Who's going to tell him that rights are asymmetrical because human biology is asymmetrical? Well, thank you for the $5. $5 from Often Topical to say studies show over and over that the family court bias is overblown. The reason for more female custody is because men don't participate in court. Appreciate you. $20 from the Raging Tomato. Thank you for the $20 and for just heart emojis and stuff. So I appreciate that. $5 from Trib1. For this abortion debate, what should be the sentencing for conspiracy to murder a fetus, and what should be the sentence for murdering a fetus? I guess we'll get that into the open. $5 from the Soy Pill to say, I've ended several girlfriends doing breath play, and it is a moral good. Judges see it as a whoopsie. Women should also get away with Roe v. Wade crimes. Thank you for the $5, I guess. $5 from Greedle Grips. I am going to rob this guy, but then I was going to rob this guy, but then I remembered that I wanted to vote for the first woman president, Kamala Harris, so I didn't. $5 from Rabid Wombat to say nobody goes to jail more than black men. So Fatty is arguing against his own interests if he wants to hold voting rights away from released felons.
I live in Portugal, the fourth safer country in the planet. Respectfully, be quiet.
$50. Maybe Rabbit will jump on. Who knows? $50 from Alexander Rin to say when you take something away forever, there's nothing left to lose. Broad punitive measures don't change minds, they harden resistance. Real change comes from pulling people in, not holding them down. $10 more from the same individual, Alexander Rin. Thank you for the $10. In the age of firearms, brute strength is irrelevant. If women want the right to vote or anything else, there's no physical force that can stop them today. And then $10 more. The idea that men gave them the vote as if women should be grateful for some benevolent gift is nonsense. Rights aren't granted like favors. They're taken when people refuse to be denied. And then finally, $2 from the Trib1 to say the super chat is brought to you by Jarlids. Thank you for the $2. Now, with that, I'm going to give it first to Tali, and then we're going to end with Martae. Martae will get the last word. Tali, close out. Tell people where they can find you in your closing statement. Go ahead.
So thanks again, Wick. This was a lot of fun. Thank you, everybody, Martae, Fatty, and Charlie. I really enjoyed talking with all of you. Again, I am Talibots at TALIBOTZ. That's on Twitter and on YouTube. I don't have any content here on YouTube, just lots of comments that I leave on other people's channels, but I'm going to be putting some content out soon, so subscribe. I think that there are obvious differences between men and women that need to be acknowledged, and that culturally, as a society, we should be doing more to counter some of what I would call sort of feminist overcompensation that has happened. I think that we should be trying to reframe pregnancy from some type of like force against women's will to a woman's one of the greatest things that women can contribute to society. I think that these are cultural things that we need to change, but I don't think that taking away people's rights is how we need to do this. I don't even really see how this would be a net benefit to society, especially on the specific areas that the gentleman laid out. I would be amenable to some of these things if we're actually going based on the merit. So if the idea is that if you're not drafted into the army, that you shouldn't have a vote, and we decide that your ability to serve in the armed forces is what correlates to your ability to vote, then I think all of the men who are too feeble to serve in the armed forces should also not have the right to vote. Same thing with taxes. If we decide to go on who is a net benefit, a net positive taxpayer to society, then sure, they're going to be, if we were to go based on taxes, more men are going to vote than women, for sure. But the men who are also a net drain on society should also have that right removed. So I'm not inherently opposed to like some of these voting right issues. I think they're interesting, but I think ultimately they don't really fall down on sex lines.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. I, for one, think everyone should have the right to vote if you are subject to the laws or jurisdictions, but that's me. Charlie, go ahead.
I agree with Wick. Also, I think less gender wars, more class wars.
Beautiful.
That's all I have to say about that.
Where can people find you if they want to find you?
Enemy Charlie on Twitch. That's where I stream most of the time. Twitter, I post there sometimes. Instagram, way less often. I hate Instagram. Yeah. Oh, Kick as well. But yeah, Enemy Charlie on Twitch mostly.
Okay, thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Team Fatty, go ahead.
Thank you for having me. I don't believe in nothing that I said today, but I have to keep pushing the stereotype that all men on the manosphere think the same. So, ooga, ooga, ooga. Men are good, women are evil. Thank you, Marty, for this opportunity to actually kick these lovely ladies' ass today. It was a clear win, easy win, and I'm going to make sure I send everybody because you're going to do
We're doing
open
open.
panel.
You guys don't have to stay for the open if you don't want to. If you
Yeah,
got
yeah, but
things to do,
I'm
but
going to close
yeah.
my stream on my side. So, friends, I'm going to put redirect to week. Okay, there's 143 people watching. We celebrated today 7,000 subscribers on YouTube. So, I appreciate you very
Congratulations.
much for
Congratulations.
supporting us. I will read the super chats on the next opportunity, but I truly appreciate you for the support. Thank you very much, and come to decide we're going to continue the party. Other than that, I actually appreciate the conversation. It was nobody screaming at each other and all that. So I'm looking forward to see y'all again for another ass whooping. Thank you very much
Thank you
for
for being here. We'd
facilitating
love
this.
to have you on some other time. Gang, I have links to all these people's descriptions, including Team Fatty's YouTube channel in my YouTube description. Click on that link. If you're watching this on Twitch, which about 300 of you are, right? Just make sure to look
Are
on
you
that
Twitch
and
famous? That's
check.
crazy.
Yeah. So, well, it's mostly Charlie's audience, but you know.
I want to be Twitch
Uh,
famous too. Please,
we're gonna give
please
it
help.
to Martae, give him a closing statement, and then we'll get to the opens and we'll bring people in. Go ahead.
Just to tie it back in, I do believe, unlike Fatty, I do believe I believe Fatty was playing devil's advocate today, which is good. I implore people to do that sometimes because I think the even staunch beliefs that we have that we hold strong and dig our feet in should be challenged. And if it gets destroyed, it should never exist anyways if it doesn't withstand the test of scrutiny or time. We all can agree on that, right? I do agree that women's rights should be taken away, but I think that most men couldn't vote back in the past. I believe that households should vote. So I think it should go back to this because I think that when you look at the votes of women in the past, they've mostly voted for degeneracy, i.e., women's sexual liberation, all this other stuff, some of the rights that have happened. It's hard to find rights that women have voted for that weren't. In case women competing in sports, getting in male spaces, all this other stuff. So I think that if you take away women's rights, I hardly see any harm to society that would happen because I do believe, like Fatty was saying, men are benevolent. Do you see anything bad happening from this because of your anecdotal experience? I think not. So I do hold strong to the positions I have, and I stand by everything I say. And you
Okay.
can find me at I'm having a new YouTube channel where we're gonna have discourse and competent debate. It's called On the Edge with Martae Ruelas. We're starting it over with my producer, everything else. You can find me on my YouTube channel, which Wick has not put in. He put my X, but you can also find me there too, where
Give me the
I'm
link
getting
and I'll
racial
I'll
to
add
death
it.
by
I can add.
people.
Wait. Can I ask one question? Just one clarifying question.
Go ahead, we're
Marte,
open.
just a yes or no. Do you think white people are benevolent? White Americans are benevolent.
Hey, well, it's going to go down to men, right? Because there's men that are white,
So
right?
do you think white men are benevolent? Do you think that they were benevolent enough to give black people like the
Yes,
rights to be okay?
I'll say yes.
Even today, that like the continued rights that white
Even
men are
today,
just being benevolent.
you have a lot of black men and white men that are complaining because they're broke too. I mean, if you think about it, I think now it's more of like we're getting to a gender discussion and the disparities are like
Uh,
classes, right? It's more of like a class issue than a race issue right now. I think that sometimes people just get pissed and they want to hold on to stupid ideas from back in the day of racial disparity and things like that. I think that's weeded out by today. We just keep things going because we keep fueling them. That's it.
I'm pretty
okay.
benevolent. I'm just saying. I don't know. I think I'm the whitest person on this panel, but I am pretty benevolent. Okay. With that said, I'd love to come on your show sometime and debate you. Perhaps that would be fun, Marty, and you should have me on. I will. And if you get me the link to your new channel, I will put it in the YouTube description. I'll add it there. With that,
You wouldn't want to
Maybe,
do
maybe we
yeah.
have a debate for you this weekend.
we'll
Maybe.
DM me. But before we do that, we're gonna bring some people on who've been waiting in the ring, right? That want to get in on this, and we're gonna bring on Soy Pill and Jebtan. And
Do
if
it.
you in the audience, if you, dear audience members, are watching this show and you want to get in on this, you can. Join the Discord. I'll put the link in the chat. You click the link, you accept the rules, you jump backstage, we'll pull you in and you can talk to them as long as, and again, as long as they want to stay. But let's bring the people in and let's go.
I can stay, Wick, but I need to grab a snack.
Yeah, grab
Do
your
you want me to
snack.
stay?
Yeah, stay.
Okay.
You can.
I need
We would love
snack.
to have you stay as long as you want to stay. Okay.
Okay.
We're
I'll
not going to
stay
hold
for
you
a little bit.
hostage, but you know you're here. I don't know where Soy Pill went, but Deb Tam,
Don't worry,
welcome.
I'll be seeing him soon on Monday, so on Sarah's channel.
Okay.
So me and Rachel Wilson will be quarreling with these two and utterly destroying their talking positions. So I look forward to that.
Okay. Well, with that,
right? Are men benevolent if we're treating men as a monolith, which is silly to begin with. But if we're treating men as a monolith that's protecting women, they're also the monolith that is disproportionately victimizing women. And then the second one is this idea of the second one, or here, go ahead and respond to that one before I don't want to like throw too many things at you.
Thank you for not gish galloping. So that's a common thing that's spouted on social media a lot, and I've countered that a lot easily, and it's not been met with any counter that I've seen. So what I'm saying is that when you say women are being victimized by who in the whole mantra, because women are waiting, it's usually women waiting for the answer to be like, oh, by other men, right? No, that's blatantly false, because we protect them from financial disparity, i.e. the government. We protect them from elements due to men operating the infrastructure. We protect them from predators in the wild and everything else. In modernity, men have created such a society where they are protected from everything else, even their own decisions and other women themselves. We also protect it by way of this conversation by stopping the deletion of other babies as well too, by integrating laws and structure as well through this whole system. So it's all baked in and ingrained through protection. You cannot take men and just say,
why would you argue that men were the ones that created all those systems?
Because we are the patriarchy. We are benevolent. We create everything. And
no. You're just saying the conclusion again. Why is it the case that men built largely the American government? Why is it the case that men largely built American infrastructure? What was keeping women from doing those things? Do you think it was their nature?
It's biology. There's an asymmetrical nature in biology to where we have the ability of force. We have that women are going to plead to us no matter what for
force,
everything.
Sure. Force, sure, but women are not biologically incapable of running a government. They're not biologically incapable of setting up infrastructure. In fact, most of the administration of our infrastructure is done by women. When men go out to war to protect the homeland, like in World War II, the people that keep the country running while they're gone are women. So there's always this one-sided look at like women need men because force. Well, they need men because men were going to use force on them. So there's no benevolence there. That's a dead neutral morally.
Oh, no,
and then men also need women in order to maintain their ability to use force, right? Because without women...
women running infrastructure in society beforehand, if we were to go ahead and do this in modernity has technologically advanced to the point now where you have jobs in nuclear facilities and plants that take a year to do this. Like, so if we went to war, women couldn't operate as roofers because they don't regulate body temperature the same way. They couldn't operate some of these jobs that take 6 months to go ahead and learn in all these infrastructure industries. You're talking about 12% of the occupation that runs this society, right? It's not like back in the 1950s or some other era where things were simpler for women to run. We've technologically advanced to the point to where it's tougher. You're talking about a large ask for them to do that by choice. They don't even go in these industries anyways now.
Well, it's not a large ask because simple has nothing to do with whether a woman can do a job, right? A woman wrote the mathematics that got us onto the moon. Again, women usually deal with a lot of the more intricate, like complex jobs in terms of like running administrative tasks through the government, right? When women go into the military, they're largely taking the more complex, more between the ears jobs. You can argue Huh?
How many do that now?
How many women work administrative jobs in the military? Probably like 95% of them.
Keeping up the society that they would have to run so that way it doesn't collapse absent men going to war. How many men do that now?
How many women do that now, you mean? A lot. Like most city governments are run largely by female administrators. Like
the country didn't collapse during World War II. Do you not know about like Rosie the Riveter shit, dude?
No. Running is not building. You have to have like imagine you having a woman that can even open a jar of pickles, try to do welding, or trying to go.
Neither can
imagine you doing anything. You're a self-described fatty.
My ex-girlfriend is a welder. My
What?
ex-girlfriend, who is 90 pounds and
Fine,
5'1", is
How
a
many
welder.
welders do you think there are more welders or
Respectfully,
less
is
welders
the
in society
exception
for
Hold on,
because
hold on,
women?
one at a time, one at a time, one at a time. Let's give it to Fatty,
this,
and then we'll give it back to Martae. Go.
this is what happens, right? You are going to include women, for example, into waste disposal, and they are not going to have the arm
We
strength
don't
to
have
just
we
grab
don't
a
have
bunch
to
of
do
trash
that.
and put. No, sir,
But
we have to be efficient. We have to be efficient about what we do. If my sister is
yes.
if I am somebody that is, I don't know the name in English, in the middle of the night, I'm picking up every trash can and I'm putting it in the truck and then I'm moving along. A woman doing this job is going to take way more time because women don't have the same strength as men at all. Women were not being suppressed, respectfully. Women were not being oppressed, they were being suppressed. There was no air conditioning jobs. A woman will get pregnant every time she would fuck. Literally, if a woman, even if a woman wanted to go into a school or want to go into education, remember, contraception is something very recent in humanity for the most part, for most of the population. These women will be pregnant time and time and time
So
and time again.
fatty women,
One
working
second,
class
please.
women have
Wrap
always
it. I'll
worked.
wrap it up. I'll wrap it up. None of these women want to be outside of the house, especially when it goes dark. It's dangerous for a woman. None of these women, these jobs that these women have right now, for 99.9% of humanity, weren't available. So the only place that they could be safe is inside of the house, taking care of your kids until the next
You're
Friday
right. Yeah.
invite us,
Again,
and
that's
they
The
will have a
large,
gonna
the
problem.
keep
large, the large share
gonna
of
keep
work
getting
done in the United States. Hold on, the large share of the work in the United States. You're right. Was not office jobs. It was farm labor, and it
No,
was in the Industrial
everywhere.
Revolution. Hold
So
on.
someone's
It,
paid me to do this. Someone's paid me to do this. Okay, so I need all of you right now to open a jar. Can you guys grab a jar and open it for me?
Impar.
Can you
You're
do that?
asking a professional bodybuilder.
Okay, Tolly has a jar. Go ahead. Let's see Tolly's.
I don't have a
I don't,
jar.
yeah,
I don't have any strength.
This is going to end
I'll
up
go
an
get
Andrew
one.
Wilson situation.
Okay,
brought
well
my
let's
plate.
see. I'm curious. Go open the
Okay,
jar. Go ahead. Oh,
That was
boom!
a little too
Easy.
fucking
Okay.
easy.
Okay.
yeah. I mean,
This is a full jar, by the way, in case you can't tell.
I'll go get a jar after I make this point. But Fatty, I appreciate that you went through all that. None of that really, you like argued a point and then you gave a bunch of supporting detail that just had really nothing to do with the point. You said women were not being oppressed in the times where they like weren't able to fucking vote, and then brought up that they couldn't work office jobs back then. That has nothing to do with whether they were oppressed by not being able to vote. Or not being able to hold certain jobs.
Most men
Them
weren't
not
able
being
to vote.
them
That's the
not
point.
being able them not being
True,
able
most people
to
vote either.
them not being able to work in government.
Sir,
Those
most
jobs
men
were
not
available.
able. 1 second. Most men were not able to vote too. What's your
And
point?
that was also bad. That's my point. That is also
We
oppression.
were, so both men and women were oppressed, right?
Not to equal degrees, but
You
yes,
see,
they were both
nothing is
oppressed.
equal. So, no, nothing is equal. You defeated your own point. If most men couldn't
Wait, what?
vote and most
What
women
was
could
my
vote,
point, Fatty? What was my point that I defeated? Just go ahead and run that.
you came in and you said once again that, oh my God, women didn't have the chance to do A, B, C, D because Marty's saying that men are benevolent. You know what benevolent is? Is you letting your woman stay at home because the saber-tooth tiger is outside, so you don't want her to be in danger. Woman, benevolence is you are going to pick the
saber-tooth
cherries.
tigers.
Benevolent
Wow.
is you are going to pick the
How
cherries, baby, because
magnanimous.
I don't want you to hurt yourself, and I'm going to go
Can
to
I
the
please
forest.
respond to this?
Let
Can
me
I please
finish.
respond to this?
You cannot
Go
lie to me.
ahead. Go ahead. I really want to
Okay.
hear the saber-tooth tigers.
I'll
Go
grab my
ahead.
jar in the meantime.
So in the
Let me
majority
finish.
of
Let me finish, please. You
hunter-gatherer
have to let me finish.
societies,
You have to let me finish, please. I'm not done. You taking your woman from a dangerous situation, making her working under very hot or cold conditions, because
You
it's
said that
most of
4
people.
times. I think she can go. We've heard you just keep repeating the same thing like in different words 4 times in a row. It doesn't
Jeb,
change it.
respectfully, Jeb, she's not going to fuck you, brother. You don't have to do that.
I'm
Go
I
ahead.
don't think he wants
unengaged.
to.
I'm
No,
an
it's
engaged
fine.
man.
He's a
No thanks.
respectful young man
It's fine,
with a
Jeb.
fiance. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Exactly. And look at this scene protecting a woman with a man. Crazy. Go ahead. You got this, Charlie. Let
He's
me
not
mute myself.
protecting me.
I'm
I'm
just
adding
glad-
to his point right the fuck now. Holy
Yeah.
shit. I've
You don't
screamed
have to
at
get
Jeb
so
before.
emotional,
I've
all right?
screamed
Come
at
on.
this man. All right,
Yeah,
I've yelled at him.
Our only other interaction was not. Was
I
don't
was
know
I
what's
was
going on.
mean. I was a maniac, which it was fun. I'm sorry, Jeb. For
No, you're fine. It was
whatever.
your time.
So Fatty,
Yes.
in the majority of hunter-gatherer societies, women also hunted. And when human beings hunted
That's a fallacy.
initially, it wasn't shush. when human beings hunted, it was not a guy with a spear or like a club hitting a saber-toothed tiger by himself. Human beings hunt in groups, and it is typically wearing an animal out until walking after it until it can't run anymore. That's how these things worked.
Okay.
Furthermore, shut the fuck up. Okay. Furthermore,
You
furthermore, throughout history, it is only the wealthiest women that were exempt from work, and that does mean grueling, intensive work, such as farm labor. My serf lady ancestors were working alongside my serf male ancestors. They were also tilling the fields. My settler ancestors, the women, were also roughing it out. They were not sitting in the wagon while the men drove and did all the building and all the shit. Like, it is only a product of like, my god, I think the 20th century, in which like working class people were able to create conditions in which wives could stay home and only do housework. Otherwise, working women, poor women, have always worked. It was never like a situation in which women could just stay home at all times. Like, that's ridiculous.
When you said
No, that's a
gathering,
problem. That's a huge
when you said
fallacy.
hunter
We're not
gathering,
with
who was
respect.
hunting and who was gathering? Can you explain it to me? Who was gathering things? Hunter gathering meaning some people are
So-
going to get a
She
wild
They all
just
animal.
explained
hunted
that
and
the
gathered.
hunting
They
parties
all
were both.
hunted and
Who was
gathered.
gathering
They all
things?
hunted and gathered, dude.
All of them. So it's not majorities and
Yes.
minorities. It's not like one of them was clearly disproportional being done by men, and another one was clearly disproportionately being done by women. So men were picking berries at the same rate, and women were hunting wild animals at the same rate. Is there
Let me
any
find you the
difference?
study. Let me find you the study.
Oh,
That's
but
crazy. You guys are
Actually, I
full of
debunked
We do
it.
gotta give it. Hold on,
I
hold on,
think-
hold on, hold on, hold on. Before anyone else goes, we do gotta give it to some of the other people who've come in here. Jep Dan has had his turn. I do want to give Soy Pill a chance. And what's your name, sir? R.
You can just call me Rudy.
Rudy. Okay, I want to give it to Soy Pill. See what he has to say, and then give it to Rudy here. Go ahead, Soy Pill.
Yeah, I guess I'm just curious for Fatty and Martae, what the like justification, just to make sure I understand correctly, is that women shouldn't be able to vote or have rights because they don't have the exact equal participation or responsibilities as men do in society. Is that like kind of the basic structure of your argument?
My structure of my argument is that they're going ahead and fighting for allowance in society while foregoing and shirking responsibility towards men. Where if the shoe was on the other foot, it's disproportionately unfair. If you look at this, it's not equality. So if women were to push for more than what they have, it's leaning towards superiority, meaning like I can drop a baby off at a safe haven, things like this. Men don't have the opportunity, they can't financially abort. When we look at things like this, it's an overcorrection. There's no balance. You can't rail for equality while saying, oh, I already have more than what men have, and then fight for more. That's literally supremacy.
So
And
do you
then
think
creating
that
this
black people shouldn't be allowed to vote because they have disproportionate avoidance of taxes because they're impoverished and disproportionate fatherless homes?
Well, in this conversation, I mean, I can engage with that. If we think about black people towards a certain percentage, I mean, if we're going to be fair and firm across the board, I think that everything should be equal as far as like everybody should have the same outcome. That's fair and firm and consistent all across the board. What you're talking about is just a specific class, which I mean, we're just going to go ahead and prove my point again. If you're talking about just black people, this could be just women. It's the same thing. I'm talking about firm,
Well,
fair,
to be fair,
consistent.
I'm not advocating for that. I just say by your like logic of, oh well, these people disproportionately skirt responsibilities and may or may not get certain advantages because they're trying to correct historical injustices. Therefore, they shouldn't vote. I think you could make the exact same argument. And I just happened to pick black because I think you said you were black, so I thought it'd be an interesting one to pick. So
I am black, but yeah.
Yeah.
So if that's happening, then that should be corrected as well too. So I can't be consistent all across the board. So I think
so
that
so correcting correcting and overcorrection is very different from stripping rights away from an entire demographic, right?
it ends up being an overcorrection in society when you already have in avoidance of responsibility, and you're also shirking responsibility on said individuals, and then you're claiming to fight for more. Like that's crazy.
So with the,
Right,
with the
right.
exception,
So again,
can I
you're-
want to can I
go
jump
ahead.
in really quickly? So with the exception of abortion, which again I'm I'm amenable to some of your points. I do think, like, if
You
we
can
just
say
look at it
voting. There's a bunch of other things you can say too.
Sure. Okay, but I don't really see how that is. I don't see how it's women shirking their responsibility when I think you guys would agree, especially if we're talking about things like the draft. Women don't have equal value to men in a fighting force. You guys
Well, why
wouldn't
partake in
want
something
women
that
on
you're
the
not?
front line.
Right.
Right, but so my point is like this idea, well, women are shirking their responsibilities. Sure, that's one way to frame it, and maybe some are like they are knowingly and intentionally seeing this as, haha, this is my get out of jail free card. But mostly this comes down to biological differences, which is where I wish my side of this debate would live in reality a little bit more. I think even when we talk about the historical oppression of women, while oppression existed, a lot of these things come down to biological difference between the sexes.
A little
I
bit
think
of
if we can acknowledge that,
a little bit of an
yeah,
anecdote
Wick.
from my military days, right when I was in the Air Force. There was a little bit of women, and this is to the men's point here. Women when they were called to deployment, like clockwork, they would all get pregnant and then not have to deploy. Men didn't have that out. If I got someone pregnant, I wouldn't be kept from deploying. But women had and often used that little bit of a get out of jail free
You
card.
could get
I
bone
just wanted to put
spurs.
that
What
out
about
there.
the bone spurs,
You have
Wick?
to ask for bone spurs on your.
I just wanted to throw that out there because it was when you said get out of jail free card, that's what it brought to mind, and I was like, because I remember being at the time being like, wait, why? Oh yeah, you're getting pregnant now. You just got called up for deployment, and oops, you can't go because you got knocked up. Yeah. Well, anyway.
Let me do the thing that I think a lot of red pillars like to do, which is like blow this up to societal responsibility, right? And they want to say like men are responsible for the security of the state, right? Would you guys agree with that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You have no choice.
So here's the issue I have with that concept, right? Security means two things. Security means, security from aggressors, but it also means securing the future of the state. The reason why women don't get drafted in the military is because they're the only ones, just like men are the only ones that can really fight in war in a competent way, in a competitive way against other nations. Women are the only ones that can secure the future of a state. That's why the differing responsibility comes up. The problem is, right, we don't say men shouldn't be allowed to do anything but go in the military, or men should be subject to women because without women, men have no state to secure because they have no sons to secure it after them, right? But you will say women should be subjected to the benevolence of men because without men, they wouldn't have their state secured. Realistically, it is more likely you would have a successful state of women without many men fighting in the military than it is to say that you would have a successful state full of men without women at home childrearing. Because at least the women with men not in the military and a full female fighting force, at least they have a future state to protect.
Just to be kind of just before I let you answer that. Hold on, before I let you answer that, just to be fair to the women's side of here, like this common canard that all male fighting force could beat a woman fighting force or a mixed fighting force. That's not always the case. The Viet Cong, for example, had millions of women who fought, and the American military did not. The Viet Cong won that engagement. And there's some other examples too I could bring up, but that's the one that I have stats on right now. But just letting you know.
And I think that's an argument against the two-dimensionality of the conversation in even saying like all male versus co-ed fighting force and letting that be the only factor we consider. But playing that game, because it's harder to bring in all the complexities, you have to say that the same way, because this was something that came up on like the whatever feminism debate that went stupid in the same way, which was they were like, because women couldn't secure land from men without men, then they must be subordinate to men. But men couldn't secure a state without women either, because they wouldn't have a state to secure, and so men should be subordinate to women. So you have equal arguments that each should be subordinate to one another.
You know that we can take it, right? You know that we technically can take it, right? You know that?
No.
Like, do you know what happens usually during history is a country invades another country, the men die, and the woman says, you know what, we're going with the winners. Because women kind of don't care what's right is wrong. Women care about winners and losers. If you're a winner, she's going. If you're not, she's not. Like the Second World War is a clear example when the Germans actually marched into France.
So we could make this point.
is
We could make this point without
I
impugning
would
women
like
in
the
this
same
way. So
courtesy
whether
that you are giving
women
to
whether
people that
women
are
are
talking.
going for men because they love the victors and they have no
That's
morals and they're just going to go with whoever wins.
Right.
I think the more compelling point is that men can still take from women.
they can
They
do
are
it. Yes,
larger
that's the
and more
point.
powerful, so they can still take the women against their will. I think that's
Yes.
much more compelling than saying women have no morals and they're just going to go for the
I'm
winning
just
guy.
gonna
And,
pick the
and one
winner.
second,
Yeah.
and that's actually 1 second, and that's actually show Marty points. That shows that men are benevolent because we could take it when
I
we
agree.
don't
I'm
even.
with you. I'm
So
with you. But I
Marty
think
is right.
Well,
the more
wartime rape is
compelling
a problem.
argument,
Yeah,
But
the
that's
more
Jeff
not
Tam was
compelling
that's not
argument
that's
is
not
the
benevolence.
biological
So if I
differences. The
can
more
take something but I
compelling
don't, doesn't
argument,
that show that I'm
It's
the
not
benevolent?
it's not
biological
benevolent.
differences.
I'm not
So
being
so
benevolent by not stealing when I go to the store.
so
I am operating on a bare minimum
no,
expectation
no,
in my own interest of I don't want to be in a world where everyone
no,
is
sir.
constantly trying to steal from me, and so I contribute to a bare minimum social contract so that I can live in a society where other people will also do it. Nothing to do with
Sir,
benevolence, all to do with personal interest and selfish desire to not have my
absolutely
shit
not.
stolen when I go to the store.
And it's
Absolutely
also
not.
kind of
Because you know what?
absurd to argue that women are not faithful because they don't fight to the death in every war. Like,
No,
yeah, of
that's
course
not
they go with the
there is
fucking
no
winners,
that's not the
dude.
point too.
that's not the point. The point is this: throughout the history of mankind, for most of it, we pillage, we steal, we grape, we do everything to get our way. That was the
You can say
survival of
rape
the
on this
fittest.
panel, dude.
At some point of time, men in mass
Plus
decided, you know what?
grapes.
We are not going to do this shit anymore. So it's actually becoming benevolent because our nature is to take from other people, to take their woman, to put kids on them, to take their
I
resources,
mean,
to take their
no,
gold, to
look,
take their
Buddy, you're
primary
telling on yourself real hard.
the
Not
primary
all of
the
us really just
primary
want to
Okay,
do
okay,
this.
okay, okay. I want to give it.
Hold on.
We had. I'm sorry, Ruella. What was your name? Roy.
Rudy.
I don't know
Rudy.
your name.
Ruella's fine.
Ruella
I can live
DeVille.
with
Okay,
that.
you're Ruella now.
Hi,
You haven't had
Rudy.
you haven't had a chance to get in here, and I want to give you a chance to get in here and have a
So I
little
have
say and get in there. So I'm going to
two
give you the
questions.
mic and
One
see what you have to
serious,
say.
one
Go ahead.
mostly in. I had two questions. One mostly serious, one in jest. And the first in jest is, Martae, do you think if we gave the female hunter-gatherers Anavar, it could beat the saber-toothed tigers?
and a very
So
weak terror.
that's a very funny question. No, I think that it wouldn't happen because in female pro bodybuilding, I'll give you an example. We've had the trans movement before any other sport fought for it because what happens? Women's clitoris enlarges, their voice deepens, they have facial hair, everything else. So one could say, well, how is this not a trans movement? It damn near is. The only thing is self ID. So they can self ID all they want to. The women bodybuilders are still getting their asses whooped by us. Still, even with the Anavar and everything else. I mean, performance
Have you ever
enhancing
beat
to
up a
kill
woman?
help you out that much.
Martae, have you ever beat up a woman?
It depends on like how, like in
Why did you?
playful.
You had to
Okay,
think
in
about
what
it, man.
way have you? In what way have you beat up a woman?
You can
Yeah,
beat me
well,
up for 20K.
I do it all
He
the
was
time.
talking
If
about
I'm
choking chicks too.
I'm
Like,
doing
what the
something
fuck?
nice.
And Marty,
Daddy beat up two women on this panel right now. So if you
Marty,
really want to,
I did
Okay, well, so
jujitsu
Can't
for I
really.
did jujitsu. 1 second, I did jujitsu for 5 years. I was a white belt, a black belt, couldn't do nothing to me. That's literally that's can prove. And they are, I will say, in a little bit of performance enhancement drugs, and I'm not going to snitch on my team, so I'll leave it alone. You
Okay,
guys.
but if I had a gun,
What if I had a
the great
bazooka?
equalizer.
we're human
If we
beings.
voted, guys,
Listen,
if we
What if
vote,
I had a
if we
Pokemon?
voted to give
that
Charlie a
argument's gonna be
knife,
hell. Let you know right now.
No, yeah, it might, so
You
I
might
give
be
mean,
all
smart,
women
sister.
knives.
Well, I do. Hold on. I do want to give.
Now-
I do want to give Ruella here and Rudy. Sorry,
So,
Rudy. I
I
want to
give-
give
he did it again.
his. I know. I don't know why that's in my name. Is someone in chat named Ruella and I just saw it and it just
No.
stuck? I don't know.
no, it's
but
all
Rudy,
good.
you had a serious question. Go ahead with the
So-
serious one.
Yeah. The serious question was more earlier in the debate. Martae said that like rights are earned. You earn your rights. So sort of like you earn respect, etc. And just
Also
kind of
assumed rights. But go ahead.
Well, I know there's assumed rights, and so I would like to maybe hear you lay out like one or two of each, not like a whole list, but like one or two of assumed versus one or two earned. But it does sort of seem to me that like how the U.S. came to be involved in the evolution of the U.S. over the last 200 something years has been rights are consistently earned, usually through violence. So the right to bear arms is not a right I would consider an assumed right, but it was earned through violence. The end of slavery and the right to vote for minorities and for black people was earned through a civil war and subsequent other sort of protests. So I'm curious if the argument is not the same. Like, if women have earned these rights, why do they not get to keep them? Like, if they've already earned them, why do we have to get all upset about it?
The reason why is because we need checks and balances. For instance, to Deb10, I think it is, his point to saying, why am I benevolent? Because I don't steal from a store. And I'll point you to where we could tell this back to what I was talking about. So the reason why you're benevolent too, because you don't steal from a store, is because somebody has to create a law and a deterrent for you not to do this. Why do they need to do this, right? If we think about this, it's actually benevolent to have a law in place so your store doesn't get robbed, because we are having the threat of force, the threat of all this other stuff, which men create, that assumes that somebody is a benevolent because they don't rob your store. So this is kind of circular if we think about it. That's why that's kind of
Do you
not about
do you not
benevolence,
rob because it's illegal?
But here's
No,
the
I'm
thing,
asking
though.
you.
Why
Do
is
you not rob because it's illegal?
we have to back into force, right? Who creates this? Who
No,
creates a
do
deterrent in
you,
society? Why is
Merv,
doesn't-
don't rob because it's illegal, or do you do it because
Well,
you
but-
don't want to be a piece of shit?
Obviously,
Oh,
there
that
are
would be
people.
like an
There
assumed we don't want to kill,
obviously,
right?
yeah. No, I'm sorry. I think obviously the fact that it's illegal to steal is a huge deterrent, and without that deterrent, many more people would steal. And we're seeing this in states where
Yes,
they
that's the
where they
benevolence of men.
decriminalize things like
Sure.
shoplifting and stuff. You do see
But-
these instances increase. Now that I hear where you're coming from. Like we want to. We don't want to say that everyone just has this horrible nature that we're all being benevolent by following the sort of
Well,
social
Fatty
norms
does.
of our society. But how? I mean, contend with what they're saying to a certain
Only
extent.
the threat of law
But
keeps me from doing horrible things to all
human
of you. But
history-
yes, go ahead.
No, but so I'll make 2 points. Human history is filled with violence and bloodshed and theft and conquering and all of these things. So obviously, this is a humans have exhibited this behavior for a long time. That's A. And B, I think it's also important to remember that we are animals, right? And we can see this type of behavior playing out in the animal kingdom as well. And so I don't think it's ridiculous to say that there are sort of animal nature that we have these rules
but
to
I can
curb that
contend
type
with
of
that.
nature.
I can contend
Nope.
with it. The
No.
the point
where
is
the
what
benevolence-
I was saying
Well-
before. We do not make laws in society. Society did not evolve into a more moral way because people just suddenly got more moral. We just got closer to God. We did it because there is a selfish interest in living in a society where more people fight those impulses. It's not benevolent. It was civilizations died continuing to do the bad things and were conquered by societies that could band in larger number because they had a mutual social contract that created a societal glue that allowed them to thrive, allowed them to be more productive. It's the same reason why slavery went away. Slavery didn't go away because we're just all a bunch of good people. It's because when you have a giant working class that can't also contribute to the consumption economy, you get a weaker economy than your northern neighbors who have a voluntary workforce that can purchase. It's the reason why no matter how much free and cheap labor China outsources to a million other countries, they'll always be a big producer. They'll never have the best economy in the world because they have wage slaves that can't
also-
consume.
I also just jump on and note that, like,
Go ahead, Rudy. Jump on real
Rudy,
quick.
yes. So the idea that we're moving towards like sort of a benevolent thing. Also, it's funny we're using World War II as like the example of a bunch of people blitzkrieging into France and not like committing crimes. That itself was a crime. The blitzkrieg itself was a crime. But additionally, the 20th century was the most bar none. Oh, did I spaz?
Is that him or
Yeah,
me?
you're good now. You're good now.
Oh,
No, it's
okay,
him.
you're good now.
It's me.
Yeah, finish it up.
So
Wrap it
the
up. and then
20th
we go.
century, So the 20th century was the most violent century in all of human history, bar none. Like, we evolved further along. We had already abolished slavery, and we were making all this progress. And then we invented chemical weapons and the nuclear bomb in the same century, within 40 years of each other. We killed more people in the 20th century.
Hold
How does
on.
that prove what you're saying?
Well, hold on. No,
No,
because that's not true.
We have small bubbles. We have small bubbles of violence and a tremendous amount of peace for most of the century.
Yeah, at least since after
70 to
World War II, we have
70
had more
yes.
peace.
Yes, 70
than
to 80
any
years
other
of
period in
peace
history.
and bubbles with extreme violence. Do you think 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago we were actually more? everybody was fighting each other. The Portuguese were fighting the French. The Moors were invading places.
Mhm.
The people were going outside getting enslaved. Like this was the
I mean,
reality.
no,
Everybody
Yeah, so
was
why
after
did
fighting
they
each
all
other.
suddenly stop? Was it
after
because they
World War
just became
II,
really good and nice?
also after World War
So
II, there
Jeff,
was the
just one.
China had a genocide. Mao committed a genocide after World War II.
Yes.
There was the Khmer Rouge after World War II. You had the Vietnam War. You
Yes.
had the
Korean
Balkan
War.
War
Yeah.
in the early 2000s.
In
My
all
point
of
is,
those
violence has
things,
not stopped.
yeah, violence did not stop. That's not the argument. The argument is that violence, as horrible and horrific and as widespread as it was still less than the previous
Yes.
portions of
We,
human
we,
history.
I wouldn't agree with that. I don't think that's actually true globally.
I'm
so
talking
you
about
are
per
always
capita, right? A per
you
capita thing, like yeah, it absolutely is. But
you are on the safest. You are on the safest period probably on the history of mankind when it comes to you getting to say. There's a reason why
Okay,
one second please. 1 second please. There's a reason why the expectancy for you to be on this planet is 70 years old, 8 years old. It's not just science. It's actually having a peaceful and abundance in society. It's not just because there's no wars. So you're actually better
well,
off than you are in
I
every place in mankind.
Also,
Eddie, I
my
want to
more
lar-
see your
my
face when
female
you talk.
workforce as well.
my
I'm
larger
thinking.
point of Tailed with Jeb Tan here, and I should have probably got to this, is that we did, regardless of, like, I'm willing to admit maybe I was wrong on the per capita thing.
Yes.
I'm open to that. However, the reason for that is not because people just started getting a lot fucking nicer to each other. It was because there was international law, and laws were imposed upon people to enforce norms that prevented them from, bombing the shit out of each other. Like the nuclear bomb went off, and now we have, during the nuclear arms race, we started realizing, oh, this is bad. We could kill the whole world. We should probably have like discussions and diplomacy. It's not because people were like, we're going to get nice. It's because we had selfish interests to preserve life, and the
And that's
state
irrelevant.
imposed those norms. That's the only reason we're better.
You know why the reasons are irrelevant? Let me ask you a question. Were those people committing all those crimes, pillaging, raping, and all that, were they malevolent when they were doing bad things?
No, they were not benevolent when they were doing bad things.
No. Were they
Malevolent.
malevolent? Were they
malevolent.
actually malicious? Were they malevolent when they were doing all those things?
Well, it depends on the case. If they were just
Everything
fighting a
depends,
territorial dispute, no. When they were raping
Everything
people,
depends.
yes.
So if I am a Japanese soldier and I am in China and I have competitions about raping and kicking babies and all those
Yeah.
things that the Japanese
That
do
would
to the
be
Chinese,
that
right?
would be
Am
malevolent.
I am I behaving in a malevolent society?
Yes.
Okay.
You're behaving in a malevolent way, yeah.
Okay, so now that the Japanese are the most cordial, docile society probably on the world, doesn't that prove that you went from malevolent behavior to benevolent one?
No, because
also
again, they
bombed
did
them.
it.
We
Yeah,
bombed
they
the shit out of them,
yeah,
dude. I don't.
they yeah. It's again. That's like me saying if you steal from me and then I beat you up and then you give me back like my phone or whatever you stole from me, you're being benevolent by giving me back my phone. Like no,
No, it's not. Oh my God, God damn.
We
it.
also-
Just
we
because
also
Charlie's
have
nice to
a-
me
steal
here
your
doesn't
phone in
mean
the
that
first
she's not mean
place.
to me
I'm being
privately.
benevolent.
No,
That's not true, Rudy.
But
Wait,
Japan
also,
wasn't doing
Jeb,
that in the
wait,
first
Jeb,
place.
Jeb,
They
you don't even
waited
have to
until
make
they
that-
got
Jeb-
nuked.
Jeb, you don't have to make that argument even. If Fatty's whole idea is if you don't do crime, you're benevolent just by not doing the crime, which you are inherently predestined to. So,
That was
like,
not what I said.
you
That was not
literally
what I
said we're
said.
benevolent by not committing
Okay.
crimes earlier.
Listen, there.
1 second. In Japanese society, right, you can literally lose your bag or leave your phone somewhere else, and that for the most part, the phone is going to get back to you. For example, a couple of weeks ago, there was a situation where the toll system was down, and they let thousands of cars actually pass through. And most of those cars literally paid the toll on next day. Something
That's
that is
not true. It was
benevolent.
20% of them, actually.
Well, regardless.
If you read the article instead of the headline,
It's
you know that's
also
not even
not-
true. That's
It's
really
not
funny.
benevolence. It's not benevolence. They
So you're
have
going
a
out of
more
your way-
affluent society now that they do those things. I live in
wait.
a really
So
nice
you're
suburban
going out of your way
area.
to be
We
I
have
think-
the same thing. I can leave packages on my front door and no one steals because I live in a nice suburban area and people realize like, oh, if I contribute to this nice area in this way by not doing this thing, more other people will do that and you will end up with a better place to
okay,
live.
just
That's why we do
housekeeping,
it.
a little housekeeping for you guys here. We are a little bit of a sausage fest. A lady, a friend of mine wants to join. Once she gets on here, and I'll pull her in. She has a thought that she'd like to give to you all. A new kind of thrust to the conversation that I'll let her introduce. But I'm just warning you now that that's going to happen. But until that happens, Nub, I'm going to give you that shot. You're here to have your shot.
Well,
Go ahead.
here's really why I joined, because I heard a lot of great things and there's a lot of good vibes, but yo, Martae, it felt like you were saying that only men are benevolent. Is that what you were saying, or am I
Never
wrong?
said that. No, I never once said that. That never came out of my mouth. That only men are benevolent.
Okay, my bad. I was getting this vibe of
I think
benevolence
they
that
are.
was actually upsetting other people, and because I joined late, my interpretation was what was the source? So what was the source of benevolence that you said that other people
That's what you
disagreed
get
with
for
you?
joining late, man. If
Well,
I
my
saw
bad. I'm being honest in
some
my
late,
question, I hope.
but go ahead. You had a question?
No, I just gave it. Yeah, what was the benevolence comment you made that upset everyone? Because there was a fire. You threw a match into like a forest ready to go. L.A. back in the day.
Good. So I came here to create some discourse because this conversation needs to happen, whether or not it's under the guise of entertainment or creating kind of like a pushback. I do want to be on the fringes of something that's kind of like an extreme. Sometimes in these conversations, we do create extreme outliers and things we bring up. Case in point, like my anecdote, Charlie's anecdotes, she brought up things like this. So sometimes when we talk, or when I talk rather, I purposely lean towards a certain extreme, right? So typically, like we could suss this out and I could clarify. But once again, I'm not saying that only men are benevolent. I think both are, but I just had to go. I'm representing men, of course,
So what did
right?
I get
So
wrong? What did I get wrong? Because obviously it wasn't that you were saying men. Who were you saying were benevolent?
I was saying men are benevolent, but that's not saying that women aren't benevolent. If I say that.
He was saying women acquiring rights basically happen through the benevolence of men. And I think I think what people were reacting really
Yes.
negatively to was this idea of like it's essentially like benevolent not to harm women or benevolent not to harm other people. And people were disagreeing that that's not inherently benevolence, which I think frankly, if we don't define our terms, we should just kind of throw out benevolent and malevolent and use different words here because it's not helping for the clarity of the conversation.
Agreed. Any concession
No
of the
way men
victors would be
can be
defined as
involved in
could be
society
defined
or
as benevolence in the same sense, which I don't think is an accurate portrayal.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I think it's the
there's no way you
concept
can get out of that.
basically the fight we're having is, did women get rights because men were just decided to be better to women, or did they get rights because there were some selfish interests and sort of a vision of the future that was not capable of happening without the voluntary participation of women?
Well, let me ask you this, because I understand originally, at least in America, I'm Canadian, so I don't fully know, but the laws for voting weren't based on sex. It was based on, I think, land ownership and military sponsorship, and maybe some other conditions. And those are the
And
original
sex,
conditions.
but
No, no, I don't think it was based on sex, actually. I don't think males had a default right to vote. I think it was actually based. I could be wrong. Chat GPT me. But my
Land
point.
No.
ownership, I think. Um,
Yeah, I
but
think it was
women
land
couldn't.
ownership and
Which perhaps precluded women, but it
Yeah.
wasn't. I think you're saying it
Oh,
wasn't written
sure.
into
Yeah.
law
Not
by
in
Okay.
the
the letter
exclusion
of
of
the
one
law.
Okay.
sex or the
Okay.
other.
Okay. Okay. I do want to get Mooncake a chance. She had a question for the men on the panel. All the men
Oh,
actually, and she wanted to kind of give us her take there, and I want to give her a chance to do that because I thought it was an interesting
oh,
question.
my question. Okay, I feel like it's gonna it's gonna change things. But I guess my question was gonna be like, do we think men should have the same rights as women? Like, do you not think that men kind of deserve a little less?
can I answer first? I want to.
Anyone can.
Can we
Mooncake.
get a little more specific? Can we get a little more specific? Like what rights you think men shouldn't
Um,
have?
hmm,
Context, yes.
that's a good question, actually.
Before we get specific, what do you have in mind where the distinction there that there's a distinctive difference between the sexes where you would see where do you think that paradigm shift exists? Because that's what you're suggesting. Like just give us that foundation that you understand that led to this perspective.
Oh, I mean, I guess I just think they're like a lot more aggressive, dangerous. For like example, like not being allowed at like after a certain time out at nighttime, just for like safety reasons.
Men are
That's
men
just a
are
little
robbed
example.
far more in society at nighttime than women are.
Yeah,
But
but they're like
why,
robbing each other. So would it not be better if they did stay inside, like till a certain
It would
time,
be
or
safer,
but
yeah.
this is across the
That
board.
is correct. It would be safer
But
statistically.
we don't care
just?
about the safety. You care about the safety, so you stay home and I go outside. We have a
You
deal.
Oh,
don't
well,
you don't
didn't
care
you
about the
just say
safety
that
of
men
men?
get robbed
No, no, no,
all
no,
the
no.
time?
But when you think about it,
Wait, wait.
men kill each other. I think it's like 80% of like men are like killing each other.
We know
Wouldn't
it.
it be safer for other men as well if like men
No,
stayed
because
inside after a
no,
certain
because
time?
we're
Yeah,
not
wouldn't men be
complaining
safer
about it.
in the household just in general?
Maybe we do
Mm.
like
Yeah,
an Adult Swim type situation where,
I,
like, for
It actually,
15 minutes it's all
Make
ladies and the
house
guys have to
husbands
go
great
inside,
again.
and then
most of the
and then the
Mhm.
men
violence
can
is
come back
committed.
out.
Most of the violence is committed by people that you know in your
Yo,
proximity.
Oh,
It's not you going outside and somebody drags you to a dark alley and does something to you. Most
yeah,
of the
but
violence is by
Getting
somebody.
mugged. We're talking about getting mugged.
yeah,
No,
but they're
so
committing violence
I would,
against
I
other
would, I would
men,
say
women. They're committing violence against everybody. Like they're the most like the highest perpetrators of like violent crimes, things of that nature. So wouldn't it
yes.
make more sense for there to be some limitations on the way they move throughout society?
No, because men are not complaining about it. That's the point. Men are
Yes, they
not saying.
are. Men
can I
do
ask
complain
one?
Men are
about it.
not.
Can I ask one question? At what hour do you prefer the bear? Is it 1
um,
a.m., 2
that's a
a.m.,
good question.
3 a.m.?
9:30,
You,
9:30
you know what?
p.m.
Mm.
I'm going to give you a deal, right? We are going to have a curfew, right? But after 9 p.m., there's only woman firefighters, woman police officers. Everything
Okay.
outside will be woman. And if a man decides to get out of his curfew, right, and do a bunch of terrible things to women because he can get away with it, there's no
Okay.
crying, there's no complaining. And do you think society will be
No.
safer that way?
Do you
No,
think
no.
like cops are like typically in shape? Like, have you seen like the average cop?
You don't have to
They
be in
have
shape to be
guns,
a
dude.
cop, to be
Like
honest.
that's it. Guns and tasers, man.
That's a good
And would you
point.
not
Should we have our police
argue?
force more exercised, like a stricter regime?
Well, before that, I want to give it to Rudy. Rudy, go ahead. You had your hands up, and you were being so polite, and I reward politeness. So go ahead.
So to answer Mooncake's original question, yes, it's fine if you take certain things away from men. I'm fine with that. Honestly,
Hold on. What are you
if
fine
we
with
just
having taken away from you?
I
Which
like him.
right are you fine with Mooncake
Yeah,
taking
I don't think
from
right
you?
should be taken away,
honestly,
but go.
probably speech would be a good start because most men are
Mm.
clearly illiterate and also
Yes,
incapable of a good argument.
Mm.
I like
All
At
right,
him.
all right.
minimum, if you're, I think also women should have a right to have a house husband that they can top. That would be awesome. So I'm in favor of that.
Yeah,
But
Rudy,
that's a
Rudy, I
weird
want to
Ten dollars.
bounce
Ten
off that. That's
dollars
a really
before you
good
go,
point because
Soy Pill. $10 because this was funny. $10 from
Mike,
Alexander
you're ready
Rand to
for the
say, is
floor.
Mooncake saying men should be treated like wild animals and protected from themselves? Why not keep them in kennels at night and just use them
yeah,
when you
wait,
need
that is a
Jarl?
That's
better
an
idea.
idea.
That is actually a
Let them
better
out when
idea,
you
I
let
would
them
say.
out when you
Well,
need
no,
them, like
well,
a
I was
bird
going to say
dog.
exactly.
to Rudy's point. I mean, men disproportionately, as to the idea of women disproportionately skirting their responsibilities, men use their speech irresponsibly. Most dumb people I hear talk are men. So if you think about it, really, they don't deserve the right to speak and should have that taken away until we can equalize the responsibility of speaking.
Yeah,
I
let
like
me
it.
let me
So we're
answer
suggesting
Mooncake.
that
But
we
in
take
more
away the right to
seriousness,
speak from
can I
a
just
text.
finish my
No,
larger point though was also that Kate made this point that like, okay, men are a threat to themselves and to others. Should there not be a societal incentive to curtail that threat? It has nothing to do with the idea of men being afraid or whatever. It has nothing to do with your personal perception of fear. It has everything to do with if men are statistically more likely to do harm and to each other, even like, let's not even just talk about men harming women. Dudes just fucking harm each other for fun all the time. It's great. Have you seen Power Slap? Um, should there not be a way to curtail it? And I think societally, yeah, there's a good argument for that. And
How would you
That would
do it?
need to be
No,
enforced
it's
by
not that
men.
yeah.
argument.
Yeah,
Let me
how would you do it and how would you
fine,
enforce it?
whatever. If you want to enforce it however you want to enforce it, we can
No, no,
hash
no.
that
If
out. But
you
the
have a
point is a
husband
fair
and he's the
one.
best chance to survival, why would you remove him from the picture because he gets put in a cage in a kennel? You know,
no.
all you're doing is creating more vulnerable
Yeah, but then
women.
only
Can I?
like okay,
The other men are in kennels.
I am
Okay,
like
tell
I am
us the
This
kennel
is
stuff,
5'6".
Charlie. Charlie, you're an expert on kennels
am
and keeping men in
okay.
kennels, so go ahead.
So
Yes, we have
I am
no
5 foot
puppy
6,
slaves.
which means I am taller than the average woman, and I'm also, in my experience, I've been stronger than the average woman. Remove all men from society.
Hold on,
I'm
how many
actually the
women have you
alpha.
fought?
I'm actually
Yes. You are the apex predator now.
Yeah, what's your
So,
body
it's
count?
not-
Go on, go on.
Murder.
You're
Yeah,
right.
sorry,
You're
sorry, I
good.
didn't
You're
mean
good.
to. I was just.
like real fights of anger. Only one. However, like wrestling. a lot.
Have you ever accidentally choked a partner during breath play to the point that they died?
Okay.
To death?
Yo,
yes.
I still gotta call that.
What is
right
this
now.
breath play shit? I've never heard of this
Okay,
before.
no,
What I'm
not
saying is
this
remove
again.
all men from the equation,
No,
I become the man.
my question will be this: when there's a massive fire at 2 a.m. in the morning, who is going to go up that motherfucking building and save those
Women.
people?
Women.
No, you don't. Oh my
Why do you just say that blindly? Like, no disrespect.
No. Explain to me 1 second. That building has men and women, right? There's a bunch of obese people and muscle people here that weigh 200 pounds and up, right? How can you, lady, with your beautiful hair and your shoulder dangling like this, how can you, as a firefighter, go
I'll
ahead and
ask.
save Martin?
Sure.
How
I'll
can
ask.
you,
I'll ask. Like, say, Wick. Wick is trapped in a burning building, and unfortunately, all the men are gone. Which one of
And
you
you're in a kennel, so you
could
can't get
save
out.
me? Which one of you?
How
would
much does
rescue
Wick
me?
weigh?
Would Tolly?
Yeah.
Would you be able to rescue me from the fire? Right? If I was in a kennel, locked in a kennel, in a fire.
Oh, it
you
would
be
take
able
a
to rescue
couple
me?
of us. It would take a couple of us
Couple
women
of
to
you,
get
okay.
each man
I
out,
think
and
it's
Oh,
Wick.
that's gonna mean
I
in a
don't know if
time
it's true.
in a time where there's a fire burning, then more people are gonna die. This is where I think just like I know we're being ridiculous and we're being hyperbolic, but it's actually not helpful. We need
I'm not being
we
hyperbolic.
need to get
Oh,
then
yes,
Yeah,
then
are
then
you
you're
expecting a
crazy.
helpful conversation from these two guys?
No,
Like we're just having a good time with them.
No,
Come on.
no,
I get it. I get it. Sure. But I hear you. But I do care about these things. And again, I think we need to be like rooted in reality. We can still believe that women are deserve and should be entitled to, and that we need to maintain all of the privileges and rights that women have in society, while acknowledging that men are going to make much more effective firefighters. Like these
Yeah,
are just
no
things.
one's arguing against this. I think
There's
you're
also
stating the
tools
obvious.
that
Yeah.
like it's not like they're
Okay,
not.
I hope
No,
I'm
I
stating the
think
obvious.
they
But
were.
it sounds
You guys
like
have all
people
missed
on
Mooncake
people
Hold on,
spots.
on
one
this-
time.
people on this
Charlie,
panel-
then Mooncake.
people
Charlie,
on
then
this panel
Mooncake.
seem
Okay.
to disagree.
So
People on this panel seem to
wonder
disagree.
why did
like
you
there
guys say
are
Hold on, Charlie, then
Why
Oh
Mooncake,
did
then
you
we can get other
God.
people in.
Why did you
Charlie,
guys
then
say the
Mooncake.
same
Charlie,
question?
there will be order in this court. Okay, Charlie, then Mooncake,
Okay.
and then we'll get into this.
There are I don't know about firefighters, but I know with like nurses. My mother is like 5 foot nothing, weighs like 100 pounds, and she was an ER nurse, and there were tools and teamwork that people use to lift up very, very heavy people because you have to do that. Presumably, I don't know if every firefighter is strong enough to lift someone like Fatty. I don't know. I don't think so. Presumably, they have to use teamwork and use
on
equipment
average,
with people.
on
On average, I could pick up Wick. I believe that I could
No,
pick up Wick.
Charlie, come on,
Yeah.
come on,
could
come on.
test this.
We
You
have to
think
live in
I have-
reality. On
Charlie,
average,
I am
on
strong.
I think you're
average.
missing
I
something
believe
here.
you. I
Okay.
believe you, but if you,
Okay,
I
when
think you- hold
I
on,
box
let me
Andrew
finish
Wilson
this,
for
please.
$20,000, we can fly Charlie out, right, to being the ring girl or whatever, and we
Uh-huh.
can test this theory, and Charlie can try to pick me up,
Yeah.
and we'll see if
Wait,
We're going to
Charlie,
put Wick in a burning building, and I have to rescue him.
True.
Charlie,
It's
even
just not
even
lifting.
even if you
It's just not
personally,
lifting. It's going
even
to the
if
6th
you
floor by stairs.
I think we're
picking it
missing
up in
something
the middle
here.
of the smoke, put him on your back, and go back down to those flight of
I'm
stairs.
down.
Fatty,
Let
most
Mooncake talk.
Fatty,
One
Fatty,
second.
most men couldn't
something.
carry you.
Let me finish, please. And you have to do it. And
Yeah.
you have to do it. You have to do
No,
it.
that's
multiple-
wrong.
you-
You'd
you
be
have to
surprised
do
how
it
that
multiple
even like
times.
lazy piece of shit men, how strong
Okay,
they are.
You have to do it
listen.
You have to do it multiple times because there's
Can I-
multiple people out there. So it's not a one and done. You have to do
But
this
again,
shit
what we
multiple
need
times.
to just live in
Right?
reality. Even if Charlie is
Yeah.
the strongest woman in the world, and she personally could carry every single man, even the
Or we
fattest
could
of
just
all
let
of the fatties.
Mooncake talk and
On
not argue
average,
about Charlie's
on
chadness.
average, on average, men are going to be more equipped to do this job.
Yeah, I don't even know why we're
can't-
debating this.
Yeah, no one's debating that. I really don't
But
think
there
anyone's
are.
debating
Hold
that.
on. I'm sorry. Don't gaslight me. There are people on this panel right now saying that that's not true. Women
that's
could do
why
it.
All
I
right,
think
wait.
Charlie-
Raise your hand if you think, on average,
That's not
women are stronger than men.
She should be. That's the point.
Okay,
She
cool.
should
So
be-
you can never
That
say that
wasn't the
again because
question.
obviously no one's talking
That's
about
not
that.
the
It's
point.
so
You are
silly.
disliking her. The woman.
They're
the
literally
woman
making the argument.
They're making the
Okay, let's
argument
go
that
back to the
obviously a
fireman
woman
question.
can
That-
do
that
these
was what
jobs,
spurred
not
this.
that on
The
average
fireman
they
question
are.
was
Hold on,
female
men.
Mooncake's
firemen.
trying to get in.
That's what it did.
I did say after
Yeah, you
Charlie
set the order
Mooncake.
and you didn't enforce it.
I'm
Men are supposed to
enforcing it.
enforce.
I allowed crosstalk, and now
Why
I'm
is men
enforcing
so
the order
emotional,
because
Wick?
the crosstalk.
Can you get some calm
has-
men on here?
Oh my god, I hate you all. Mooncake, go ahead.
That's emotion.
No, I was gonna say, like, of course, on average, we know men are stronger than women. That's like basic. But what I was going to say is that when it comes to firefighting, in most places, women still have to adhere to the same physical fitness that men would have to adhere to anyways. They're still doing the exact same tests in a lot of these places. I mean, look up your local fire department or the program for it. And I don't think it's something that we should discredit. They still have to be able to lift a certain amount of weight and complete the tasks that are like men would do. So just to, I think, dismiss that, I think is unfair. But in general, my point
Far
was
fewer.
discussing the
Far
rights.
fewer, and that's the point. So if we're taking away
Yeah.
men's rights, and after 9 p.m. men can't be out there, and the only force available is women, the point is we would get into trouble if that were the case. So
Sure,
we can
if you want
acknowledge
to
that there are women
firefight,
who are competent enough to do.
if we want to allow some of them to firefight, sure. But I think my bigger point is that since they're committing such like what is it, violent crimes, for example, is the example I used before. I do think that there should be some considerations on how we change this as a society. And obviously everything we've done so far isn't working. We can talk about education all day, it's still not working.
How is it
So something
working?
has to be done, even if it's drastic. I'm
How is
sorry,
it
but
Okay.
working?
Wait, are you
How-
seriously actually advocating for like stripping men's rights away? I thought
No,
you were
wait. Let's see what direction she says.
She's Canadian.
um,
How is it not
She's
working?
I think there should be a conversation about potentially limiting some of their movements in society.
Wow.
What
Okay, I
are
thought you were joking.
what
but
are
that-
movements
That's
defined by?
insane.
That's very vague.
very
We've
Canadian.
never tried restricting
Thank you,
men's
Soy
rights
Pill,
en
for
mass,
no longer
which is
gaslighting me.
which
No,
is
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah, and we've never
I
tried
do
restricting
apologize.
women's
Ollie, I
rights.
do
Can I
apologize.
So why are we going
I
fascist?
thought she was being stupid on
No,
purpose.
Yeah,
I'm just
no.
saying as a thought
Oh, okay.
exercise, that would be interesting. And I wonder what in practice, I'm not advocating for it, what would a matriarchy actually look like?
There are
No,
matriarchal
you,
societies.
you know what? You know what
We
it
could
would
look at a
happen.
home.
They
This is what
exist.
will happen, right? A
Do
road
they?
will be
Yeah,
a road.
I
I've
can't think
done
of any.
research on them, but it's hard to I
There's-
know
Hold on,
that there are
hold on.
like
Let
There are
Fatty go.
absolutely
Hold
a
on,
few.
stop,
I
stop,
can't
stop.
recall
Everyone
off the top
stop,
of my
stop,
head.
stop, stop. Fatty's trying to answer. Fatty, go ahead. I want to give
I
you the
was
mic.
saying
Give
this
you
is
the
what would
floor.
happen if women are actually were on the field, right? It would be dark, a road would collapse, and instead of 3 men getting that shit done by the morning, the shit will take 3 days to fix. That's a reality. Firefighters will be every woman. Kids will die because of this law. Women will die because of this law, and definitely men will die because of this law because women can carry men around like that. So instead of you, and listen to your concept, right? You want a safer society, and you are putting rules that are going to put women in more danger, kids in more danger.
Yeah.
Because let me just finish, and then you
Women in
got.
more danger,
Let me just
but
finish
men
because
commit the most violent
let me just
crimes.
finish, and then you
Hmm.
got it. Let me just finish, and
That's
you
not his
got it.
argument, to be fair.
Violence and violence is a superpower. You can choose to be Superman or you can choose to be Thanos. Violence is not bad per se. If a man starts a war, another man was going to finish it. If a man puts the woods
okay,
on fire,
but war
100
is
men.
not one war
Why
is
do
not
you
won
keep?
through physical strength
I
alone.
will.
War has
There is
always been
no.
won through weaponry,
Yeah.
superior
Hold on.
weaponry, and resources and land
Let
knowledge.
me
It's not
explain
pure
this, then you
strength, and
got it.
society has never been run by pure strength and strength alone.
Well, it's primarily been
We are
manpower.
human beings.
It's not
It's
primarily
been
been manpower. That's not true.
Who stops this
No,
war?
it is true.
Who stops
It's
this war?
not.
It is.
Men or
It's
women?
not.
Who stops this
You're
war?
completely wrong.
I mean, I'm just not, because especially modern war that is relevant in any way to this fucking conversation, manpower is
It's
not been
shifting
one of
your
those.
direction,
No.
but it's not fully there yet.
No, it 100% is fully there yet. It is 100% more important to have more. World War II was won by aircraft carriers.
So what's
And
happening in Ukraine and
partially
Russia
by
then?
Fucking Russian weather.
What's
What do you
winning it
mean?
for? What's winning it for Ukraine versus Russia then, if not manpower?
Russia also has more weapons and better technical capabilities than Ukraine. They have the advantage on all three sides, not just manpower. Why do you think we'd beat the piss out of China? We don't have more
Are you
people.
proving my point?
We have better. No, I'm literally countering it. China has 1.4 billion people. Who do you think wins in a war, us or China? U.S. or China? Not because you're Canadian. Obviously, Canada loses always, no matter how many people they have. But
So I get your point, and I do agree with it. But like even as
Then it's
World
not
War
manpower.
II,
Yeah, wait, let's move on, please.
no,
anyway.
no. World War II, Russia was a.
I'm
Okay, it
not,
doesn't matter.
I'm saying
It doesn't matter.
individual strength. I'm saying the individual strength of the participants of the war. I'm saying like the buffest dude is like again.
Yeah, it's trivial. It's trivial as bullets,
Strategy.
But-
bullets and rifles come in.
Precisely. Yes.
Well, hold
Thank
on.
you.
Let me get to something I wanted to say in response to Mooncake's thing, which is I think the
Okay,
oh,
Vibe,
guy's got
mute
him.
yourself.
Yeah, he's got him, yeah.
Mute yourself until
Yeah.
you turn off the stream, please, or I will mute you.
Yeah. So one thing I think needs to be drawn from Mooncake's thing. Obviously, she is playing that she's serious. I know she's fucking not, but she's gonna keep doing it. She's gonna commit to the bit. The point being, there is this collective erudite is funny with it. She calls it stolen valor by men in these red pill fucking conversations where there's this collective ownership of all the benevolence and protection men do, but there's no collective ownership of all the victimization and all of the need for the protection and the need for the benevolence, as you call it, coming from the same monolith's fucking misdeeds, right? If the world was just covered in women and somehow they had found a way to reproduce with one another, women wouldn't need men because the force paradigm would be equalized. Men need women as much as women need men because women secure the future of the society, men secure the present of the society.
Agreed.
If you want, stop treating things like monoliths and you can actually have a conversation about this. The fact is, it is better to have both men and women eligible to do a lot of these different jobs because there are a lot of men who are better suited to do intellectual work than physical work, and there are certain women who are better suited to do physical work than intellectual work. Obviously, it's in different shares, but if we don't have those spots filled, if we don't have this entire extra force to tap into of voluntary labor, then some of the greatest, smartest, most successful men in history never exist because they have to be out in the battlefield because there's no administrative support by women in the military because they all have to be men
Who
for
would
no
run the
fucking reason.
panels if I was forced into the front lines? It would be crazy.
Yeah,
Who would do
the
it?
fact
It'd be a
is
disaster.
It
we
would.
benefit
We'd all be
from
less
voluntary
from it.
we benefit from voluntary participation in basically every force. Obviously, the military should have standards, and everybody should have to abide by them. Obviously, jobs that need you to be able to do a thing, you should be tested on your acuity of doing that thing. And if you can do the thing, that's how you get the job, whether you're a man or a woman. And that's going to lead a lot of jobs to be primarily women and a lot of jobs to be primarily men, right?
Okay.
I want a woman nurse. I want a male soldier. But I think women should be allowed to be soldiers and men should be allowed to be
give
nurses
the mic
because that makes us richer.
I want to give the mic to Martae. I'm sure he has a lot to say, and he's had a chance
Disagree.
to say it. So, Martae, you have the mic. Go ahead. Respond to some of the things that you want to say.
So to his point, I think that there should be equality of opportunity for sure, right? But the problem with this is if we argue, we have an overcorrection in society. I keep saying the word overcorrection because it's a push. And when we have a push towards this, and you brought up military, for example, we have to think about harm reduction, right? So if we think about this, there's a massive strength differential, right? That Charlie brought up, right? Well, there's other indicators because I'm writing a book called The Female Warrior Fallacy, which I'll debate anybody that there was no female warriors in history. It's never happened, never exists. And also it's providing an ought claim as to why we shouldn't have this because female warriors on the battlefield have a higher increased rate of cysts that happen. Hair falls at a higher rate. Their blood pressure problems happen. Infertility increases at 38% in the military. They have a big, huge problem with this. And post-military, when they retire, it doesn't go down. We don't see a decline of this. Also, when we have this, the female rangers that got through the training, they are allowed infinite recycles, right? The case of the one that did graduate, she got caught with a weapons charge. He got arrested after that. So there's also it's also rife with abuse as well too. So we're gonna have a massive problem with harm reduction that we can't avoid when we do this. When we push women to go do the very thing that our ontology is against this, right? So you don't want, of course, I'm open for open equality, right? But the problem with this is by our design, we are specifically made for certain things, right, and functions, right? So you want the best to go into this field. You don't want, when we have quotas, right? I'm against quotas, right? Just because we need them in there. I'm staunchly against this because when we push more in this, we're actually hurting women in the process of doing that.
There's no, I don't believe that there's any gender quotas in the military, but I'm sorry. Are you saying that you are writing a book on, you are writing a book that argues that female warriors never existed, and you are doing this by studying female warriors?
We're doing this by studying civilizations where
women were warriors and soldiers. So you are studying instances of women being soldiers and warriors to argue that women have never been soldiers and warriors, because there are very, very well documented instances of women going to war.
In my book, and it's highly sourced.
Well, hold on.
Princess
wait.
Have you seen
I want to say really quickly.
the great movie The Woman King? I watched it because my black friend told me to.
Putting the female soldier thing aside, can you help me understand the difference between the position that you just stated and Jeb Town's position? Because I heard the exact same thing. People should be able to go into these fields even as long as they can meet the specific and strict criteria for that position, and it shouldn't be based on whether you're a woman or a man. You started out, Martae, you started out by saying that you think there should be equality of opportunity, but that women are designed to be better at certain things and men are designed to be better at certain things. That's exactly what Jebtan said. So where's the discrepancy?
Well, what I'm saying though, let me clear this up. Even if he's saying there should be equality, I'm making the awareness point of just know that when we allow this, there's going to be harm. And the more you push towards this allowance, you're not.
Wait.
Wait,
So
wait,
are
wait,
you?
wait,
Then
wait.
you're. Wait. Then
Wait,
you're
does he
pushing for
think
the
that?
harm too. You're
Yeah,
pushing
wait.
for the harm too because you said that you think there should be equality of opportunity.
Oh,
It's just that we're
I'm
better
consistent
suited for certain
because
things.
I would also push for women to be in male sports, and here's why. I think women should get knocked the hell out. They're gonna learn. They're gonna be like, "Damn, I shouldn't compete with
Well,
men."
we
And
know
they're
we
gonna
know what
do
you
No,
think after you
women
told us
should
Men's
about it.
sports doesn't
women
exist.
should be harmed physically
That
to
benevolence
learn their
again.
lesson.
Well, no, my thing
This
is,
is
and I know where
consistent.
you disagree with. No, it's
Why
not.
would I tell a woman she
Marte,
can't box a man?
Marte, I understand the
What
reason
did I say
why
no?
you both disagree with me and then express no disagreement is because there's an underlying leap in logic that you have not yet explained, where you say, I want equality of opportunity, it just might have some bad outcomes. And also, I think that you should vote by household, so we should punish married women so that they have to share a vote with their husband. It's like,
That's not punishing.
that's not
You're actually
equality of
encouraging families
opportunity.
to do this. You're not pitting families against each other. If a wife goes ahead and cancels out my vote, do you think that promotes
You're
unity or
you're
anti-unity?
Why would a
incentivizing
wife
people to
cancel
stay
out your vote?
single. You're
Wait, hold on. Are you
incentivizing women
pushing
to stay
unity or
single.
anti-unity?
You're
Are you
incentivizing.
creating division
Stop
or unity
interrupting
in the
me,
house?
bro. You're incentivizing women to stay single. You realize that,
You're
right?
avoiding the question too. Go ahead.
I'm not avoiding the question. If you tell people you have to share your vote with your household when you get married, why would they ever get married?
No, to
That's an
save their
incentive.
vote, they're not going to
Makes
get
it
married
Why
to
is
save their
that's the
vote.
incentive?
Yeah. Yes.
No. What I'm saying is, so you're saying if you're not part of a family unit, you just don't get to vote?
Why would I be allowed to do something if I'm not contributing to it? I think that, like, back to the point, right? Does
So
everybody
if I'm a
deserve?
military soldier who has not yet been married, I don't get to vote. I can die for the country, but I don't get to vote in its elections.
The government can take your money,
Part of it.
but
That's
you
a
can't
part of
vote.
earned vote. You
Well,
know,
no, but you
conscripting.
said household. So is it household and
No,
military?
that's
Can we
also
add
a
nurses
sidebar.
too?
Also,
What about my yard
house.
house waiter? I like
I have a
him. Does he get to
solution to
vote?
the voting problem.
This is also
Do
household
it.
and military. All of it.
Solution to the voting problem is if we're talking about productive members of society, everyone on this panel who is an active streamer does not get to vote because you are not productive members of society.
Oh
I have
no.
a farm
Whoa.
too, sir.
Fair enough.
I'll have you know, I called a
That's fair.
congressman
But yeah,
retarded yesterday, and that's activism.
what I'm
You
trying
did.
to point out,
You did.
Marte. Yeah, what I'm trying to point out, Marte, is that you say I want equality of opportunity, but then you just lay out this voting system that's like these groups that I kind of think are contributing more than others, they'll get to vote and nobody else will. So if you're married, if you're military, I'm assuming you think police and
deserves this. You need to create a distinction between those that don't vote and those that do vote. Like back in the day, not every man was able to vote, like Fatty was saying, and not every woman was able to vote. If we think about this, a lot of this was earned, right? If we think about this, I think we need to go ahead and go back to a system.
No. A
What
lot
have
of it
you
was
done to earn
inherited.
your vote?
A lot of it was inherited, Marte.
Felons can't vote because that right
Well,
was stripped away
actually,
from them.
hold
right?
on. According to Fatty, these rights were not earned; they were whined into existence. Fatty
True, because the
maintains that
ultimate
people get
True
rights
boobies.
when marginalized
It's because
groups
titties.
complain
Specifically.
long enough
Mhm.
that they
It's
get
already written.
buy-in from the majority to help them. So
Yes.
that's not.
Being
I wouldn't
defending
call
a
that
right is also
earning
saying
rights.
earning a right too.
Sorry, repeat
Can I
that.
also circle us
You
back
have
to
the right to
Mooncake's
defend
larger
our right.
point?
I'm sorry, Marte.
Okay.
I didn't hear you again.
Okay,
Got a question?
finish your point, Marte. I want to give Vibe a chance after you're done though. So finish your point, Marte, and then we're gonna give Vibe a chance to go.
I'll concede on my point. Go ahead.
Okay, Vibe, you're here. What you got?
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, what you got?
All right,
No.
perfect. So, it's a very interesting point here. I'd love to put my video on. I haven't figured this out yet on this particular platform, but I'm Gen X, and I think we have some Gen Xers here. We have some millennials here. Probably the millennials are on the side of the senior millennials, and some of us are on the minority Gen Xers. But Gen X, we were lied to. It was the worst lie that ever happened to society. When I grew up, I was taught that all women and all men had equal rights. And I believed it and I trusted it and I high-fived the women with me. I went to college with them. We got great careers. We were high-fiving each other with great salaries, great expectations. We all freaking killed it in society, right? Then the women started getting depressed. My female friends were telling me, I don't like this life right now. I feel like I'm made for something else. They were in their late 30s at this time. They decided to settle down, find a man, and they did fertility drugs. They spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to have one kid, right? And by the way, I'm not saying that I don't think like women should do that. I'm saying that my whole generation was told, and all the men were there, go girl, go girl. Like we were high fiving each other in our careers, but then later on, the women were like, I can't have a kid. I have to do fertility. I have to do all these things. It was the biggest misconception ever portrayed on Gen X, and here we are today. We have
That has
lower
nothing
birth
to do.
rates.
Can I actually respond to this?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm gonna talk. I'll use an anecdote. My baby boomer grandma, she was a stay-at-home mother. She had 3 kids, and she loved that so much she killed herself when my mom was 11. My grandmother, who divorced her husband and then had like a little like boy toy 20 years younger than her, was a teacher her whole life. You know, strong feminist. She lived till her 80s. So I don't know, man. Like, say all you want.
High five
about,
for
like,
that story. Can we high five for that story, Charlie? That was a great story. High five.
No,
No, but that story
I'm just
though.
saying,
Wait,
but I'm
that
just
does
saying,
not
like,
sound like a typical
sometimes,
story, right?
no, but Vibe, can I
it's
poke
not.
at
It is a typical story because I actually know a lot of women who had children in their 30s and were fine, and they're fucking fine, and everything
Yeah,
is
no,
normal,
they are,
and
but
they're
I
happy.
mean, like I
Like,
said,
the majority of them are happy.
I was high fiving these women in their careers through their lives. Like we all were taught this. Gen X was
So
taught
every
this.
woman you touched grew sad? Okay, got it.
And
No,
killed
no,
himself.
no, not at all. But I'm just saying.
Maybe you should stop high fiving women. That's the through line of all of
yeah,
them.
I found
It's
the
not working.
variable at play here.
No, Vibe, I get what... Hold on, can I touch on it real quick? I get the point you're making.
Then her,
but
then
you kinda
Mooncake. Then we're going to go Mooncake next.
Yeah. You kind of said something that wasn't what you meant, I think. And I get... The lie wasn't that you guys have equal rights, right? Because obviously they were exercising those rights, so that wasn't a lie. What you were saying is the idea that a woman's ideal life and a man's ideal life are the same was the lie. And I understand that, but we have to what we have to accept is that anytime new opportunities are thrust upon a group of people, any group of people, there's going to be an adjustment period where they're not always going to use that freedom in the best way. They're not always going to be able to do the thing the best. And I think that's why we have like declining birth rates and we have a lot of really bad gender issues right now in America, is you have a lot of women who are just now kind of getting used to being in a world where women have had equal rights for a really long time. And you have a lot of men who have not yet gotten used to the idea that they are as expendable as women used to feel.
The women...
And they are not actually high value the way that they picture themselves as, and they're having to reconstruct their image of value the same way women have had to do for the past 40 years.
The women were granted rights, but all of them were deceived for another right was formed. Okay, a right
I mean,
that would
that's kind of true,
deceive
right?
them all.
Like, I mean,
Mooncake. Go ahead.
I was a guy supporting every woman out there to like get her career, do her thing, go all out.
How were you supporting
right?
them,
I supported all of
physically?
them.
Did you do like a certain
I
thing
don't
to
think
support them?
Vibe is the same name as Mooncake.
Yeah, Mooncake.
No, it's
Mooncake, you gotta assert your
gotta
like. If you want to
get in
take away
here
men's
after,
rights,
too.
which you do, you have to be able to assert
I want it so
your
bad, I'm
dominance
sorry.
over.
No, I don't want to take
over
away
a
men's
friend.
right. I'm just telling you what happened for Gen X. Now, most of us have grown up and realized that was not
This
the
is why
truth,
all
Doesn't-
men
right?
should be
He
pegged.
doesn't
Let
listen.
Mooncake
Mooncake,
I mean,
Mooncake,
no,
please.
yeah, no, sorry, it's okay. No, I was just gonna say I kind of actually agreed with a lot of what Jeb was saying, but in general, I think women now realize like you have freedom of choice, and at the end of the day, just because you make a choice doesn't mean you won't regret it. But I think that's the same for any gender. and now like we're kind of just moving forward with that. But I think in general, part of the problem is that I think especially young men don't know what to do with themselves. Now that women do have freedom of choice and they get to decide what they want to do with their futures, they're not happy with it because they can't control women through just like a means of money or having to approach them with just having money. They have to bring more to the table with like emotional intelligence, things of that nature, having to actually work harder and improve on themselves.
Okay, just a
And I
I'm
think they're
sorry
just
to
not used to
interrupt,
that.
but just a warning: if you are DMing me 20 times and calling me right now, if you continue to do so while I'm on a panel, I will block you. I know you want on, jump backstage like everyone
I'm so
else.
glad I didn't
Okay,
message you.
Hey,
do
Wick,
not do
don't
that.
worry, it's your boyfriend.
Okay,
It's fine.
Wick,
He's not worried
can I
about
get
you.
in here?
go ahead, Tali.
Okay. I think once again, I think this is just like this idea that the problem that we're facing now is that men don't know what to do with themselves because they're just expendable as women. Again, I think we're just like feeding the gender wars here, which is not my goal at all. I'm sympathetic to part of what Vive said, and I brought it up earlier in this conversation. I don't think that this, which I see as a problem of women going down a path that ultimately does not make them very happy and even forecloses or limits some of their options in the future of having a family and stuff like that. I do think this is a problem. I don't think this problem came from giving women the right to have jobs and giving women the right to vote. I think this is a cultural issue and it needs to be solved with a cultural prescription. So yes, I think we need to go back to I think the reason that women got themselves to the point where Vibe is remarking on is because of, and I know people don't like this, but I argued this last week, is a bit of like an overcompensation of feminist culture that did tell women that you need to be entirely secure in your own life and in your, but you don't need no man, you can't rely on a man, in fact. And so it is incumbent upon you to be a full blown professional with a safe career and income before you start a family. And I do think that this ultimately hurts lots of women who want to have families. I think that again, this is something that we need to fix on the cultural level, not on the
Well,
legislative level.
I agree, but I think it's a yes and. I think the feminist overcorrection was a result of just kind of a new landscape for women. And the one example of the same sort of power being leveraged was that of men. And so the natural assumption was, women, you got to be men because now
Do
you have
what
the
the
power
men do.
men have.
I couldn't agree more.
Soy
And I
pill,
think
soy
the
pill. Has
same way-
feminism gone too
women
far? Soy
shouldn't
pill.
be.
Are you asking
women
me?
shouldn't.
Yeah.
Well, Tali, hold on. Jew to Jew, let this is Jew take over, all right? Because I know it's women want, all right? Has feminism gone too far? Absolutely not. I think everything that any of the idiots in this panel would complain about, like the Me Too movement, or women are having some problems with like fertility because they're out and working. Like none of these are solved by removing feminism. All of them are just, oh, hey, by the way, a lot of people might not know that you have birth problems if you have a baby at 43, so you can just inform them. This is not solved by stripping away women's rights to work. It's not solved by stripping away some concept of like, hey, like you should be independent and make money. And hey, if you get a divorce, like you've been out of the fucking workforce for 15 years and maybe you should figure something out in your career. Like none of that being stripped away is going to solve these problems. And anyone advocating for it is stupid. And I think we should have fifth wave feminism.
Wait,
Again, I agree.
who started feminism?
We shouldn't be taking these choices away from women. But the idea that so I agree with what is Jeb. Yeah, Jeb said that a lot of what feminism has become, or part of the feminist movement that perhaps I take issue with, maybe Jeb does too, is that it was encouraging women that in order to be equal, they needed to aspire to the same things that men aspire to. And what I'm saying is, any woman who aspires to those things, I want her to have the right to do it. But there are many women who would be happier not having to work, being able to work part-time, being able to make some money on the
I
side
would
while
be
raising their
happier not
family.
having to work.
Yep, no one's stopping them
There are
from
plenty.
doing that.
Absolutely, there are plenty.
Well, that is
Actually,
actually
there
kind
are.
of the
Hold on,
problem.
hold on.
Well, how are you
Well,
making
and
money
hold
on the
hold
side
and
is the
thank you,
question.
thank you,
Literally the
thank you,
economy.
thank you. So I agree with Charlie exactly. So part of this is really we can separate this from at least like feminist intervention, because economically what most women have, most families require a dual income in order to live a middle class life. And so I'm with you on that, but this idea that feminism even was just compensating for the oppression of women is not entirely true, because a large part of the feminist
Yeah, the
movement
CIA started it.
was a blank slatist movement that did tell women that they are essentially equal to men, and that they the only thing keeping them back is misogyny and bigotry. and those things were not true and were not helpful to tell women, in fact.
Winning
I
history.
mean,
Part of
The
wait,
CIA
can I
started
want
with
wait, I want a
feminist women.
clarification. Can you clarify
Men.
what part of that isn't true? Because I'm curious. Like in principle, I think there's a way you could
I mean, you could
make that
say
sound
it's true
reasonable.
as much as you
Excuse me,
want.
sir. Are you look? This is a Jew to Jew rapport conversation, and I don't think you look
Oh,
Jewish
okay,
enough for this.
sorry.
All right. So, Tali, please, can you tell me
Oy
explain
vey.
to me how that's not true?
So can you just
Can you explain
repeat
how the whole
my
idea that
claim?
women, this whole blank slate ideology? Because if it's talking about like, oh, you can lift just as much as the strongest man, yeah, I would agree. Obviously, that's a lie, but I don't think that's what feminism is pushing. So I'm asking you to clarify. What do you mean by this push of blank slate is a lie?
Well, I think that blank slate is a lie. That humans are not created equally, essentially. So, are you arguing
I
that
mean,
the
just like, could
feminist
you
movement has
elaborate?
never
Like, what part of it is a lie? Like, if you said, yeah, okay, are men and women equal and biologically?
psychologically?
I was born
Okay.
smarter
I'm
than
saying
you.
that-
Yo, are you a male feminist?
I am a male feminist, all right, and I'm
Oh, that's
6'5", and
wild,
I
bro.
read
Hold on, I'm gonna
all
get a
the
beer.
literature.
Hold on.
All
I
right.
Hey, he's
haven't
6'5",
drank enough of
everyone.
this.
Listen.
Mhm.
So,
When
yeah,
did
so
woman
maybe
when
maybe I don't understand the question that you're asking me, but I think
My question is, like, you're saying they're pushing this lie. I'm asking if is the lie simply that men and women are biologically the exact same, or that women should aspire to be able to have the same opportunities as men, which I'm pretty sure is kind of the underlying message of feminism. I don't think that's a lie. So I'm asking you to clarify the blank slate and what a part of that is a lie. Is it just the like, yeah, obviously these two things aren't the same? Because I mean, yeah, you reiterated that point several times in the debate. Like, yeah, obviously men on average are stronger, and I don't think most people are arguing against that. Maybe someone could talk about that here.
So that's the thing. People are, and I'm glad that it's not a majority of people on this panel, but there are women who believe this. There are men who believe this too, and you can see this in the conversation about, like, for example, trans women participating in women's sports. There are people who absolutely believe that that women and men are the exact same, that males and females have basically no difference, that the reason that men are more successful in sports is because they're encouraged to play sports, and their desires to engage in that are encouraged, and yeah, basically
Let me speak for the transgenders, please. Please, as someone that I guess could be called detransitioned, let me speak to it.
Wait, what?
The belief in the trans community at large is not that, like, you could take a trans woman who has never been on estrogen and has had nothing done to her, and it would be, like, equitable for her to compete with cisgender women. That's never been the argument. It's that it is, it is observable. It has been studied and researched that when you take estrogen, if you are someone that is assigned male at birth, you lose your muscle mass. It is literally fucking true. It is literally fucking true.
You do not lose your skeletal mass.
Trans women would be winning sports competitions like crazy, but they're not.
No, they are.
Wait.
They're not.
You're saying they're not?
No, they're not.
So a man to woman trans is not winning stuff in women's categories?
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
But not all the time.
Yes,
sometimes,
Even
dude, there's like records being broke in women's categories by males transitioning.
Okay. One at a time. I know we.
Hey, can we back out of the?
But what I'm saying, whether you disagree with me or not, what I am saying, shut the fuck up. Oh my god, you are so stupid. So listen, you're not a fucking grown man. Look at you sitting in your fucking room at your computer talking in your little microphone. Shut up, man. Okay, anyway. So my point is that when people make that point, they are not saying that someone like the soy pill or Martae or Jeb are like cis women are as strong as them. They're talking about people that have been on a strict hormone regime that has reduced their muscle mass.
Okay. Notice she didn't
so
say
really
you.
quickly, there's hold on. If it's okay for me to go back and forth with Charlie here. So a couple things here. Number one, there are absolutely people making that argument. Maybe it's the minority, and good, because that is the most detached from reality argument there, but there are absolutely people out there making that argument. Number two, there's another subset of people larger than the people who believe that someone who has not taken any medical intervention is going to, perform the same as a female or something like that. But there's a larger group of people out there, on the left in particular, who believe that even if there is a discrepancy in strength and ability, that it shouldn't matter because gender self-identification should be the only thing that matters.
Yes.
Francesca Fiorentini, I mean, she tripled down on this, right, on Piers Morgan, and said that like Cristiano Ronaldo and The Rock and all of these people should be able, if they announce right then and there that they are women, they should be able to compete against women. So
Can I just apologize to the panel and the audience
ridiculous.
for asking for a clarification and turning this into a transport
Yeah,
debate that I really
yeah,
didn't want to
yeah.
have?
God
I'm sorry,
damn it.
everybody.
God damn it,
I
Soy.
think-
What have you
I think-
done?
Where
sorry.
it turned was
the thing about it is that it's not relevant to the point. The dishwasher next to me wanted to talk about trans people. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with
What did he call me?
Dishwasher.
Dishwasher.
Oh, God,
The
bro.
dishwasher? Do I look like I wash dishes?
Dude, this guy's wild,
Yeah,
dude.
you
I
wanna
love
be
that.
a-
Yeah,
Wow.
you look dirty as
Yeah.
fuck, Charlie. You
Keep
look like
him
you have
in
a
here
fucking
forever.
disgusting
I'm so
kitchen.
fucking clean. Look at me. You should see the rest of my room. Oh my god.
Bro,
I
I
don't
bet you
wash
she's got
dishes.
flies coming out of her drain, dude. Don't even.
Yeah,
try it.
yeah, dude. I don't cook
Get outta
either.
here.
I'm
Here's
absolutely
the
not.
thing: no matter
Holy
how
mother
many
of God.
drugs you take and what you do
what
to your own like personal
the point was that
autonomy,
people,
it's still going to be stronger as a female or a male on your
not-
I
transition.
don't give a
Okay,
fuck.
okay. I'm throwing a flag on the transport
Stronger.
stuff. We're done with the transport stuff. Moving
That's
on.
not important.
Okay.
I'm done.
Can I?
The
Hey,
point is
hold
that
on.
people
No, hold on.
believe it. I
Let
just
Fatty
said-
finish. Let
So,
Fatty
hold on,
finish.
maybe
Hold
I-
on. No.
nothing-
Let Fatty
the
finish his
point
point.
is not
Let
the-
Fatty
the
finish his
point-
point. Then we're gonna go to Rudy.
The
Cool.
point if they are different or not is not important. The point is that there are people that believe it. So you have to actually tackle them and talk with them so you can actually get a fair ground. There's nothing to do if they do it or not. I just wanted to make sure to soy peel, like when did women regulate themselves? When did women said we're going too far, let's go back? Like when did this happen?
Well, like in
Can I say
general,
something
like
to
when
Soy
did
Pill?
feminine? Well,
You
hold on.
said
Let
there
me
need
answer
to be
Fatty.
a
Like,
You said
are
there
you
need to
saying
be
like
a-
when have women like
feminism.
argued against the overcorrection of feminism that you perceive?
Majority is not doing it. You can find anything in everything, but actually, I would say feminism is the biggest religion in the planet right now. Most women
wrong.
are
Most
most
women-
women.
Most women are
Well,
not
I-
Yeah, I
militant
don't-
feminists. Most women
Bro,
are
why
not.
are there so many
Sorry.
white knights like arguing this? Let the women talk
I
about it.
argued a
just-
week
Oh, yeah,
ago
it's
that
just wrong.
feminism has.
Let the women.
argued a
Let the
week
women
ago-
say.
I argued a week
The-
ago
the-
here
the
on WIC
reality-
TV that feminism has gone too far. So there are
reality-
certainly women who are talking about this stuff.
Oh, okay, wait. Well,
reality-
Tally, maybe
the
you
best-
can give me
the
a good
best
example
way
then.
to predict-
I
Yeah,
want to
stop
hear
telling women what
from
to
the
do, bro.
woman.
Why would
Okay,
they
what
let
I
A
them
wanna
lot
go
of
back
people
to-
talking that I didn't say to talk. Okay, that's all I'm saying. I get the
The best-
crosstalk. We allow the crosstalk. Fatty, land your plane, Amelia Earhart. Come
The
on, I
best
know you can do
way-
it, buddy.
The best way to predict the future.
Amelia Earhart famously did not land the
My
plane.
God,
Rick. I hope you know
soy
that.
pill.
That's-
Enough.
The best way to predict the future is to look at the past. So I want to ask Soy Man. I don't know your name. I'm sorry, but I know
That's
about
okay.
you. You actually very good. Like
Oh, thanks.
when did women I think women are opportunistic. If they can get away with it, they will. Right? That's what women been doing. So when did in history women corrected themselves and says, you know what? We are going too far. Let's take these things that we're doing wrong and stop doing it and send it to the man. Like,
Well,
when did this
obviously,
happen?
I would concede, Fatty,
Who
that I
hurt
don't
you,
think that's
bro?
happened. But the reason I would also posit is that I don't think anything that women have done in any time in history has gone too far. I think you and I would just disagree on that.
Whoa, what?
Tolly obviously has an example of
Nothing,
that
like
that I'd
nothing?
love to hear. Well, I'm sure
No,
you know.
how was it
Okay, I'll
actually
say
in
this.
history?
All right, Amelia Earhart took her plane a little too far. She should have
No,
stayed with
women
some boundaries.
started like
Yeah.
Hold on,
recording,
so,
dude. What?
Wait, Phil, I
Huh?
want to give you a better example of what you were asking, or not a better, but
Yeah,
a different
like-
example for the blank slatism, just to get back there where I took us off.
Or
course
just
with the
when feminism
biological.
took too far for Fatty, so I can
Well,
argue
sure.
against that. But
Well, sure. I want to go back to the blank slatism. So another example would be even psychologically in women's preferences. So there is this belief that the only reason that we see any discrepancy and even like the types of roles that women and men go into is because of this socialization, and that women are basically being kept out of these things. And you see this push that essentially if we encouraged women to do the same things that men excel at, that women would want to do it and would succeed in this at the same levels. I think that's a lie that is sold to
okay,
women
I
that
understand.
makes
So
it
I think
like
the issue. Wait, Fatty, can I please just answer this, and I'll give it back to you. but I think the issue with that is, yeah, I do see some people do perceive that. They do take it. I don't know if you want to call this going too far, but I do think there's a misconstruing of the narrative of, if you look at STEM fields, I did STEM field, and look, I'm like the one guy out of like, or sorry, there's like one woman out of like 400 men in like each class, right? And I don't think that is strictly due to biology. I think there's a very obvious push against women in STEM fields. You can look, you can ask all these people growing up, hey, like, you're bad at math because you're a woman. Like, this does happen. Now, the idea that if we just had everything equal, hold on. And if we just had, wait, let me just finish,
and then we're going to Mooncake after that. Just
yeah.
Mooncake then Rudy.
Yeah, the idea that if it's all else equal, everything would be 50-50. Yeah, obviously, I think that's silly, and I think there are people that have said that in the past. I don't think that's the prevailing theory of feminism. If you talk to any of these scholars, this is not the case.
Wait, this is the last time
I completely disagree with that in the sense that what I was telling you guys.
Okay, enough. We have an order. We have an order.
This is the last.
Last thing you say. Okay, go ahead.
This is the last time I talk on the panel. I'll be just here as a spectator. You know why I actually wanted to ask this question about feminism going too far?
Mm-hmm.
Because there was a woman that came on this panel asking for a curfew for men and put them in cages and all that. And you saw that it was so ridiculous that you say, wait, are you serious?
Well, okay, when that happens, Fatty, you and I, we can take our shirts off and protest in the street, okay? But
she's
for
not
now,
a feminist, she's a Canadian.
Your boobs
it's a
out.
different thing.
Yeah, we're gonna whip them out.
And remember, just so the panel knows, $50, and I'll take my shirt off. We have a running go, $50, and I'll take it off. We've done it before. We'll do it again.
Only $50.
If you want to keep the panel going,
100
you
to
should
put it back
actually ask
on.
people.
50 to take
you
it off.
stand up, though?
And I'll take mine off.
Do you stand up though with the $50?
No.
Oh, okay. Darn, it's not even worth it. Can't even see nips. Shame.
$100 for him to keep his clothes. And I was just saying, this is actually when men are invisible to woman egregious behavior. She did that. You find it crazy. Everybody found it crazy. We are like, is she trolling? She said, no, I'm not trolling. This is when feminism goes too far. And you know what? She will never correct herself. Some man has to come in and says, you know,
why can't we have a conversation about it?
You are a little bit too crazy. We need to kind of put you on the side because we need sane people to actually.
Why is it that crazy? Why can't we have a conversation about those things? I don't think that's inherently crazy. I think it's okay to have a conversation.
Well, it just seemed like pure rage bait.
Hold on, give it to Moon. Hold on, stop. Give it to Mooncake. She's asking a good question, especially based on the nature of the panel we had before.
That's really fair because I feel like I made actual criticisms for issues in the male community, specifically when I talked about violence, for example, against men and women. So I don't think it's crazy to maybe bring that up or have a conversation about it and say, are there other ways of addressing this issue, which to you might seem out there. But like I said, everything we've been doing so far hasn't been working. We've tried education. We've tried talking to men. We've tried doing all these things, putting them in prison. But this obviously isn't working. So what else can we do to maybe fix some of these issues?
Mooncake, I agree. Do you think we should start with higher propensity statistically demographics and then move our way on then to the less propensity? Do you think that would be a good idea?
I mean, we can have a conversation about it. It's a possibility.
Oh yeah, just a conversation, right? We don't advocate for it because obviously that'd be awful. But
which ones are that again? Which groups?
I don't know. I'd have to go look it up. But I mean, if we're just if it hasn't been working, I guess we should just start putting curfews on people. I don't have any.
I definitely have a specific group in mind.
I don't like this. I don't like this hunting guy. But the vibes are not.
Certain crimes
vibes are not good.
Yeah,
the vibes are not good with the guy who's in the hunting gear. I don't know, Wick. The vibes are.
To Mooncake's point, we're having a whole panel about if women should be able to fucking vote. I think it's okay to have a silly off-topic conversation about if men should have a curfew. I think Mooncake was trolling. I think she was being hyperbolic to kind of drive home the point that you guys want to communally own all the good men things, but don't want to communally own all the bad. No, it's not rage bait. It's getting people to think about the silly parts of their own content. Woodsman, if it enrages you to face the silly parts of your argument, you
brother,
probably
you're a Steelers
argue.
fan, okay? I don't want to hear what you have to say about
Okay, enough. Okay, there are too many of you, and I'm willing to get rid of some if we don't calm down here. We're gonna give it to Rudy. Rudy has been polite and good, and the vibes are good with Rudy. We're gonna give it to Rudy. Go ahead, Rudy.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I will say that.
Hey, thanks for coming. Remember, check out his channel. Links in my description. See you.
I will say that it's also interesting that everyone was shocked by Mooncake's proposal when the entire debate has been based on hypotheticals and little weird fictional creations that are not based in real statistics versus like, we're going to have another hypothetical versus another hypothetical versus another hypothetical.
I was
And
never shocked. I'm all for equality and allowance.
no, Martae, I'm not targeting you specifically. I'm saying that when I was watching this debate, hypotheticals were coming up, and people were getting mad that Mooncake brought up the possibility that we should possibly kennel men, which, it can't hurt. We've never tried it. Fuck it. We ball. And ultimately, in terms of blank slatism and the equal rights of women, my point was re-inspired by the appearance of Woodsman and his flag in the background. I do think women have the right to be bullet sponges. I think they should have the right to be bullet sponges. And I support that.
No, but yeah, I think
Can
I don't
I
think it should be
respond?
engaging to have the conversation. Oh yeah, go ahead, Will.
Can I respond?
Go ahead, William.
Okay. Look, the Marine Corps thing is the standards have already been lowered for women to be in the Marine Corps. Just saying.
Are you in it?
I don't think that's right. Yeah, I did 10 years in the Marine Corps.
I think you're missing my point, dude.
Yeah, I don't. What I'm saying is, bullet sponges is not a cool thing to be, and I hate that people use that compliment. Those are people dying and shit. And like, it might be edgy to say it, but like, people are losing their lives. We're like, oh yeah, bullet sponges for the government, things that you vote into power, and then you're like, oh yeah, bullet sponges. They're just poor kids from poor communities.
Yeah, well,
most of them join the military because they want to get out of that shitty community, and then, oh yeah, okay, they're bullet sponges, but the regulations and PT standards have been lowered for women. Like I could be
we said
50
that
years
shouldn't
old.
happen though. Like the other
It's
side of
dumb.
the debate
I don't
said
think the
it shouldn't happen.
I definitely don't.
I said
think the
I'm
standards
against
should
the
be lowered.
draft.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the draft is dumb. I mean, if the
Yeah.
war is not popular, then they shouldn't make people go fight the war.
Yeah, no, like here's.
I think the war
$10,
should have to
just
be
real
like
quick, I do wanna read a couple
90%
super chats.
popular for them to draft people.
I do
At
want to read
least
a couple.
90%.
I do got to make a little money for going on this long, and I am tired, but I will make a little bit of money here and read some of these super chats. So here's from Metalworks 41190. What if we can make women artificially strong as men, and what effect could that have on society? Fair enough. $5 from
I would
T.
beat up so many people.
Who would
oh
be,
my
who
god!
would be the first person
Why would you
beat up?
resort to violence?
She would not be benevolent.
I would. Oh my
So
god!
is that
You know
the
what?
reason?
First person.
Wait, is that the reason the crime statistics are different between men and women? Because you guys can't beat us up? Is that what it is? You want to beat us up, you just can't.
For the most part.
Okay,
yeah.
well, damn. So you'd be the same. Fine.
Okay. $5 from TO to say the men hopping on the panel to be the savior proved Fatty and Martae's point from earlier. LOL, like clockwork. There you go, saviors.
Look, the patriarchy has made it so that women are worse at debating, okay? Because they don't get in these spaces as much. So, yeah, sometimes we have to lift them up, all right? That's how society works. And until we're on the same level,
Soy, hold on, just real
them.
quick. Soy, I don't think you could beat Tali in a debate. I'll be real right now. I think if you and Tali debated, and I'll host it,
I appreciate
I don't think
All
you
right.
win.
Set it up.
Yeah, I will set it up. I'll set it up. We'll figure it out. $5 from Crash Out. Let me. I got some more money to make. Come on.
It was addressed to us saviors.
Okay, we'll get to it. Write it down, buddy. $5 from Crash Out or Crash. Crash Out or Crash Out. Crash Out or Cash Out. Sorry, says $5. Should women be forced to give birth to secure the state? No. $5 from the same person. Laws are made to stop the savage, not the polite guy. $5 from Alexander Rin. Maybe barefisted or with a melee weapon. I'd care if you were male. Grab an auto or some HE munition. Does it really matter? $5 from Alexander Rin again. People not fighting for survival have a lot more room for benevolence. Ugh. $2 from Crash Out or Cash Out. She has no perspective because it's based on misandry. $10 from.
I'm talking about Mooncake, probably.
Probably Mooncake, yes.
Oh.
$2 from Crash Out or Cash Out. Who would enforce these laws? Women. LOL. True. $10 from Alexander Rin. I don't understand. Who thought Mooncake was actually joking in her original statement? Question mark. $5 for Crash Out or Cash Out. The economy being the reason not to have a kid is a fallacy based on first world privilege of living conditions. And finally, $10 for Cash Out or Cash Out. And thank you, whoever you are. Welcome to the welcome to the stream. For real.
Obviously, it's Destiny Wick. Can't you tell?
True. Or it could be Lex Friedman. He hasn't been in a while. So the higher propensity for crime is based on the lack of conservative values and feminism being pushed into black communities. Thank you for the $10. So
That's
Mooncake, why are you pushing feminist values into black communities in order to increase the crime rates?
Make them crimey.
I don't know. I don't even know how to answer that, honestly.
What have you done, Mooncake?
Yeah.
What have you done?
Seriously. What the fuck?
Are there more, Wick, or can I? Can we go? Can we
I
go?
feel like
I've made my money. Okay.
Well, we should
So-
test. We should test this theory about locking men up and having curfews. Maybe in the black community because they commit most of the crimes.
Whoa.
Maybe we should check that out.
Whoa!
See if it
Dude,
works.
this is what I
We
meant.
take a small control group.
Okay.
And
No, this is what I fucking meant. I didn't like camo guy. I didn't know. See, I knew it. I knew
Check
it.
the group out. Check the small. We'll have a small control
Let's
group
give it
and
to-
then see if it
No,
works.
stop! I don't want.
We'll give it to
There was a
Jeb
way to
Tan.
make
Jeb
the
Tan,
joke.
go ahead.
And there was a way to make the joke, and
Let's take
Soy
a
Pill
small
did it,
group of
and then went
women
over
and
Wills.
put them in a control group.
Vibe, I
And,
love you. I'm gonna let me just get the thing real quick. So one,
Jeb.
I hate to be the one to I mean, I don't need to be the one to say it because everyone else already said it. Charlie and Tolly won the debate. We didn't come in to save it. We came in just because it's a 2-hour conversation. You can't get to every point in that time. But two, as far as all these thought experiments with locking up men and men getting super kind of soy about it. Bro, we're having a panel about if women should be able to fucking vote. Suck it up. You're gonna get some different ideas about what men should or shouldn't be able to do in this theoretical world where we're just being I like X outcome, so maybe I should impose force on the other gender in order to make that outcome happen. How about you just actually
And I don't even
be
think
for...
that's anything
They weren't
about
able
what's
to
happening.
reconcile how it's not an overcorrection, and that was never dealt with or met. I never heard.
She
an answer
agreed
to
that there are overcorrections of feminism. You just didn't make any points beyond that, and you said you're for equality, and then argued for 13 different highly unequal structures, and then you weren't that bad. You let Fatty talk too much. He was just repeating the same thing over and over and over again. And every time they gave a good counter argument for it, he just repeated the thing again.
They dug themselves a hole by the whole child support.
We really didn't.
We
really didn't.
No, what happened was they gave concessions because they were treating the debate as a challenge in getting to the truth, and you guys were trying to score debate points, so you gave zero concessions so that you could look like you won a debate. The reason why you keep saying you made my point is because Tally and Charlie were willing to make concessions. Women aren't equal in all ways, and there are going to be higher propensity male fields, even in a perfectly equal society. And then you're yeah, that's why I go for equality, where only people who are in certain jobs that I like can vote unless they're married. That's digging yourself a hole. That's making an argument and then immediately arguing against it.
They prove that this is to their detriment in the end when I show the final conclusion of where this goes, of them going ahead and voting against their interests. That's literally what I pointed out.
They don't vote against their interests. They vote against what you think their interests are.
So we want to go ahead and propagate society, promote a society, right? And in doing this, her point, her tweet, and we can go ahead and talk about that too. There are numerous women out here that say, "Oh, red pill community, we're going to opt out of the force, the 4B movement, this whole thing." Women, as a majority, are promoting the lack of births in society by doing this, by taking away your choice in births and doing all this other stuff. They're actually destroying the births of future women in society. Is that against their interest or not? When you go ahead and take out another woman,
they're not.
Out of
What policy are they voting for that's destroying births in society other than abortion?
So abortion, and also a lot of the rules, a lot of the laws that they vote for are towards degeneracy. Most of the laws they're doing is
degeneracy.
Hold
makes
on.
A lot of fucking
Audacity,
babies,
do you have an actual point on this panel, or are you just here to troll?
Yes, it does.
Hold on, Audacity, are you just here to troll? Just give me a second. I got a housekeeping to do. Audacity, you're just here to troll. Or do you have something to say?
I don't have a camera, but I've been sitting here, just been trying to
Audacity,
fuck around.
If you don't,
can we
just here to troll.
No. I have a point. I have a serious
What's your point? Go
All right,
ahead.
I want to start off by saying, I think women. And this is this is probably just gonna blow up this entire conversation, right? But I think women are pretty cool. But
Fuck
besides
you,
that,
dude. Fuck you.
no. But besides that, no. Like there's this whole structure around women deserve equal rights. Like, that's so beyond the pale. It's so beyond the question anymore. They've more than done enough to prove their point that they deserve rights. They deserve representation. They deserve to have their issues heard, and they've been subject to a lot of trauma and issues throughout society and everything. Like just historically, like everything that's gone on with women. Rape statistics, violent crime, abuse, everything like that. Like this, at least America is what I can speak for, has to do a lot more to catch up with making sure that women can also be fairly represented and given the chance to keep up
Housekeeping,
with men. But
another housekeeping, and then I'll let you finish. It is midnight. I kind of want to go to bed. I will go to bed unless you give me $100 in the next 5 minutes.
Will you take your shirt off too, or you get
If
your
you give me
shirt
$100
and your
in the next
pants since
5
it's
minutes,
100?
not the pants, but $100. I'll keep it going for another hour, and I'll keep my shirt on, or I'll take.
Wick,
my
is
shirt
it
off.
misogynistic if I called you a cheap whore?
No.
Okay.
I mean, this
And I
is
do just want to add on to the back of what
this
you're
shit
saying
is
right now, because this is really important, right? Because I do believe that women should have every right, every opportunity to get everything they want. However, I also think, coming from the deception that I grew up in, that every woman had that opportunity, and being deceived, that a bunch of women that wanted to be housewives were told they had to go to college, they had to do this, they were not allowed to do that. And the outcome was a lot of unhappy women.
What do you mean they weren't allowed?
I do think every single woman should be able to do whatever they want, right?
That's
I'm
marketing.
100% in. No, it was marketing. It was the second wave feminism that I grew up with Gen X. And as a man, and all the men around me supported all the women around us. We were not going, no, you can't do that. We all applauded them for doing that.
You high fived them.
Grew up with them.
They did
we
have
high-fived them.
babies.
I mean, it's one of the very interesting things that happened to me in my life is the one my wife was pregnant with our first child. My brother, who is one of the super lefty types, it was just like out of somewhere he just like asked me, well, how are you gonna raise it? Right? Which is funny on its own, but he was like, how are you gonna raise it? Like once I told him it was a girl, and it was like, what do you mean? Like it's gonna be a child. If it has an interest, I'm gonna support its interests in a topic. Like I don't believe in like women can make a fucking choice. They can make a choice. They have clearly earned the right to make a choice.
We all make choices, right? I mean, it's all men and women make choices. It's not they make choices, not women.
Yeah, Vibe.
Make
choices. I get what you're saying, but and this comes to my kind of final gripe with what Martae had said. But you're getting it. There's a little bit of doublespeak. There's always a difference between like the sort of corporate narrative of a movement and what people are hearing from the people within the movement that they know. The people who were just generally pushing for women's rights that everybody knew at the time were probably just like, yeah, get a job if you want one, have a kid if you want one. But you're right. There were a lot of movies fantasizing about like, you got to break the glass ceiling, you got to leave your husband and cheat on him with the pretty guy and then get the big job and do the thing, right? Well, like there were a lot of rom-coms about that.
That was not part of this.
First
that
of all,
was not part of the narrative.
First of all,
I say this.
First of all, I've been paid $100, so we're gonna keep going. I know.
Okay.
Another $100, but
damn,
also
son.
I have to fight you all. So here's what we're gonna do. No, he paid me to fight you all. Mooncake. First of all, you all get some, right? Mooncake. I think that your lack of technical abilities and your shyness and basically cowardice, not wanting to come on the panel until I gave you the okay, is shameful. You should be ashamed of yourself. That's all I gotta say. Martae, no, I'm gonna go through all of you. Martae, you're gonna get some too. Okay, Martae, your analogies. I have never heard someone make as bad of an analogy on a panel that I've ever seen in my life. And don't choke women. That's bad. Please don't do that. Jebtan, we're not done yet. Jebtan, you won't shut up. There's nothing that you just keep yapping. You talk and you talk and you talk and you talk and you won't stop, and it's annoying and I don't like it. Charlie, you're also a little slow. I gotta tell you, you're a little slow. It takes you a while to get going. It took you It took you about an hour to get warmed up before you even started. What's going on? You got to be ready. You got to be in there. As soon as we're ready here, as soon as go time, you got to be willing to do it. Come on, Charlie, you could do better than that. Everyone's getting a little
I'm sorry.
vibe. Don't be sorry. Be better.
Bring it.
Okay.
Bring it.
I think that
Vibe,
just really speaks to the disadvantages that society
Oh
puts
my
on
God,
women. Like,
Audacity,
she was
you can't
just
shut
she
up
was she
either.
wanted
You'll
to
get
come
your
in very
turn.
strong opinion
Vibe.
and just wasn't ready because there's so many aggressive males.
Okay, I am just gonna.
I have to wait for my Adderall to kick in.
Vibe. You spent an hour texting me with this passive aggressive. Well, I paid. I gave you a membership. Oh, I can't get on. I can't figure it out. Oh, I guess I shouldn't even try because I can't even get on. Why won't you help me? This passive aggressive bullshit. Frankly, it's the most feminine behavior I've seen on the panel to date. Okay,
Oh,
it's
shit.
they're like it is the most woman-like behavior that I have seen. That's there.
Got
Okay,
a little
soy
personal,
pill.
I feel like.
My God, you are probably one of the dumbest motherfuckers who goes in. You go in, you come on, and you try to get through all your points by having your shirt off, right, with your tank top off, as if that makes your points better. No, it doesn't.
It does. It
no
does.
one
It does.
cares. Okay, look,
I
I'm
think
just
it's nice.
saying it's weak. It's not what we want to do. Tolly,
All right,
Tolly.
we're boxing. We're boxing now.
We are.
Like 20K.
20K, we will go. Tolly, oh my God. Tolly, you won't fight for your side. You give up so easily at the slightest pushback. You are here to defend women's rights, and you're like, well, actually, women are bad. Like, you were a mole. You were like a secret agent. The men, how much did they pay you to turn on your kind? Do you know what a quisling is? That's what you are, okay? That's what you are. You are a disgrace to womankind, and you should feel better about
In the
yourself.
Jewish community, we call them the Judenrat.
Audacity?
No.
Audacity, you know what? You have to live the life you have to live, and that's worse than any insult I could give. So there you go. And I don't even know who you are. King Solomon? Is that your name?
And that's
You haven't
the
even
roast, so-
talked?
Yep.
You
I just joined in recently.
Wow. That's embarrassing and shameful, not even getting and being a man enough to elbow your way in a conversation. Damn. Okay. I hope that was worth the $100. Thank you, Alexander Wynn, for the $100. I appreciate it.
I think that was $100 worth for sure.
Well,
You
Yeah.
can
So in
argue.
keeping with my tradition, yeah, sort of the final thing about with what Martae was saying, why is it not overreaching to fight for women's rights at all if women's rights are equal? And what I would say is you fight for security. You fight to hold ground because in the same breath as saying that, you said you don't think they should be able to vote unless they're married. So that justifies why they would feel the need to fight, not in an offensive way, not to take more ground, but to hold ground. Maybe not against you because you're a pretty respectful guy for the most part, but against like the Andrew Tates and the people who like literally their only source of income is just shitting on women as much as possible.
So hold on real quick. I'm going to go ahead and respond back to this. You and I are online in one front. The reason why I don't like Andrew Tate's is because his ethics are actually in contradiction with what we have. So if you were to look at me, you would have to look at me the same side as Andrew Wilson. There's only one Andrew which I support in this debate, and that's Andrew Wilson. And the reason why is because he promotes a lot of degeneracy that leads to, I mean, if you think about it, not to bring religion into this, I'm staunchly against marrying a bunch of wives because that's a bad prescription for society, because now we have absentee fathers that we're promoting as well too. The reason why is because you cannot take somebody who's the 1% of the society and then mark this as a prescription and administer this throughout society. It's bad, it's nefarious, and you cannot actually a lot of what he's saying I could argue against. Now, granted, the reason why men are directly influenced by him is because we have a breakdown in society that feminism pushed for. And there's going to be a counter for this, and there's a cancel culture. Men are going to listen to this because whenever he talks to men, they feel like there's a great weight lifted off of their chest because of this. So I do agree with a lot of the inspirational points he has, but there's a massive bad that's associated with this that I'm also against too. So,
Wait, Martae, you've completely ignored his point, which was feminism needs to fight for rights when people like you and Andrew Wilson are advocating that they're second-class citizens. That's his point. You completely ignored that.
Wait, can I ask
what I'm
everybody
advocating
something?
for is there's a hierarchy. We cannot put women in the front.
Yeah, you can put a bunch of words in front of saying, I think women shouldn't vote, but you think women shouldn't vote, all right? Like, that's what we're talking about.
Women should. So here's the reason why: is because do they have to go ahead and fight to
I don't
defend this
care
right
what your
to
stupid dipshit reason
wait.
is. I'm just saying that feminists
Great.
clearly need to fight
Here's
back against your fucking
I
dipshit
just want to
ideas.
know. Wait, I just need to know. Does
great.
everybody
I mean,
wait?
we could actually have a debate over that in the
Wait,
future.
are there
We're going
actually
to. We'll
people
set it up.
here?
We'll set it up. What, Solomon, go ahead.
Are there actually people here who believe women do not deserve the right to vote? I just want to know that.
If you were
And
listening,
who
you
is
would have heard one just advocate for it.
Single
yeah,
women,
you
he
said
said.
you said,
yeah.
hey, I want people to say it themselves. If you know, one by one, anyone thinks a woman should not have the right to vote? Anyone here? Only one person?
We had
So
we
it's
had
a one
Martae
who-
earlier.
I don't have a camera on, but
This was
Oh, you
sir.
don't.
It was
It became
it was a
open.
2v2, and now
Yeah.
it's an open panel. Yeah.
I
Okay,
personally
so
love that
there's
my
so there's
wife
only
votes
so
because
right now
she
there's only
votes the way
one
I do, which
person.
means 2 votes.
Wait, so there's only one person here who actually believes women should not deserve the right to vote.
Yeah.
At this moment in time, that is correct, sir.
Okay, so it looks like you
But
guys came together and agreed on things then.
He's citing someone who's gaining a lot of clout though on the internet by saying the opposite. Andrew Wilson, another
Yeah.
person I've debated before, who I really don't like his views on this, and I think again he's a justification for why women need to be fighting for rights. I think we should be fighting for a shoulder to shoulder dynamic, not one in front, one behind. I think you can fight just as strong shoulder to shoulder. 'Cause I
3
don't see
women
us-
bullet sponges in front of every
We
man.
are symmetrical by nature and biology, and beyond that, socially as well too. You can't
But-
say that
We have our
that's not-
like-kind exchanges, though, right? Because I don't see the substantive difference on a societal level of a woman laying her body on the line to have a child and a man laying his body on the line to fight another man in security of the
Okay,
state.
so we can lay our credit card and our wallet and future financial success on the line, but they can go ahead and forego this. That makes no sense.
Well, no,
Which-
I
What
don't.
are you
I don't
talking
believe
about?
in.
What do
I don't
you
believe in
mean?
elective.
Yeah.
I
Do
don't
you
believe
think
in
women
elective
don't
abortion.
pay for like children?
And you're
You
still
think a
able to
mother
do-
doesn't pay for her children? You think she doesn't have fucking hospital bills to pay when she does the whole pregnancy thing and then the childbirth? And you think she
You
doesn't
know how
help
many-
pay?
you know-
She's
Like,
paying
what are
with
you
a man's
talking
credit
about?
card, Charlie.
Oh
Come
yes,
on.
the man's credit
There's no
card.
one
Oh
exists
my
for
god.
men.
Do you think child support is enough to sustain a mother and a child, maybe more children? It's not. Women,
Oh, so you're
single
minimizing
mothers
men's
still have to
pain
fucking
because
work.
Mark, you look
I don't
like
give a
Mark.
fuck
Try
about
not
your
doing
pain.
child support first
Mark,
off.
Mark,
Fucking
Mark,
dumbass.
Mark,
Pay
wait,
your
Mark.
child support.
Wait, March. It looks like you're the villain here, so I want to know what are your beliefs that everyone's disagreeing with exactly?
No, don't give him the
So,
fucking
I-
platform.
the
Jesus
reason
Christ.
why
Just
I'm
go
not-
back and watch the last 2 hours. Don't
No,
let him
it's
talk more about
okay,
his
he's not-
dipshit ass
but
fucking
it's okay,
stupid
he-
fucking beliefs. Come
Well,
on,
if it's
man.
stupid,
No,
it's
so-
gonna. If it's stupid, it's not gonna
Okay, so
prevail.
I
It's
will.
okay.
I will
Yeah, but
say
it's gonna
that.
make me
I will-
listen
hold
to
on.
it.
Well, let's give it to Tully.
Well, just
Tully, I
mute
want
him.
I
You
want to
can
hear
mute
what
him.
Tully has
Yeah.
to say because Tully is smart. Okay, go ahead.
So what?
Thank you very much. Okay, so first of all, my glasses broke a couple minutes ago. This is very bad. I'm very blind and I don't have contacts, so I'm now wearing sunglasses inside, and I don't know how I'm gonna deal with this. But sorry, that's why I have a change in appearance right now. I feel like, and I'm not a professional debater or a philosopher. I think both of these things I probably should have spent more time doing while I was younger and in school because they interest me a lot. But I don't know any of the correct terms here, so I don't know how exactly what word to categorize your argument. But there's something disingenuous or dishonest about your argument. You're putting in a bunch of like pretenses that aren't necessary because it wouldn't matter if we could concede to them. So again, I made concessions in the debate, not because I'm working, as controlled opposition, but because I think there's just like I agree with a lot of aspects of your argument. I think Andrew Wilson is a very compelling debater. I think he makes a lot of strong arguments, but I think there's something dishonest when you're saying like, well, women shouldn't have the right to vote because especially Fatty, like, well, they're shirking their responsibility of fighting for this country. They are not going to be drafted. What if I concede, okay, women should be drafted? That still wouldn't be good enough for you because you would argue, and I would agree with you, that women still wouldn't be making the same sacrifice of their body on the front lines. And so your belief is not actually that women shouldn't vote because they're not being drafted into the army. Your belief is that women shouldn't vote because women are inferior in some way to
These two
men.
things can
And
exist
maybe
at the
we should
same
just
time.
cut to that
Good.
chase.
God damn,
Sorry?
well said.
So these two things can exist at the same time and it still be good. I can saying that you're making more concessions to me
But it's
doesn't
like
make
but it's a fake. No, I agree. I
horrible
agree.
concept.
My point is not about the concessions, but my point is that it's a disingenuous argument. Sure,
How is
it's
it
also
disingenuous?
true, but even
Still
if
haven't
we
heard that.
concede and say that women should be should be part of the draft, like in Israel, like Charlie brought up in the beginning. People with your argument, I've heard Andrew say it too, would still argue that women are not serving the same capacity, that it's not really the same thing. And he would, again, he's not talking about Israeli politics, but if it were mirrored in America, he still wouldn't believe that women should have the right to vote. And neither would you. So we should just be honest about that. Don't put up the sort of fake argument first.
No,
Andrew
yes.
Wilson's debates
Yes.
are really bad in that sense. And like he's basically saying because men have the authority and we've granted it to women, you guys have all the rights you do. And every time he debates it, he doesn't ever say like, hey, we're actually the nice guys here, right? He just always says, hey, we have the authority. You guys have no right unless we give it, which is true. But this is part of the love, like part of the love of God. And I hate to say it, I'm a Christian, right? We love our women. They're part of the church. They're part of the state. They're part of everything. This is a really important thing that women have a very important role in society. And it's not just being mothers, just as I said before.
We love our women, don't we, Kings? We love them.
Yes.
We love them.
Yes, we love our
They're
women.
big,
Our women.
beautiful
We love
women,
what
and
they
we
do,
love them.
right?
They are
And Andrew
amazing.
Wilson's kind of a dick. And even though I'm a little bit on his side, I'm not on his side, right? So, matter of fact,
no, Mart, can I tell you something? So, I believe women deserve the right to vote because I believe men and women are the same. Can you tell me why I'm wrong? Just you.
Okay, what does the same mean to you? What do you mean by the same? Do you mean in
Are the-
value or purpose or function? What do you mean?
I mean, our brains are literally the same.
No, so here's the problem. Oh God, this is such a bad take. So
Okay,
it's
explain
all
it to
going to
me.
boil down to function because is the being in the army a duty and function? Is there that associated with this?
This is just gonna go
Well,
on
you see,
forever.
We're gonna end it soon because
well, you
I
see,
can't take it anymore.
Wait, I want
you
to
see,
ask Vibe a question
No,
because I feel like we're
wait,
just.
wait, no. Well, you see,
Point.
voting doesn't have to. Voting doesn't mean you're a soldier. The voters
Wait, hold
choose
on.
what the
So you can
soldiers
vote for
do.
me to die in ditches that
Okay,
you
I
have?
gotta
Guys,
throw.
please,
Hold on.
do
I'm
that.
gonna throw a flag
one
because we
question,
spent
please.
3
Yeah, we
hours.
do it all the
We have
time.
spent 3 hours
wait,
on
wait,
this debate,
wait,
King
can
Solomon.
I
We've been over this. We've been over this. We've been over this.
Yeah, they're never going to reconcile that.
Yeah, but
So-
no.
I can reconcile it.
I'm not trying to get them to reconcile.
Question, please.
I'm not trying to get. Wait, I'm not trying to get anyone to reconcile except for Mark. That's all I want. I'm just trying to convince him. Everyone here agrees. Everyone should vote.
It's not
not
gonna
gonna change
happen
his
on
mind,
this
buddy.
panel. It's in 3 hours. We're gonna give it to
Brain
Charlie,
size
or she's
tends
gonna
to die.
3
die.
hours without
And then-
Solomon.
Oh my God.
Charlie, don't die. Charlie, go ahead.
I'm dying. Vibe, did you say that you agree with a lot of what Andrew Wilson says?
Oh, you're addressing me? No. So I'm a Christian. I'm not Orthodox.
Okay, so
I
do you
do
agree
bel-
with a lot of what he says?
There's a lot of things he says that I agree with, and there's a lot of things I disagree with, right? And I can take you through every point by point.
You don't need to
I'm
do that.
actually
I want to know. I do want to ask. Are you married?
Yes, I have 3 kids.
Is your wife about your age?
No, she's much younger.
How much younger?
And my first marriage.
How much younger is she?
No, 13 years.
How old are you?
53.
That's nothing.
53.
15 years
Oh,
is
when did you
nothing.
guys get married?
We got married. Actually, we're going to hit our 10-year anniversary in 1 month.
Yeah, that's what 30.
Oh,
43,
yeah, that's
right?
fine. That's so normal. Yeah, that's fine. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I
Gen
was
Z
about to.
problematizes age gaps way too much. As long as we're
Okay,
not
well,
talking about
listen,
children.
30's the real
okay.
woman's prime, okay?
Listen. He said much younger, and my brain went to 20
It's
years
true, he
old,
did
which
say
is
that.
problematic. But I feel
Because
like
that's what
25
Andrew
plus
Wilson-
it
She's
doesn't.
40 now.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Like you reach an
And
age where age
it
gaps
wasn't a
don't
second
matter.
marriage. It's my first
Okay.
marriage. My only
But
marriage.
out of curiosity, Andrew Wilson said something yesterday that I thought was weird. He said that like in all situations, a 20-year-old Taco Bell employee will always be a better marriage candidate than a woman a man's own age who has accomplishments. Would you agree with that sentiment?
No. I mean, as I said before, there's a lot of things I agree. with, and there's a lot of things I disagree with. Like I want to put a whole video together on all the things I disagree with. That man does some
Okay, so
things
no
that
is the
are
answer to the
just
question. Great.
not right.
To be fair to Vibe, like Andrew Wilson says things that I agree with. I enjoy watching
Like
Andrew
what?
Wilson debate. He states many factual statements of the kind that I stated tonight that many people here conceded to as
So you
well.
agree
Not
when he
everything
states
he says.
objective reality, but what opinions do you agree with?
Yes. I don't know. You could ask me some opinions, and I can tell you if I endorse or not. But my
Well, I
point is
can lay him
actually
out, right? I
why
mean,
are we doing this to Vibe? Like I don't think he really needs to account for every opinion that he may or may not agree with of Andrew Wilson's. He
Are you
seems like a
white
guy
knighting?
who's
the
Hold on,
actualized.
first
hold on. Are you
doctrine
white knighting
Just
for Vibe right
curious.
all
now?
the time
Are you
is
are you
a
throwing?
fact.
Are you acting as a question sponge
Yeah.
for Vibe?
I
Men
was
From
always need
Charlie's
a woman
curious.
savior to come
I
in
was
and
I was
save
curious.
their
I was curious because I did find it stressful to see that tweet about that and to see all the men going, yeah. And then in my head, I was thinking, my God, is it common for men to just like they just think their wives are ugly at some point? Like you just stop finding your wife
No,
attractive and you think
Andrew
she's ugly and you don't
Wilson
want to have
is
sex
Well,
with her?
I've never
married
seen
to
that.
That's really
Rachel
weird.
Wilson. That's why he thinks that. He's married to Rachel Wilson, so he's
And he
Okay,
thinks his
let's not
wife is
insult
ugly.
I
wives.
don't.
He
Hold on.
doesn't.
I
He
don't
doesn't
want this
want
to
to
be
have
an
sex
Andrew
with her.
Wilson debate. Who cares, honestly,
Well, let's
about
not
that
insult
guy?
wives. I don't
But
want
I
to.
was,
Hold on.
I, just, I just, I just wanted to ask about it.
Charlie, to
Uh-huh.
answer your question specifically, there's some research that indicates that these things are basically based on partner matching. So higher IQ men prefer women of higher IQ who are more intellectual and accomplished in all of these things. That seems to be where the correlation lies here.
Yeah.
So yes, there are going to be plenty of men who are just looking for a hot piece of ass, especially because there are more men who are going to be at the lower end of the distribution in terms of IQ and stuff like this. But no, it basically seems to correlate with IQ. High IQ men are also looking for high IQ women.
Yeah, I think
Love
it
to
makes
hear
sense.
Is
it.
that
That
in
rocks.
reverse too? Right? Do high IQ women look for high IQ men?
It's correlated.
Okay.
Yes.
That's a
Of
lot
the
of the-
women to
I
men.
might
Yeah.
disagree with that.
So
I think
the
that
research
high
says
IQ
essentially that
men are looking for low IQ women.
I think you're.
No,
I mean,
well, that's
she's
not
talking
what
about the
the
data. The
research
data does
indicates.
say
Yeah.
that it's the opposite. But I think that's one of the other things is like the red pill will vilify women, the hypergamy theory, right? It's really women like men in their neighborhood. If they're 5'10", they want a guy who's at least like 5'11", 6 foot. If they're 5'4", they want a guy who's at least like 5'6", 5'7". If they're high IQ, same thing. So I don't think.
Jeb, that's not entirely true. We need to give there.
Sure, there's
It's
a
just
stated
not
preference
true.
versus
My
real
sister,
preference.
okay, so
thing,
my
but-
sister is like 5'1.5". Her boyfriend is short, taller than her, but short.
Sure, but again, the data
People
suggests
have
that as long as the
her
dude is
friends,
like taller than them,
people who love her and care about her and know him and like him, made comments when they found out how tall he was before.
Sure,
So
but
this
the data seems to flesh out that in terms of long-term partnerships, it tends to be that women just prefer men who are taller than them.
Okay. I want to
Sure. Yes.
hold on. I want to get. I know we got a new
Vic,
guy.
I have
here.
to go. Thank you so
Yeah,
much
thank
for
you for
having me
being
here.
here.
I do want to say one last thing, Martae. You kind of look like George Floyd. It's giving me this really weird vibe, and I just want to let you know that. But anyway, I had a great time. Thanks for talking,
Thanks.
and respect all women.
Okay.
Good seeing you,
Bye,
Soy.
Phil.
Not all.
I'll respect
I want to
most
give
of
a.
them.
I
Yeah,
wanna
except
give,
for this one over here, except for
Yeah.
her, because I don't agree with her opinions.
Okay, well, we'll set up that
Me?
debate. Anyway, yeah. I want to give
I think he was
Mooncake the
pointing to
mic,
me.
then I'm gonna give the new guy a mic. What's
Who,
your
me?
name?
Or
Devin
else?
Braxton. So Mooncake is
Yeah.
gonna get the mic, and then Devin's gonna get the mic. That's the order we're gonna go in. Mooncake, your time to shine, baby.
Oh no, shit. Sorry, Wig.
No.
I was being.
Okay, well, if you're just
Sorry.
no,
Sorry.
we like you here. We love you here. If you just want to kind of vibe, that's cool. Okay, Devin,
I'm
go
so
give us
sorry.
what you. No, you're fine. Devin, give us what you got.
No, ultimately, I think when this just to hit on the compatibility part real quick, I think people just are offended by what is true about what the opposite sex really enjoys and likes. So some men are like, boohoo cry because I need resources to attract women. And then women get offended when it's like they have a time clock of when they're actually seem the most attractive to other men. Like, don't play the semexis where it's like, oh my gosh, I lose value, so I'm offended. No, nobody cares about that. You objectively don't look as good if you're like 50 or 60 as somebody who's like between 20 and 30. Like, stop playing the game. Like, you know what people are saying. So, but also, I was the one I'm the cash out guy, and I still stand by my point that ultimately the feminism and degeneracy that's been put in Black community is the fall of Black community, and the
Oh
reason
no, not. What do you
and
No,
mean
me
that's
by
a
that?
lie, brother.
hold
Brother,
on, let
that's
me
a
finish my
lie.
statement. I'll flush it out, and you don't have that question because at the end of the day,
I would like to
the
object as a MILF lover, as a lover of
okay,
MILFs.
Me
I
too.
love
Me
okay,
too.
older
I'm
well,
one
women.
as
I'm very
well. I'm one
attracted
as
to
well.
older women. That's been kind of like a thing for me. Like
Me
I don't.
too.
So the whole like objectively younger women are
Yeah.
not to me.
okay,
Not
well,
to
you're
me.
Not
definitely
to
not
me.
Not to me.
you're the exception, not the rule. So we don't talk about
Not to
exceptions when
me.
when
Well,
we're
what about
talking about
me?
worldviews and general
Hey,
All right.
things.
Well,
This is
I'm
Charlie,
gonna
this
find
is
a
remember?
MILF lover, and we'll be
Charlie,
Brother,
MILFs
Anyway,
remember?
together.
Charlie,
this
remember
is
when
what
I
makes
predicted
the
that
whatever.
exact response on Twitter, by the way? I was like,
Mm-hmm.
they're always going to say that's the exception, not the rule, so we should ignore it completely, even though we traffic in almost entirely exceptions in terms of
Yep.
traditional nuclear
but
family.
okay,
Devin,
But
By
check
the
this.
way,
Yep.
what
Don't
type
you
of
see?
productive
Jack.
conversation? What type
Yes.
of productive conversation you're gonna have when you go the what if?
it's
brother,
You give
not
me
brother,
what
all that
ifs,
days.
Not
Devin.
even
it's
that.
the fact that
Hold
these
on.
are
It'd
all
be one
exceptions.
thing.
There is
It
no
would be
rule.
sure. That's not exactly true because we see
It
that
is.
if you survey that's not true because we see that if you survey enough people even if we can't touch what the essence of like taste and attractiveness is, people are going to coalesce around the same like finding certain people, certain looks more attractive across all different types of people. The more people that you survey, these things do actually, it's not completely random. So yes,
Devin.
people are going to have
Yeah, there's a
particular
difference between a
preferences, but
trend
the
and a rule,
reason
though. A rule is very
sure
fixed. A trend is like a general, like,
but
idea
sure
where
I
people
don't
tend to go.
okay,
What creates
sure, but I
rules?
don't really know who's trying
No,
to talk in
stop.
terms of rules.
No, don't, Mart.
This is
Mart, don't
what
do it.
makes these segments on the Whatever podcast so entertaining. And again, I just wish the women wouldn't fall for it. What they're trying to prove is that like women are unwilling to be honest about some of these things. And that's true. Women get really offended and are unwilling to be honest about some of these things. People totally have their individual tastes. Attractiveness is subjective. I could be into older people, you could be into younger people, but most people look better at 22 than at 62. Most people could
Devin.
agree
Oh
that
well, that's
most
true.
men are going to
Yeah.
be attracted. Yeah, but on the Whatever podcast, you will get women every single time without fail who will not concede that point. They'll say, "Well, no, I think I'm going to be just as hot at 62."
Not the
Yes,
majority
at
of them. The
72.
majority of
Yes,
them almost always say, yeah, no, I'm hotter when I'm younger. The majority of
no,
them always say
Devin.
so
that.
I would say that
I
depends, and
don't
also
watch
to a
that
certain
show.
extent,
I don't know
to a
that
certain
show. I
extent,
don't
I
people
care.
are
don't
used.
want. Yeah, I
People
don't
know.
watch it.
People know what to expect now, which
Liar.
like good because again, it is just reasonable to concede the point. But even beyond that, when it goes into like to the rating system, there are people who are just unwilling to be honest that there are like not everyone is a 10, you know what I mean, that sure people can have particular
Okay, rate
subjective
this
taste, but
panel
there
right
are
now.
things
Go
that
ahead.
on average
Start with Charlie, and then work your way around. Rate
well,
the
I'm
panel.
into women, so I can only. I mean, I can rate whoever you
Okay,
want.
right,
I'm
yeah, rate
married.
it.
Don't
Oh,
don't
My
pit
wife is
Mooncake and
watching too.
Charlie
She's watching too.
like that.
These are Mooncake and Charlie are very hot, so this is
Yeah,
easy
don't
for
pit them
me.
against each other.
Devin. Devin,
Yeah,
please.
I mean, well, on a scale from 1 to 10.
I don't know. I've never seen him
Devin,
open a jar of olives. Can't really
That's
make
true.
a
Can I talk to
True.
Devin? Can I
I
tell
can show
Devin
you
something?
pictures of me when I was like
Well, I wanted
way
to
more
jump in real
butch.
quick, but
No, you've been jumping back and forth so many times. Devin, I need to talk to you, brother. You're lost. Listen to me.
I'm
Why do you
lost.
There we
think?
go.
Why do you think feminism is destroying our community? Talk about it.
Yeah,
Why?
that I'm so curious
See,
about
but
actually.
dude, we're on an
I need to
entirely
know.
different
No, Devin, he
conversation
needs
right
to reveal
now.
himself.
Hold
I
on,
need to.
I'll
I,
flesh it out. I'll flesh it out pretty quickly because at the same time, I grew up, typical black, far like on the left side, and as you start digging into stuff that affects the black community and why it affects the black community, the things that you see that defranchise the black community was one. You had Tulsa. They had the strongest family structure and community, and they got burned down. What did they do after that? They then said, in order for
Hold
women
on.
to
Did
get pause, let me
feminism
finish
burn
my
it
statement. Let me
down?
finish.
Hold on.
no, I
Did
think that was
feminism
racism.
Oh,
burn
sorry.
I think
Tulsa
that was
down?
white people.
I think
No,
that was racism.
I was building
Okay,
a background,
build your bridge. Sorry,
Okay.
my bad.
building my bridge. So understood. That's just like one of the things that I've understood. So it was like, okay, they're building something. What did they have? They did have a good family structure at that point in time, and they were building things. What did racism do at the next step? What they did was say, hey, in order for you to seek government assistance, you have to kick your man out of the house. I will give you government assistance, but you can't have a man in that house. Same thing that was happening was the war on drugs when they were sending black men into jails, and you had women struggling to then raise black men.
How
Who
is any of
then
this femininity?
Yeah.
How is any of this
Can I say
feminism? I
something
don't understand
after?
how this
Hold
all
on,
relates to
hold on, hold on,
feminism.
hold
Like
on,
you're
real
saying,
quick, real quick.
feminism.
Let Devin finish. Then we're gonna give it to Mooncake because Mooncake is raring to go
Like,
this time. She's ready. Okay, Devin, go ahead.
Because the black trope that you hear all the time is I don't need a man. That was prominently said
oh,
within the black
and you think
community.
that's
Why did
feminism?
why did no Paul? Let me finish that statement. Because the reason they said that was because they were receiving government assistance to help prop up their
Mm,
lifestyles. They didn't need a man to be providing. They didn't need a man to provide rules or
that's
structures.
not
The whole
feminism,
reason why you
Devin.
see these YNs in the street nowadays crashing out and doing all these degenerate things nowadays
That's
come from single mother homes. Whereas there's mothers that say I don't need a man, and then these dudes just go out there and commit crime.
Well, they
That
said that
but
typically
that's
because
not
men
seems
in the
feminism.
black
You're making
community.
connections. You're making connections where there
We're
aren't,
gonna give
Devin.
it
Let
to
me
Mooncake.
explain.
Yeah.
We're gonna give it to
Okay,
Mooncake
Mooncake.
because Mooncake
Sister,
Yeah,
you
wants to
go.
no,
go and she's
quite
ready.
literally right. You're making connections that just aren't there. At the end of the day, the reason why black men weren't in the household is because they were committing crimes and they were going to prison. So they were leaving these women as single moms who had to depend then on the government assistance to be able to
Yes.
afford and to take care of their families. Not only that, I think the statistic now is that it's like 3 black women to like 1 male. And if you notice, black women are among the most educated in America,
Educated.
right?
Yes, sir.
Like they've made the choices that
Yeah,
they needed
in the
to. They're taking
community.
care of these households because black men are not stepping up to the plate. They're abandoning their families. They're not taking care of their children. And it's like you can't blame feminism for that when black women have
that's
had to
false.
say,
On average,
That's
okay, I need
black
false.
to
women are more
better my
educated than
life
black men.
I
to
mean,
now
so
No,
go
let
I'm
me.
do what
sorry,
they
you're
say.
wrong, man. It's not false. Everything she's saying is backed by data, and if you're gonna say it's false, you need to present. You need to say, hey, this
Yes, let me
source says
present.
otherwise.
Yes, I can do it. I can do it clearly. So
Do
at the
it.
same time, yes, women are the most educated, but those most educated are not in STEM fields, so they're getting jobs where they're collecting a whole bunch of debt that don't sit there and actually
Okay.
to give them the ROI that they
We
need
Actually,
on
should
that.
wait a
humanities
minute.
degrees
No, pause.
have more
No,
job opportunities
no,
than STEM now.
pause. Holy, huh?
No, it's reversed actually. So STEM degrees are doing much more poorly in the job market. Humanities degrees are now doing better.
And trades pay a
Humor.
lot too.
For example,
You know who's doing best? No
my
degrees.
undergraduate
Fuck
is
yeah.
in accounting.
Humanities.
And from what I've talked to, I specifically have talked to other black women about it, is that we understood from a very young age that you have to take care of yourself. And a lot of times when you are raised in
Yes.
these single parent households, you understand I have to go get educated and it's worth the investment, even if you take on quite a bit of debt, to then make more money over your lifetime.
But
More
the mere
lifetime,
So
fact that you
higher
believe
lifetime,
that
right?
wait,
the mere fact that you believe that is feminism that's gotten to you. Because
okay,
let me
how?
explain. Let me
How is
explain.
that?
Let me
Wait,
explain. Let me
Devin.
explain. Let me explain. Right? Because I was about to explain it, and you're trying to cut me off already. The,
Okay.
what communities are the ones that are doing the best in America? Leave this racist crap out of it. It's not the white people. It is the Indian communities. It's the first generation Africans. It is
Children of
it's
immigrants.
the Asian communities. Why? Because they have a cohesive family structure where they believe things work together best that way.
So,
So the thing is, you want to say yes, black women are doing X, Y, and Z, but it's not the best for the black community as a whole.
Yes,
okay,
it
so
is. So
Devin,
what else are they
no,
supposed to
Devin, can
do?
you define feminism for me? What is feminism? Define what you're talking about. What is
Okay,
feminism?
okay, all right. So the book answer people say is just the equal opportunity to achieve or get something just across the board. That is the baseline. But at the same time, in practice, how it is done is it's become a hate for men and saying I don't need men within the
That's
black community.
misandry. That's
No,
misandry.
women are
That's
stepping up
not
to the
that's not the
plate.
same as feminism, Devin. You're getting the
Young
mixed up. You're
black
getting them
men
wrong.
are,
No,
for
that's
one,
not.
young
No,
black
That's
men are
the
going to
Sandry is
understand.
it has came from feminism.
No,
The
no, no, but
Sandry
you have
misandry
to
came from
acknowledge
feminism.
that young black men are going to
Mis-
prison at higher rates. They're not enrolling in college as much anymore. The rates are
Yes,
down
because
quite a bit.
they're raised by single mothers. That's why they're going to prison.
That's why they're not going to school. So why are black women still going to school then? Because also black women are being raised by single mothers. So why are they choosing to go to school and young black men aren't?
And because at the same time, you said, you stated this statistic, so it's true that with women, more black women have kids than black men. So no matter what, you can fix all the black men all you want, but it's the female who's having these children out of wedlock, not controlling themselves, that is causing this. Because it's not
Mooncake.
Is it
Mooncake.
is it like white
Mooncake.
splaining if I jump in right now?
Yes,
Yes.
Is it white
100%,
splaining?
100%. No. Leave.
Nah, I
no,
give you a pass.
Okay,
no,
You have a
my
pass.
no.
bad.
I'll give you
Okay,
a
My
pass.
bad.
hold on.
Mooncake.
Look,
My
Charlie is
bad.
going to explain to the black people their history. Go ahead,
What?
Charlie.
It's fine. I'm giving her
All
a
right,
pass.
here's me where I fix everything.
No,
I
it's
think
not.
I think
I doubt it.
I think
Honestly,
maybe
doubt it.
no, I'm not gonna fix everything, but I mean, wouldn't this just be a product of like institutional racism? Because we
Yeah,
make
that's
a
what
lot of money
I
off
was
of
going to
private
get
prisons,
to.
and
I
we
was going to
want
get to. Can
to
I
have
explain
like
that?
a
Can I explain that?
Okay, well,
yeah. Of course, I'm
I was
sorry.
gonna
It
get.
was just a going, but
Yeah, I
yeah,
was
my
gonna get
bad.
to that, Miss White Savior. But I need to
Well,
tell you
I
something.
can't even see you.
I'm
Where are
black.
you? Oh,
sorry,
okay.
Oh,
can
is
we
it
get a
because it's
copy
dark
of?
out? Is it because it's dark out? Is it because it's
You haven't
midnight
unlocked
near
No, I
Can we
don't
get
midnight?
a
even
That's
see
copy
your
of your
crazy.
face.
black card?
Okay, that's crazy.
Xerox.
Okay, listen, we don't have to talk about it. We don't have to talk about it. It's okay.
Okay.
Anyways,
Oh,
what I
there
was gonna
you are,
say,
King Solomon. My bad.
Mooncake. When you let him ramble, and you're not asking him to identify what feminism is, you're basically accepting his definition of feminism, which is wrong, and you're basing your argument on that. We need to hold him down and tell him that it's not feminism that's causing all of this, and then we can go to the other things like institutional racism and stuff. First,
Yeah,
Wait,
take
hold
why
on.
aren't you
past
doing it
Don't
right,
don't
Mooncake?
identity politics Charlie and then like man scold fucking Mooncake right afterward. You can't be like white
It's a
woman
joke.
don't
It's a
talk on the
joke.
black
Yeah,
thing.
it's a
Jeb,
joke. It's a
You are
joke.
Jeb,
clearly not joking.
Jeb, they're women. They need the
Oh,
help.
you don't
You are
know me.
joking.
You don't know me. You don't know
You
King
actually
Solomon.
made Charlie stop talking so that you could
Yes, I
explain
wanted to
it.
do that. Yes.
That's not
Well,
a
I was
joke
trying to,
then.
if he's
That's
gonna
not...
make
but
that point,
I
he can make that point. I
yeah,
No,
just
I
was,
get
you
it, but
know,
it's
I
just
did
like
it. I did it through the
yeah,
vehicle of joking. It's simple and it
sure.
worked. Anyway,
yeah,
yes,
that's
sure,
fine.
yeah, true. Anyways, so yeah, we have to tie him down on why he's wrong about what feminism is, so he knows that that's not what's causing all of this, and that would break his whole perception on that feminism is causing this. And we need to focus on that, Sister Mooncake.
Do you think he's going to agree with our definition of feminism? I'm just curious.
Yes, I
Yeah.
believe in it. I know this. I am King Solomon. I know this.
No, I can tell you what he's going to say. He's going to
You
say that's
cut
your
babies in
definition of
half.
feminism, but not the one that generally is used historically.
So
because
listen,
that's
listen.
Andrew
Feminism
Wilson
is
says.
Devin. Listen. Feminism is the advocation for women's rights based on the idea that that sexes are equal. That's all it is. So you can't be going around and saying, "Oh, people are equal." Oh, because black people think men and women are equal. Now there's gang violence, single women, children without parents. Like you can't just. How do you make that connection that equality is why people are hurting?
Because at the end of the day, we are not equal. Men or women are not equal.
Oh,
Because
okay.
let me finish before you
That's
start
ridiculous.
fucking spurging out. The reason why we are different is we are good at different things. I can't do what a woman can do, and a woman can't do what I can do. So we're two halves of a
What can't
whole.
you
We
do?
need each other. So let me finish my statement. That's the reason why. So then when you promote the feminism, saying, "Hey, do what a man can do," you're ultimately just trying to do what another man can do, but not doing what you are better than what a man can do. And
Okay, so
that's
what
the
can't you
disconnected
do?
with the
Can
black
I
people.
can
That's
I
the
Okay, I
jump
gotta,
in
I
disconnect.
because I
gotta throw a
really
What
flag
have
on
does
the
a
play,
to
gang.
say
I
it.
gotta throw a flag on the play, gang. We're gonna end the show because it's 30 minutes past midnight. I'm tired. I think we've run the gamut on topics and things, but we'll do this again. Don't
Come
worry.
back,
We'll
Devin.
do
Come
this
back. You
again. We'll
still
have
have to be
another late night
educated.
stream next week. We'll think of a
I'm pretty
good
smart.
topic. Maybe we'll make
Oh,
Tolly
you
and Soy
think you
fight for
are?
our
I'll
amusement. Who
show you.
knows? Maybe
Thank
Charlie
you, Wick.
will do something. I don't know. But yeah. Thanks to all of you, right, for coming and hanging out with us. I hope you all had fun. I hope you all enjoyed yourselves.
I'll come for
And
you anytime.
beautiful, beautiful. Thank
Oh,
you.
Come back, Devin.
But if you've enjoyed the show, hit that like button and subscribe button if you're watching this on YouTube. If you're one of the almost 600 people watching us on Twitch right now, hit that follow button, please. Give me a follow. If you're on Kick, do that as well. I really do appreciate all of you for being here. I really do appreciate everyone who came through, especially those who were on the original panel. I have the original panel's links in the YouTube. Martae, if you get me your new YouTube channel link, I will add that to the YouTube description when I can.
Will do.
With that said, We're going to end, and I'm going to bed. And give me your money. I'll see you tomorrow. Well,
Henry,
probably not
love you
tomorrow,
all.
but yeah, I'll see you.
Thank you, Wick.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
I'm
Yeah,
coming
thanks,
back
everyone.
tomorrow.
Anybody
Love
that's
you
still on.
all.